taken the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby. lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2023. It's the Garena Regional Qualifiers. We are at stage 4. It's the last day of the Group A. Last chance for every team to take a top 3 spot and advance to the playoffs. It's Cali Gaming here, down with WardeN, and man, it has been a while.
It's been such a long while, man. I think it already has been like, what, 2 events since we haven't casted with each other. So it's good to be back here on the deck with you. And overall, what a way to put it, as it is the last day of the bracket A of this group stages.
There's a lot of teams that we really have to talk about here today, right? But we have to start with WPM LowKings. Their dominance has been insane. They made every team at the Group A bracket look like fools, man.
I mean, come on, man. Flawless as it is, they're standing like right now 12-0, and it's coming to the point where they're so dominant that Liquipedia just said, you know what, we already know you guys are going to be advancing to the playoffs bracket. If you look at the Liquipedia page right now, they are the only team that is on the playoffs bracket.
And what's amazing here is that it's not just PJ and Yupi that has managed to step up their gameplay. It has been Kalo and Susano with the help of Luffy as well. Both of this squad right here that we're talking about right now has transcended to be one super team that a lot of this region have to show and watch out for, right? And again, here at this Group A, it's not just WPM LowKings that is currently at the top 3. We also have WDC Free Slot, who has managed to shock Wolf last Thursday, able to win through a reverse sweep.
I mean, Free Slot in some way, it's not really, they're no really strangers in regards to winning. No, I mean, after all, we used to know them as Astro, and if you guys didn't know, they were the winners of CGI 2021. I know it goes way back before, but hey, the talents, the main core is still right around there. But I also want to draw back just a little bit of the Westman Mamba LowKings here, Cali. I mean, if you look at their one of the promotion posters that was posted in the Garena page itself, one favorite quote that I had in mind was coming from Luffy: "Never back down, never what."
Never back down, never what. And I love how Luffy has embodied the name Luffy itself, because if you're a One Piece fan, he's got a tattoo actually at his forearm that resembles Luffy, man. And it was really a mind-boggling thing when I saw it in person, right? And I think that guy is going to be a key player for WPM LowKings, especially when we try to play the succeeding games that we have today, because he's been that anchor that this team relies on the most to create the big plays for them.
And they kind of hold the fate of Scatty as well, because Scatty has 2 matches in line for today. It's the West Point Mamba LowKings and up against Wolf later on now. And they got to find a way to win 2 of those series for them to, or at least win West Point Mamba LowKings and win Wolf. Or, it's going to be a tiebreaker there, because it's going to be given as well that Wolf will be able to win the matchup against 3 Evil Dragons. So it's going to be a very interesting day today. And talk about interest. I mean, this is a very phenomenal day here, Cali Gaming, because if you look at it right now, a lot of teams is at the stake of either coming out of this group stage alive or going down.
Yeah, so far we currently have 2 teams locked in for Group A. That's WPM LowKings and WDC Free Slot. Right now, the 3rd spot has been being fought by 3 teams so far. That's Scatty, Wolf, and Broke Boys Club. And Wolf, after losing up against Free Slot, has to win their games here today. Same thing could be said with Scatty and Broke Boys Club. They are inching to fight for a top 3 spot. But what happens here at the end of the day is gonna be shocking at this point in time, right?
Yeah, and looking at the Broke Boys Club here, they could have been in a very stable spot if only they were able to put up a scratch up against Wolf on the first day. I mean, keep in mind that first game, Sheno and Hardpoint 244 to 250, and it came from like what, a 40-point deficit for Wolf to come back from. And moving over to Search and Destroy, it wasn't too different at all. It ended off as 8-6 in favor for Wolf, and drawing over to Control, close as ever, 2-3 on Control as well. So if only they could have gotten anything out from that, till then they would be in a very firm spot to make it to the playoffs.
I mean, I labeled Broke Boys Club to be that dark horse. At the end of the day, we have to check what kind of performance that we're going to be able to see for this squad, knowing that they've been able to shock a lot of teams, put up a great fight, and even if they come out losing, they always come there swinging and, make the other teams doubt what their true capabilities are. This squad is led by Static, we all know, has been the super slayer for the entire Respawn gameplays. But one thing more than likely that we saw from this squad is their versatility at this point. Broke Boys Club has managed to get Z-Man, locked in. He scored 20 kills at Slums the last time they played. And if they can replicate the performance coming in from these two main important players, we might have ourselves a tiebreaker for the last day of this Group A.
And you know what's with people here? What's with players now in stage for popping off in Search and Destroy? First, we had Z-Man with 20 kills on Search and Destroy up against Scatty. Then we had Tricksters on the other end of the spectrum, dropping 36 kills up against Smart Omega. Despite the fact that it ended off in a loss, it was still pretty impressive. And we were dabbling with like the analogies on what we could say and what did Trickster do with Kagendra. And honestly, I can't sugarcoat it. He carried the team in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it had to go to an overtime where Omega had to pull off one of the most clutchest games of the day. Risky literally clutched every round at that overtime matchup, and Trickster has nothing left to do but to get eliminated. But 36 kills with an SMG is not surprisable, right? But the 36 kills with a sniper, that means this guy has been fully able to lock it in. And ABC Esports may not have one that came up against Smart Omega, but they still have a chance to fight for a top 3, which will be held tomorrow on Sunday. That led to Smart Omega actually, kind of in a very rough spot here. But since we're here at Group A, we'll talk about the teams that will be here. And what do you say about Wolf, right? They have managed to acquire Badman, and we kind of saw some downside with the way Yato and Yobabs has been playing the entire best of threes. Do you think it is logical for them to put Badman on the spot and let him play here today?
I mean, Badman has this kind of constant pressure with him as well because, after all, you're playing under the banner of the so-called Eastern champions, the so-called back-to-back, 6P champions as well. So there's just a lot of things that you got to fill into. So, I mean, you haven't been hurt a lot, Badman. I mean, after all, you came from Dovik and Oblivion. You played so well. You carried the team as well. And you're here right now playing with a roster that is pretty much on par with your talent. I think it's just his opportunity to to prove something here. Not unless peer pressure will get him.
Made it sad to see that Wolf had to go down into a very rough spot here at this Group A, right? Knowing that they've been a dominant team. And it was up until that CDSI event that we saw a drastic sudden drop of performance coming from this squad. We all know Jabin and AG, they've been pretty well when it comes to playing these games, but I believe Yato and Yobabs here today has to step it up. Ever since we saw Skirt and FTX out of their lineup, they have been up and down, pretty inconsistent.
I mean, talking about Rage as well, I mean, there's a lot of conversations around the community of Rage getting dropped from Smart Omega and all. And honestly, I don't think even the current condition of Rage will be able to save the condition of Smart Omega. But overall looking at Wolf, I don't even look at them as a very dominant team now. After them losing up against the West Point Mamba LowKings on the Shadow 250-42, that was a hell show. And that was like their second best games of the West Point Mamba LowKings. Moving over to Search and Destroy as well, they suffered big time. And what more in control? Standoff 3-1 up against the West Point Mamba LowKings.
And there we go. The Wolf has to make use of the time here today to get that top 3 spot. We got 2 more days of group stage, and then next week we hop onto the playoffs where we find out who is going to be our main 2 squads that will reign supreme and will be sent to the Stage 5 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2023. Again, 2 Garena spots only. And I have to ask your top 2 teams so far, WardeN. No need for explanation, right? Just name me your 2 teams.
West Point Mamba LowKings, Kagendra.
Okay, now I like what you just mentioned. I kind of feel the same thing, knowing that this team plays pretty similar in terms of their play style, right? Their Hardpoint Summit has been their best map. Their S&D have been pretty insane as well, and their control have been pretty overwhelming when you're the ones up against them. And well, they so happen to be the number 1 team at Group A and Group B respectively. But here on our tournament format, we got 2 groups against 6 teams, and only top 3 of each group advance to the playoffs, and 2 teams will advance to Stage 5.
Talk about like how punishing the tournament format is, because we're so used to getting a group stage where we get to see like 4 teams advance. This time it's only 3 guys, so very little numbers, and it's only going to be the best out of the best advancing to the next stage of the competition. And talk about your top 3 here for both ends of the spectrum here, Cali. I want to draw this one back to you.
Well, top 3 for Group A. Yeah, it has to be WP LowKings and WDC Freestyle. They pretty much have locked in their spot already. All they just have to do is complete their matches here today. But the top three, I am kind of debating whether I want to see a dark horse from Broke Boys Club to pull up with a top three finish, but I also wanted to see Wolf get back to their feet and get that top three spot because I really want to see this team playing at the world stage. But at the current condition, it hasn't been translating very well.
Yeah, it's really tough to say, because we've been a big fan of the squad of Wolf coming again. They have so much accolades at the back, but at the same time, you gotta appreciate the Broke Boys Club being able to put in so much work to the point they are so on par with the Leviathans that we used to call back then, and now they are here. And once more, honestly, here is the team participants on this day. We are gonna be able to determine once more on who will be the top three that will leave and who will be the top three that will stay.
Yeah, for Group A, again, I would love to point out the Talon region, WDC Free Slot. This is a squad that we know are formerly known as Astroistic, right? But this team, this year, has showed a great massive improvement when it comes to their S&D. With the addition of Kato as well as Sugus, this team have managed to shock the world, as well as every viewer that we saw last Thursday, as they were able to defeat Wolf on a comeback victory. They lost that agenda Hardpoint, but pretty much had the major bounce back to claim the number 2 spot here today at this Group A. Obviously, for Group B, we saw them yesterday, Kagenja, able to dominate Smart Omega. And you can see Smart Omega right now placing 5th. And they're going to have to fight for their life tomorrow just to have a spot at the top 3.
Fighting for life, fighting with passion is something that I can also apply to WDC Xenon here, specifically the Bossy man. Shout out to him because I did play a scrim against him, and this guy is cracked. And we had a conversation with him about him that he's only playing with one hand, and guess what? He made it all the way down here to stage 4. Just a special shout out to this man, playing with passion, playing by the heart.
Yeah, I love that he has not given up and he has broken the stigma of person with disabilities from being limited to playing, but he has even managed to top frag on his team, and that really is something particularly that I'm impressed with, knowing that it's hard to slide jump using one hand. Like, you have to be totally coordinated, and he has managed to do that pretty well. But moving on, we're gonna have to talk about this Group A. We did mention a lot of important facts for WPM LowKings and WDC Free Slot, but again, the top 3 spot has not yet been determined. It's between Scatty, Wolf, and Broke Boys Club.
Yep. I mean, Scatty here, honestly, if we're going to be talking about player conditions, I got to talk about Cisco here not playing in his house. He's currently inside a mall as well. In a very important day, I don't know how to feel about this one, Cali.
Well, that guy has important stuff to do, right? And if he managed to top frag by playing in a mall, he has to do that every time he participates in events here for Call of Duty Mobile Garena. And again, Sacred Scotty will be met with pretty tough matches here today. They're going up against WPM at the match number 2, and then they're going up against Wolf at match number 4. And these are going to be big, important matches for them so that they could play at the playoffs and stay alive here today.
I mean, drawing back to the acquisition of Snurpy and Chirac, honestly, it's just a no-brainer after all. I mean, they are known as the previous Scatty players before the lineup of Tokyo, Chroma, and Freezy hopped along, and they had really no options there. But obviously, it was still such a huge hit when Freezy and Chroma didn't play, because we did see back then on Green Masters 5 that they were probably like the biggest hitters for the squad as well. But now let's talk about the matches for today once more. We talked about it. It's going to be the three Evil Dragons up against Wolf on the first series. Second up, it's going to be the West Point Mamba LowKings up against Sacred Scatty. And the third one is going to be three Evil Dragons once more up against the Broke Boys Clubs this time around.
And Wolf will start their bidding for the top 3 spot by taking away a map and a series up against 3 Evil Dragons. That's going to be a very significant win for them. They have to win that dominantly, and they're going to have to bring in the big guns up against Sacred Scatty later on so that they have a chance to maintain their top position, because as we know, Broke Boys Club is going to be there aiming for a much better approach here at this late game. They may have taken 2 losses by the time they open up last Tuesday, but here they are facing a much more easier opponent in 3 Evil Dragons later on at match number 3, and they're going to have to duke it all out later on up against WDC Freestyle at game number 5.
Moving over now, maps and modes. Not really something that we necessarily like to talk about now. I mean, it's just we like to let the teams just play out and surprise us what they can offer now. But obviously, in regards to like hiding maps now, it's very hard to do, man. Because just by looking at the current rule set here for the World Championship, back then we had like what 7 maps for Hardpoint, 7 maps for Control, 7 maps for Search and Destroy. This time you only get limited maps, unique maps here, so it's much easier to master. But moving along now to the lineup of Wolves, we got AG, Jabin, Rage, Yato, Yobabs, and Badman. And my oh my, what more can you say about the squad here, Cali?
I mean, obviously, this is the most winningest team before before the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Stage 5 last year. But here they are, kind of falling off a bit. We did hyped up that Yato and Yobabs, this amazing duo, will transcend Wolf into the best team in Garena Call of Duty Mobile, but it hasn't been able to translate pretty well here this year, knowing that they've been having so much inconsistency and they had to rely on Jabin and AG to back them up and do all the carrying when it comes to this lane department and doing all the dirty jobs. And I expected Rage to become one of the more consistent players for Wolf, but he has shown signs of inconsistency as well. And this is not looking good for Wolf.
I don't know if it's going to be the morality here or something about the environment that they're in right now, or is that, because they're not in a boot camp, but obviously in the coaching standpoint, each and every factor matters. And clearly get to see them now right in our faces here. Their face in oneself, not really smiling, but looking like it's going to be Badman playing here, Cali. Okay, let's go.
Interestingly, they're looking to try out Badman here by replacing him with Jabin. So who's going to be playing that anchor later on once we head on to this hard point, knowing that this is going to be 3 Evil Dragons that they're placing obviously is not a high or a big threat up against them, knowing that they have more repetition and have more opportunities and events that they manage to really scream and play. Then for 3 Evil Dragons, they got Arthur, Biu, Chen, Julie, Nyx, and Star. And the 3 Evil Dragons here, it's going to be Arthur, Biu, and Chen. This 3 has been pretty consistent, especially at the S&D. But what this team really needs some work on is their respawns.
I mean, Search and Destroy is a well-given fact as well. I mean, after all, they have one of the best, if not the best, sniper back then is Search and Destroy. So respawns, a bit of a catch-up that they got to do. And obviously, we did name Arthur, Biu, and Chen to be the denominational players for the squad. It's about time for Julie and Nyx here and Star to make a difference. And despite whatever they do, even if they win or lose, they still go out of this tournament. But obviously, you want to play the crab mentality game, bring one team down with you. Until then, that might just be an achievement.
Yeah, if they can take that one up against Wolf, right? Maybe take away one map. Maybe that S&D where they can stand a great chance, pull them down a little bit, and give them some problems later on. Because again, what we are seeing is Wolf here up against 3 Evil Dragons, and if they can take a map here and Scatty is able to take one map there, that can really play a lot of factor in bringing down Wolf, right? But obviously here for 3 Evil Dragons, they still got Arthur as well as Nyx, who have formerly played for the side of Change World last year at Garena Masters Stage 4 Regional Qualifiers, right? And here we have our head-to-head. These MVPs have played it pretty significant, but here this time, interestingly, we're going to be seeing Nyx and Rage. Now, one of these players happen to have a negative KD. Rage will still have the upper hand in terms of the KD rating, though, with a 0.94 and a lot higher average skill with 19.67. And he does do more of the dirty work for Wolf, but knowing that Rage has a negative KD is kind of uncharacteristic, if you ask me.
Oh, it's pretty tough to see because after all, you expect to see Rage being, if not like the best player of Garena back then, now to him being inconsistent, and it's a big correlation here that he is an inconsistent player. So, I mean, I think it might just be his opportunity here to leech away a few more positive statistics here up against the 3 Evil Dragons, because this is surely the best opportunity that they have. But moving over to the maps and modes, I'm loving what I'm seeing here so far.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the map bans here because that will play a significant role at the playoffs. So now we're going to have to check out which map is going to be played. Summit Hardpoint is going to be where we are going to be dragged by Wolf. And later on, they get to pick the control map as well. They're going to stand off. So more importantly for Wolf, they're starting the day off by playing close range maps. And having Batman in there capitalizes this team to play a lot more aggressive in a faster pace. That guy can just beam players down at the close range.
We talked about like CDM players being such a nuisance in a map like Firing Range. So I have to give this one here for the side of Three Evil Dragons. And this is such a perfect opportunity for them to actually take away one map out away from Wolf. But moving over to Hardpoint Summit, I gotta give this one hands down to Wolf. And if it's not going to be a very dominant win, I assure you, a win is still a win, and that's how you want to roll.
I mean, Three Evil Dragons, for what we've seen for the past 3 games that they have played so far, they have been pretty consistent at going in for the late rotation. And when they have that setup, they don't guard the spawns, which obviously leads to those spawns from being flipped by the teams that they have met with the past 3 games. And that thing has to change here today. Maybe they did their homework or not, but Wolf is not a team that you don't want to mess with at this close range. We take a look at their operating skills here. Seems like it's going to be a difference by the equalizer. So let's see if that's going to be efficiently used here by Star. We all know that that has been one of the key operator skills, mainly, particularly by WPM Halo during their last match last Thursday. So let's see if Nyx can bring up that momentum and maybe break some hills here at the start.
Seeing Yobabs without War Machine, I think he is going to be the anchor for the squad of Wolf. Sparrow for the set of Badman, I think he's going to be playing around the support role. So let's see if they can perform this well. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting sight to see, because, we get to be used to having Jabin as the support or the IPL for the squad, but this time he's not around. The rest of the squad of Wolf has to step up in regards to the calls.
Here we go. We're starting it all the day off with Wolf taking 3 Evil Dragons at this Hardpoint Summit. And I talked about and mentioned that Batman is going to be a big factor here. And the reason why these maps have been particularly picked into close range combat, right? Batman will be using that KRM, close range combat master. He'll be able to put on some good show later on, but so far has 0 kills. Hardpoint being stepped on by Wolf, but you can see 3 Evil Dragons already holding the top floor.
Good power control here instead of Hardpoint, but the laning on towards 2F is going to be siding for the side of 3 Evil Dragons. All you got to do now is hop right in, start winning those gunfights. Until then, they can leech away more points out away from Wolf, but completely, it's such a hard thing to do as Rage is going on a spree alongside Yato as well. And so far, it's only going to be the 5 points that 3 Evil Dragons will be able to claim on this run.
Yeah, what a way to start it all off here for Rage. He's got 7 kills already. Batman on the 3 spree on the kill feed. And that's a guy that you don't want to shake up and get that momentum over, because it will just start to go for the snowball. 5, 6 go down for the side of 3 Evil Dragons as we end our P1. Going to P2, scores is already built up. Rage puts it down. Predator Missile gonna get that information. They open up this P2 and they got a pretty solid hold with the spawns as well.
Oh, they have the spawns, they have the trades, the crossfires on as well, and 3 Evil Dragons, they're looking to get this break here. 2-man push from the dark side. 1 on the bridge, goes down, and he's going to go for the swing. Badman going out of his mind, just running through the players of 3 Evil Dragons, and it's going to be a chain here from P1 to P2, and it continues to burn down here under the hands of Wolf.
And this is not surprising, knowing that Wolf has been pretty consistent when it comes to playing as this hardpoint, this response. This has been their particular thing, but not up against these big squads, right? 3 Evil Dragons, we know them to struggle when it comes to playing this response, and it's the exact same thing all over again for them. Couldn't get any control, couldn't get any spawns flipped here at this first 2 sets, and they're gonna try to take away the flooding momentum at this P3, but they all go down as well. Wolf will be able to chain that P1 into a P3 retake to a P3 spawn flip as well, and they're gonna be looking for a dominant victory of the day.
Triple chain P3, absolutely the hard point that you don't want to see Wolf to be solidified. And they have 3 players inside a hill, 2 around the perimeter, 2 actually anchoring for the squad. Challenger might just be able to make the play though. Wrapping around, looking to get the anchor out. That's going to be Yobabs for you. He goes down, but the spawns now split beside. And it's going to be this time around 3 Evil Dragons having the spawns, but they can't find a break inside a hill.
Yeah, it's still Wolf inside. 38 seconds. There's still plenty of time. Claw will be coming in for AG. They bring it out the best possible way. ricochet those bullets off this angles that 3 Evil Dragons might be sneaking at Rage. Maybe the last player alive. Next will take him down. A great flat for 3 Evil Dragons, but only to be taken away by Batman, who's got 3 kills with this Sparrow. Starts the push coming in from the back, and he's got 15 kills to lead Wolf here off this kill department.
Oh, Batman, baddest man alive here for the side of Wolf, making his presence felt here for the squad. And once more, 3 Evil Dragons, they get the break inside the hill, but it's not gonna matter at all. Scrap time handed to them. Around what? A 119, 111. I don't even want to do the math, man. It's disgusting to see. Wolf here on the lead convincingly.
Another chain of hardpoint rotation for Wolf here. They still got that spawn. 3 Evil Dragons, you cannot go and barge your head inside of the point. You got to take away that spawn from Yobabs, who's currently doing the anchor job, but you're going to have to go through AG first for you to advance and get this spawns flipped. You're currently trapped at the mid map. You got to find some way to use those tactical utilities to your advantage, or maybe use a couple of operating skills just to try to make a difference, but you have managed to get 1 kill through. And luckily for Nyx, he has played the Summit Snow pretty well, and they get a momentarily break.
Oh, Yato gets a double. Chen gets a trade. Batman hops in, sprays down, gets Chen out from the chase. Bio looking to get a break as well. He gets swing down, gets the kill, and they are still hassling this hard point number 4 down, and they get the most points out of this. But does it matter? Absolutely not. I mean, if they want to even things up, they got to find a way to do exactly what Wolf did. Train like 3 hard points in a row. Until then, we can see an even game.
Yeah, hard point still locked here. And you're seeing a 50-50 battle on this P1. 3 Evil Dragons will be spawning on the right side off the map, thinking that they're going to have the upper hand and when it comes to going for that second floor control. But it hasn't been that case. We've seen Wolf play this several times, pretty efficient with it as well. And they're just going to burst out and explode for multiple kills. 5 sets of rotation has been chained. And the leader of the squad is going to be Batman in terms of the kills with 22, followed by AG.
You know, I don't even think it's going to matter if 3 Evil Dragons will win the rotations. If they can't back it up with gunfights, it's absolutely not going to go anywhere at all. And we've seen for a moment that 3 Evil Dragons was inside at hardpoint, but they just can't back it up with the gun skills. So I think this game is pretty much set and over with as soon as we hit hardpoint number 2, not unless 3 Evil Dragons obviously can heat things up.
I mean, I want to see 3 Evil Dragons go here and break once and for all. They got the green spawns. Momentarily, they're going to have the favorable spawn here as we open up this P3. Can we see that break? Number 2, that's going to be Chen. Will be shot down by Yobabs. No! 3 Evil Dragons has the best chance of taking that, but it will be stolen away from them. Wolf now going in for the bounce. It's 20 more points for them to win this game. And 3 Evil Dragons, the struggle has been real. 6 spawns have been controlled by Wolf. Just 10 more points here, WardeN.
Well, 7 more points to claim. Predator flies through, gets the information, gets the kill. Make it 5 more points to claim. And Wolf, they get Hardpoint Summit out from the chase dominantly.
Yeah, Wolf, again, I love that they have managed to put in Batman here on the starting lineup. They will have Jabin actually out as a 6th man for now. More importantly, thinking that he is currently in school, right? But we're going to have to find out later on what's going to be looking at like here for him. But so far, what just happened at this this game number 1 was just utter domination. Batman with 2 minutes and 26 seconds being the secondary OBJ player while also scoring 26 kills and 15 deaths. Clearly the super sub that Wolves needed here today.
Dude, come on. Experimental player, not anymore. Put him in the roster, man. Come on. 2 minutes 26, as you would say. On the positive end for the KD as well. And that is really impressive. Staying alive in the hill for a very long time while winning most of your gunfights. Well, on the contrary, we don't even need to talk about it. We saw how it went down. It flew by so fast. 3 Evil Dragons, hardpoint, not their forte.
It just doesn't even feel like they're even trying in that game. Man, I mean, 3 Evil Dragons, no hate, but what I just saw was just constant breaking the hills single-handedly, which is not going to work in the team fight, especially here at the Hardpoint Summit where it's going to be close combat. So eventually those trades are going to be a lot faster than the normal maps that you play on those long range. 3 Evil Dragons, we did not see any sort of early rotation be made. They're always coming in as the late team to rotate out the hard points, more particularly at that P3. We expected them to be able to move in around the map and get that, just because they've been really underperforming. But we haven't actually seen them get in that moment, and have always been taken down whenever the guy tried to go for the break.
You know, they've been suffering all throughout the group stages here, and they are on the run to possibly end off their Call of Duty Mobile World Championship run here for 2023 with no wins whatsoever, at least on this group stages. I mean, Hardpoint, said and given, we're kind of leaning towards them on Search and Destroy, as they have probably like the better odds, or like, the best odds at least on taking a scratch out away from Wolf. Will it happen here, basing it off from that energy on Summit? Very unlikely, but there's still a bit of chance.
Yeah, I mean, now to get to pick the map here at this map number 2. Again, it's going to be Arthur with that sniper that could play an important role and a factor for Three Evil Dragons to take away a map or rounds up against Wolf here today. Again, the firing range is the most played map in the entire COD Mobile history. Like literally since the birth of COD Mobile, this has been a map added into the competitive pool. So in terms of strategy, in terms of familiarity, both these teams have it, but Three Evil Dragons having players from CDM, the Chinese COD region, right? Let's see if that's going to play into effect to Wolf here today.
We've interviewed teams like the West Point Mamba, LowKings, asked them how do they feel up against CDM teams. And one big factor that they said, one big line, the most solidified one, was that they never want to play any CDM players in a map of firing range, search and destroy. And it's going to be happening here for the side of West Point Mamba, LowKings. It's going to be happening here for the side of Wolf.
A Wolf Rage early engagement. Finds 1, finds 2 off the bat. He gets 3 to reload.
Bro.
It's not going to be there, but the punch coming as well to get them out of nowhere. Three Evil Dragons down to their last 2 players. It's Arthur and Chen with the Arctic 50. Rage has managed that reload. Swing on a miss here for Chen. If he does not pick that corner at this round number 1, he's still looking him to get that angle. Rage backs away and finally will be taken down. Arthur on a 1v2. Can we see him clutch his one up?
What happened to fundamentals, man? Check your corners. That's the line of search and destroy all the time. But hey, Arthur in a 1v2, AG Yobabs fundamentally has to set up a crossfire for them to secure this first round. They can't let any bit of opportunities for Arthur to take away and possibly steal this round from them.
Yeah, this has been the important note for Arthur. If you talk about Arthur, he's from Taiwan. He's got that Arctic 50. That has been his personality ever since last year. He's always been able to bring out that Arctic 50 and make some great clips and highlights on it. But the efficacy of this weapon has been able to translate pretty well, but his teammates needs to really step up when he's got this sniper load in and, able to get this kill. He's trying to pick up the bomb here at the trailer. And you can see Wolf is currently at that mid-map holding that tin auto repair shop. They're waiting for a bomb plant to happen before they go for a retake.
Archer is playing this one really well, honestly, but he's giving a lot of information by running around. Now Yobabs here's him holding down the angle, waiting for any initiations at all. And now he's going to be leaning towards going to this B-bomb site. I think they are well aware of the situation, but he's running out of time. Has to find a way to get this one planted, but AG spots him down, and he goes down. Wolf, they take the first round.
Arthur kind of backed away there too long, and he couldn't get this good sense of his space. You can see him kind of getting stuck at the sandbags, and that delayed his rotation. And what's left for him was just like 8 seconds for him to get a plant. And Three Evil Dragons, they gotta stop pushing in and play with their sniper first before they go and attack. They take down Rage first and gets the first blood. The A-bomb right now is open.
A bit of an aggressive take here for the side of Wolf. I don't exactly know how to feel about this, but Yobabs is able to convert. But they do lose one player here on this A side, so it's only going to be Badman here holding down the trailer side. 2 now here as Yado will put himself into the mix. 2 players might just go to battle side as well. And it's going to be a 4v4 retake here as this bomb is planted.
Interesting take for Wolf as they got 2 players at the trailer. They're gonna have to work with Yobabs on the barrels, but Yado now deals the first kill on this retake, and they take 3 players, make that 4 that fast. And they complete this retake with no sweat. It started off with Yado fighting that kill, and they eventually followed up and overwhelmed Three Evil Dragons 1 by 1.
No pinches whatsoever. Just barged in one direction. It doesn't matter. Play head to head. How exactly they played Summit Hardpoint. Until then, they are just going to be able to capitalize. Now, this time around, 2 in a row on the A side. May we see changes? Nothing at all, but this time, different approach. Mid to A, they go, and they do take down 1. No trades whatsoever for the set of Wolf, but Rage gets a God nade. Rage finds 2. He gets traded down. Now it's going to be a 3v3 bomb drop on the trailers.
Well, for Star, they still got their 3 players locked in. You got Arthur holding the Woodhouse. Getting that oversight on the auto repair shop, but Yobabs was prepared for the next gunfight, takes him out, but the bomb plant still gonna happen for Evil Dragons. They are not afraid to work with that retake and go and defend that bomb.
Babs looking to get the banger through the trailers. Not gonna happen at all. They gotta find a way to close down the distance though. Time is ticking down. 3v2, not too far behind here for the 3 Evil Dragons. And all they got to do is find a way to set up a good crossfire. Until then, they can convert with their own round. But Nyx doesn't get the right call. He gets sprayed down by AG. Now it's going to be a 1v3 Star inside the bomb site. Not going to stand a chance. Yobabs with an LCAR shuts him down. And it's going to be a back-to-back-to-back rounds here for the set of Wolf.
I like how Yobabs has managed to step up here for the day, right? He's playing the anchor earlier at the Hardpoint Summit. He's got 18 kills and 6 stats. Although he was the bottom fragger, he still played a particular role at chaining those respawn points together for Wolf and get those early rotation in here this time, providing the support role and getting all these early kills to put the Wolf into those 4v5s off the bat. And you can see him get another first blood, but only to be traded by Chen here right away.
Oh, Yato converts with a double though right after that. Rage as well on the feed. Rage as well on the feed. Make it a double piece. Chicken McNugget for him. Man, Wolf is hungry. And, talk about impact fracture for a set of Yobabs. Each and every kills that he get from backspawn, from the back of the hardpoint, matters. And that completely is better than those consolation frags that you get to see off rotation that doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, his kills have been pretty much impact kills. And, well, for him, he has been able to be the dagger and the catalyst for Wolf to get these eliminations at these S&D. Another fast round.
Conversion over conversion. I don't think any improvisation here from set of Evil Dragons will be enough to overpower the the strength of Wolf right now. They're just burning and biting this one through. And this time, finally, they change things up. Looking to get a different look here. This time around, it's going to just be bomb side. But Yato picks up the first kill. Chen goes down. Bio looking to get the trade as well. 2 men on the front line. It's going to be all over the players of Evil Dragons. Up against Yato here on a tree spree. Batman put himself into the mix. Now it's going to be a 4v1. Yato finds a fourth.
Oh, 3 Evil Dragons just barged their head in at the jungles. Did not think of what's the potential outcome of what they're trying to pull off. And they kind of get caught in between, and all that's left is for Batman and Rage to go around the back and go for that pinch play and just eliminate 3 Evil Dragons that fast on that round. Last round now, we got the switch as well. Wolf are trying to put that bomb down as fast as they can, but it's bomb drop at the mid-map. Rage able to get that trailer, and it's going to be a 3v2 now momentarily. Chen able to pick off some guys off the back.
You want to play with fire? Play with fire with us, 3 Evil Dragons, as Wolf would say. It's going to be the Wolves here, just dominating the Dragons. I mean, not something that is so practical to see. Usually get to see the Dragons eat out the Wolf, but this time, no. The Wolves, they're on this. They're the alphas of the scene right now. But hey, still not over though. Might just be the last round, not until Arthur himself can clutch this 1v2 up.
I mean, unless the Wolf is the same size as the Dragons, I can see that one paired up. And I think that's what's happening here right now. Wolf is waiting for the perfect moment to strike away Arthur here. Who's going to try to play this post plant pretty well. Tightly checking every quarter that he can see. Spots down AJ at the long range, but AJ beams him down and gets them a donut here at this S&D. I love me some donuts. Wolf able to get this quick 2-0. How long has it been?
Dude, it
has been 15 minutes.
And okay, back then standard, that is pretty long, but here, dude. I mean, one big factor White ended off so quickly because we didn't see any change of pace from the side of Evil Dragons. They were just rushing in, playing with fire up against Wolf. They wanted to go head-to-head completely is not going to favor them at all, because if we're looking at the talent composition here for Wolf, everyone is just so blessed with mechanical gunfights. I'm not discrediting Three Evil Dragons here, no, but they haven't been the best. If not, they've been the worst in regards to the gunfights. So them playing that way just gives me one clue of thought here, in that, you know, they weren't even trying that much in that Search and Destroy as well.
Yeah, it's not just even the gunfights at this point. It's the positioning here as well. We saw them at that start off this S&D firing range. 3 players pushing on the trailer. And no one even bothered checking the corner, the opening at that tight space where Rage was able to pick at least 3 players, which kind of was the catalyst for Wolf to chain that momentum over for the next 6 rounds and complete a 7-0 victory here. One thing more than likely that we saw for Wolf is, again, Rage stepping up. Yato and Yobabs getting those first bloods were essential to really dismantle Three Evil Dragons in those earlier rounds, and it really paid off.
I mean, overall, Wolf, they just played exactly how we were expecting them to do. I mean, looking at their previous results once again, I was expecting them to suffer just a bit on Search and Destroy. I mean, they did go down under the hands of Wisdom Community Free Slot and the West Point Mambo LowKings, and almost lost against the Broke Boys Club. I was expecting more of a fight here coming from Three Evil Dragons, all because of the factor that the Search and Destroy for Wolf hasn't been too pleasant. But obviously, Wolf, the whole squad just said, you know what, nope, we want to be who we were back then, and that's exactly what they did.
It's the team dynamic here right now. Again, we talked about Jibin not being part of the roster at this day's matchup and Badman being part of it, right? So pacing is definitely one thing that really threw up Three Evil Dragons when it comes to playing their attack sides. But I am a strong believer that they could have played that one much more smarter and more passive. And we all know that this map is a long-range map, and you got to work with your snipers. And that we did not see here at this matchup. Three Evil Dragons just get into the mix and just tried to take Wolves' SMG players head on without even utilizing their snipers very well.
You know, we're really relying on Arthur and Bubu and also Chen for Search and Destroy, but you know, we get to see once more on Hardpoint, all 5 players of Wolf was able to perform. And even if Arthur, Chen, and Bilby was able to perform, it wasn't going to be enough at all. Maybe it was enough to like take down like 2 rounds, but overall, it wouldn't really matter. Moving over to Control and Standoff here, any change of predictions here, Cali? I don't think so.
Hell no! I'm not gonna change my mind. It's still gonna be Wolves, man. But I do love me some Three Evil Dragons. I want them to step up and maybe pull this one out of the rug, right? And Wolf actually getting a back scratcher by the time this one ends. I'm hoping for Three Evil Dragons to win this one out. Maybe just 1 round. Consolation after the struggles that they've been facing for like the past 2 maps.
Cali, what's the plural for Wolf? Wolves, right?
Wolves, right? But it's so hard knowing that, wolves.
We also know wolves as well. That was
true.
like
Wolf,
that was like my whole mindset, man. That was like my whole like my thought process now. Wolves. You
just have to bark, man.
I was about to.
Well, let's see.
Production
if they
said
can,
no.
Okay, never mind. Okay, we'll find out what we can see here for Wolf. Three Evil Dragons starting on the defensive side. I want to see them win some rounds. They are starting greatly here by taking away 3 players from Wolves already, but they are forced to get a reset. Right now, they're still going to have the Granny's control. Wolf, though, holding this first segment in. Key gunfight being won there by Chen.
Oh, I mean, still a bit of a fight, a bit of a discrepancy here, but still very doable here for the side of Three Evil Dragons. They're making a bit of a good pressure here on Alpha, but it's going to be making Wolf side here on towards Bravo. No, Badman looking to get a cut on towards Bakery, while player 3 Rage is going to go for the capture. And Badman about to lose his gunfight. He does go down. And the capture here on Bravo might just get stopped as well, not unless Rage can continue to win his gunfights.
I mean, Batman just playing around and helping his team delay the fights and rotation from Three Evil Dragons is very smart. You can see 2 segments already done by Wolf at the B site, and they're also making their way to the A with Batman working that wonder. But all them nades coming from Arthur, showing it like Kobe.
Oh, Arthur is still on. I mean, he gets the kill right now, and he's going to be able to clean up the Bravo take as well. And So far, Wolf actually struggling to win this round, and Three Evil Dragons putting up a fight. And I thought that they were just going to let this one slide. No, no, no. I mean, they really want to go through this and try to put up a scratch up against Wolf. And so far, it's not leaning towards this way at this latter stage of this round, as we get to see Wolf starting to pull away just a little bit. Divide and conquer, the way to go.
I love the kills that they're putting up, but they gotta defend that side much tighter. Rage able to make that play inside of the point. A site gonna be locked in. That's gonna be 1 point coming in for Wolf. Another minute extended to their side, and you can see number 3 in yellow and Rage winning that L wall gunfight. That's gonna open up the push at the B side. Remember, they just only need one more segment to take away this round number 1 on the attack side. 4 lives remaining for Three Evil Dragons, and Nyx gets shot down. Not looking good right now.
Oh, it's so unfortunate that Three Evil Dragons dropped the ball on this very round. I mean, for a moment, we got to see them like on the lead, like 3 life lead at least. And the lead is a lead for the side of Three Evil Dragons. But unfortunately, the composure from the side of Wolf was just more than enough to overpower them and steal away that first round.
It's interesting that on a map like Control standoff, after you lose a first round defensive side, it's going to start to spiral out of control. And Three Evil Dragons are about to make that same fate. Wolf are going to be on the defense side this time. You can see the setup. Number 2 in Yado already at the back alley. Badman securing that tractor spawn. Get that mid-map control. And slowly, we are seeing one of the meanest spawn trap about to ensue here by Wolf.
Oh, extension coming in. Rage now going on a 2-3. 1 from the Pred. 1 from the CBR4. Whipping out the Purifier now. Burning them down, rounding them actually with the Purifier H2O. But hey, moving over, it doesn't matter. They just go down all over the place. But a recovery here from Three Evil Dragons will actually ensue, and they've actually evaded the spawn trap.
Yeah, and they're also contesting the point here, but only to be taken down by Yobabs, and they're going to be forced to quit that reset once again. Good thing, though, that the B side is pretty open for them to take. They can get that tractor and immediately get that mid-map control, but not for now, as they have been getting gunned down by the operator's kills coming from Wolf, Yado with the Annihilator, as well as Yobabs with that War Machine a little bit earlier. Three Evil Dragons kind of stuck in between, has to slow it down and play as a team before they go in for another break.
I'm still admiring the fact that they were able to recover from that, from the spawn trap here from the side of Wolf. But obviously, it's not going to go too far right after that, as we get to see that the whole map control is still set up for the side of Wolf. And most of the trades will be happening here at this mid street, but more is just going to be much more better for the side of Wolf as well. And it's now double the life now. 8 to 15 they go. 15 more seconds to play with here for each Three Evil Dragons, but I don't think it's going to be the time that will be dwindled down. More on the lives.
Yeah. Batman already at the back alley once again. Panic in hand has dropped 2 players already, but Chen there to get that elimination. But it's not going to be enough as Star gets to be the last man alive for Three Evil Dragons, and Wolf will be able to chomp them down to pieces.
Well, as we all thought that Three Evil Dragons might just be able to put up a fight on Control, it's not going to happen at all. 2 in a row for the side of Wolf, and AG here will start things off quite loud on this mid street. Taking down 2, but Chen gets the trade with an HVK. Sprays down, gets the double. And now, map control.
Oh no.
Kind of leaning towards Three Evil Dragons, but Batman denies its statement.
Yeah, the thing with Three Evil Dragons, they always had that positioning locked in, but they can't really check their flank, and there's a little bit of a lapses in terms of decision making for the squad when it comes to go for the push. Batman on the forest spree, and that opens up the Grandmas and forces Three Evil Dragons to get that reset once again. They're back at their spawns, looking to get that entryway by the side of the Tax, which is currently being locked down by the side of Rage. And Batman, he's been the king of Grandmas, has managed to get 5 in a row for himself, and also getting a contest here at the A side.
Don't put up a bait and switch, a crossfire up against Batman. It doesn't matter for him. And dude, man, come again. Latest acquisition here for the squad of Wolf. Leading the squad right now, 21 kills for him. Closest player there is going to be what? Rage with 14, AG on 14. Come on, dude.
This guy has been waiting for a team to pick up, and he has been the king of this standoff Control. And we just call him at this point, and not Batman.
He's him. He's him. Three Evil Dragons. What can you do up against him? And now, Alpha captured up against Three Evil Dragons. And Wado is going to go on his wraparound, finds 2 on the board, cooks the nade, cut out the rotation from Bakery. Doesn't even matter anymore. 7 to 17.
They're pushing up, following that B site. That's 3 players on. And Arthur, if you can get this rotation of the claw, this time he could be impeccable, but all of his teammates go down and he gets cut off on that rotation. Wolf with this Purifier Rage, putting in the last turn and burn. Last player alive is Bew, who's currently holding himself accountable for this win for the side of Wolf. And man, a 3-0 victory. And more particularly, Batman stepping up on the response. Is this what Wolf need today to claim that top 3 spot by the time this day ends?
Well, given that Batman is able to perform now under this very squad, and fortunately he's not here in the poster, quite unfortunately, but it's okay. Yeah, I know for a fact you're going to be getting your own singular poster later as you get that MVP for the series, but I'm more interested to know about as well and who's doing the calls for the squad. I mean, I think the closest player there is going to be Yobabs himself as well, being the in-game leader.
Well, I think it could have been Jabin himself as well. He maybe want to take a step back since it's not going to be like a big important match here for them. It's just 3 easy dragons.
Okay.
No, it's 3 evil dragons. 3 evil dragons.
3 easy dragons.
My intrusive thoughts won. I'm sorry.
That is wild, bro. I like it a lot. But hey,
I'm sorry.
it was served and easily owned by Wolves with an S. With an F
Rage.
that doesn't have the V. Wolves.
Well, there we go. Wolf, man, Rage, again, he has been able to step it up here today. And this is not a good gauge, though, that he's been great lately, knowing that it is just 3 evil dragons who we know so far have lost 3 maps, 3 series already. And Batman, though, despite being able to play at least only today, has managed to score himself a positive KD on the respawns here. 24-11 at the control. And that's going to be a 2.4 KD for him. And this is what you want on your super sub, right? Being able to create this place and not afraid to take in and be at the moment. Wolf will get this victory that puts them into 2 wins and 2 losses on their series. Now, all they just have to do is win their next one up against Scatty later on today.
Can they do it? I mean, just over looking at the history lineup between Scatty and the squad of Wolf, I did have a conversation with one of the players from the side of Scatty during Garena Masters 4, I do believe, and I asked him, who do you fear in the playoffs? It wasn't Smart Omega, it was certainly the West Point Mamba LowKings, and it was certainly the squad of Wolves. Now, may we see that one be applied for this very run? Might just be the case. I mean, after all, we got to see a bit of a refresher here for Wolves being able to take down 3 evil dragons with very much little sweat, man.
Yeah, 250, 288, 70, 30. This are all dominant showcased for Wolf. And I like what I saw from this team today. Definitely that pacing has been adjusted. It's a bit faster this time with Batman around. Another SMG player that can provide you the output consistently. And now this is the way you want to start off the day. Get that confidence locked in with this defense, this offense, and the entire performance on this match number 1, and finally locking the top 3 spot later on.
Can they do it? Got to go through Scatty. That's going to be the biggest matchup that they have here for today. And that's going to be able to determine as well and whether they advance to the next stage. I mean, not unless, obviously, that Scatty is just going to go down under the hands of West Point Mama LowKings with ease, and which is totally gonna happen as well. So the Wolf has to, first of all, their first line of barrier for their defense is gonna be West Point Mamba LowKings. Right after that, it's gonna be them themselves. But moving over to the MVP of the match, I was kind of leaning towards Batman, but looking at the overall scoreline and him getting more kills with an operator skill will be able to grant him the MVP of the series.
I mean, Rage might be the MVP of this match, but my personal MVP, it has to be Batman here today, creating all the difference by adjusting the pace and keeping his team intact in terms of those close range engagements. Although Rage may have particularly played a great role in getting all of his MVPs and the catalyst on that S&D, Batman, if he will play later on, could be the difference maker.
The moment that I got to see Batman on Summit dropping 60 kills and the closest player was like 30, that was a time that I told myself, no. I mean, he really deserves this spotlight. And overall, despite him not getting the MVP for the series, he did get a lot of those reels as well for this series. And may we see more on that match number 4 later on playing Scatty, which obviously is something that we have to see later on. Before that, we have to go through West Point Mama, LowKings, and Scatty themselves, and 3 Evil Dragons up against the Broke Boys Club.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that Wolf and Sacred match at the match number 4. Everyone has to stay in tune and watch that match because that is going to determine who's going to make it out alive at the top 3. And more particularly for the side of Wolf, they may have won this match, but it's not yet over. When we come back, it's going to be more good ones. We'll be right back.
We got to see a very easy series in between 3 Evil Dragons and Wolves. But this time around on series number 2, may it be the same as this time around. It's going to be West Point Mamba LowKings up against Sacred Scatty here, battling things out. And talk about how important this matchup here is, Cali.
Yeah, Sacred Scatty has to win this matchup against WPM LowKings, which is easier said than done. But if they want to get their playoff hopeful to be initiated, they got to win these 2 matches that they have up ahead, and it's going to be WPM LowKings off to start, a team that has been undefeated on the first 2 days of Group A, and they're looking to exit out, staying undefeated in this matchup that we have right now.
And I just want to talk about like how punishing this format of tournament is. I mean, you only get 6 days in total, 3 for each brackets, and only 3 will advance to the next stage of the competition, which is the playoffs. So you really got to do what you got to do to survive here. I mean, in the first set of Sacred Scatty, this means a lot more to them. First set of the West Point Mamba LowKings, if they win or lose, it doesn't really change anything at all. They have secured their place for the playoffs.
Yeah, and this is where you see the hiding strat kicks in, right? We saw multiple times WPM LowKings has banned their best maps in their past matches, knowing that you don't have to try to bring that out and get red on. And by the time this playoffs opens up, you're gonna get countered, right? So this is gonna be a moment where WPM LowKings could actually put in their second or their third best map and maybe, try to catch Scatty off guard.
Very likely that they will do. But at the same time, West Point Mamba LowKings, especially with the minds of Alea, it's safe to say that they don't have any weakness anymore. At least it's so hard to gauge, considering the fact that we haven't seen them lost a lot in their previous runs, coming in from that Garena Masters 5 run where they only lost 2 overall in the tournament, moving over now here to this group stages 12-0. So I think whatever map that Sacred Scatty will bring on up against West Point Mamba LowKings will not matter to the Kings.
Yeah, and this is what's great for WPM LowKings. And apart from every team that we had last year that was able to manage to put themselves at the stage 5, WPM LowKings, their map depth is insane, man. They can play any map and beam you down. And this is where the coach and the dedication of its players come in. They are dedicated to bring in the best version of themselves. And WPM LowKings came as a challenger into a champion. Eventually, after winning that GM5, which is last month, they have carried over that momentum over here today and finally ready to dominate.
Talk about challengers. They're there. I mean, we got to see them firstly during a community tournament called the Challengers as well, and that was the rise of the West Point Mamba LowKings ever since. And talk about dedication here. No, I mean, I did have a conversation with Alea, talked about the development of the team as well, and he told me, WardeN, we're not really working on our spawns now, working on the search and destroy those crossfires, because there has been multiple occurrences as well, notably on Garena Masters 3, where it was the run between them and Smart Omega. It was a 2v4 already or something, and then all of a sudden it got turned around. West Point Mamba LowKings lost their chance for the upper bracket finals, and the rest is history. They went down against AMT from then on forward. So really good for them to dedicate their time during the offseason to work on the search and destroy. And clearly, just looking at their results now, the closest team that was able to put up a fight was Wolf themselves on Express. It went down 7-4. Next up was Broke Boys Club, 7-3 on Slums. And the rest, I don't even need to mention. It was chaotic, bro.
Yeah, what I love for WPM LowKings is that this is a team that doesn't copy any sort of plays from other teams. They invent themselves their own version and kick ass, man. When we saw them invent their own hardpoint stacking system, and it has been copied by Broke Boys Club, Scatty as well, able to really come in and use that to their advantage and be better overall and improve. And for Olea to bring in much more attention to that S&D, we actually come in and see what potential could they do, especially when now already we saw them play that way. Wolf with that Express S&D, right? And that right there is pretty specific because Express is typically not an MSP Garena thing, but he has managed to implement that kind of map into the team's bag. Just shows how much dedication this team is to prepare for the World Champs.
We had an interview with the West Point Mamba LowKings, asked them how the map was for them before CDSI started. They were pretty nervous, honestly, but once more, just put in dedication and time and learning the maps. Until then, you can rightfully own the domain, and this is somewhat favoring teams that has coaches know, especially these map formats where you only get to see 5 maps per hardpoint, unique maps, by the way, 5 ones as well for Search and Destroy, and 3 for Control. So if you do take your time and master and do some sessions between those maps, till then you can really just play out with not worrying anything at all in regards to what you can offer on the opposition. So West Point Mamba LowKings has a lot on their bags. Sacred Scatty has been really faulty on Search and Destroy, might just be able to put up a fight on Hardpoint. Control a bit of a wishy-washy as well. So I'm really hoping that the factor, that the principle, that the ethics of West Point Mamba LowKings can somewhat be applied within the last few days here for Sacred Scatty. They had to find a way to dedicate their time to, offer what they can do up against West Point Mamba LowKings.
I mean, Secret Scatty obviously are currently the underdogs coming into this series, right? And it has to go towards the maps and picks that we're the bans and picks that we're gonna be able to determine how much percentage does this team have at winning up against WPM LowKings. We may be able to see them ban the best maps of WPM, but again, the amount of knowledge that this team has managed to pick up all throughout the year has been inexplainable. And it seems like they have managed to just get themselves going and get those eliminations very well and win it dominantly like, for the past 2 months already, ever since Garena Masters 5. Now we take a look at the team of WPM LowKings. Luffy, PJ, Susano, Kalo, the coach, Olea, the Burger King, and of course, Yopi. And the main highlight here is not going to be from the guys that have been the superstar in PJ and Yopi. It has to go through the objective players. Susano and Kalo have managed to steal all of the MVPs from this duo.
You know, when the acquisition happened for Susano, I was doubting this man. Because, you know, I was looking at this run for RTL Legacy, back to Tyrant as well, and he wasn't really like the most consistent player, but then I realized, you know, when he played under the hands of West Point Mamba LowKings, specifically to Olea, he just started to develop well and matured well, and to the point that he is such a beast, such a dynamic player, can play on the range, play on this SMG, specifically now to the ARs and snipers, and he's being a goofy head right now.
I mean, sit down, bro. Don't step on the couch.
Hey, don't
Okay,
fall.
there we
Don't
go.
fall.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, oh.
What are you doing? Okay. WPM LowKings Susano. We definitely see him as a raw talent, but under the system of play, he's been able to rise. Speaking of rise, Sacred Scatty is here. Chirac, Sturpy, Mark, Mids, Cisco, and Tokyo. And the MVP so far has been Tokyo. He has been that de facto. But Sacred Scatty bringing in their former roster back here to stage 4. Sturpy and Chirac really has to step things up. This 2-match up ahead ain't going to be that easy.
Filling into the shoes of Freezy and Chroma is not going to be the easiest thing to do here, Cali. I mean, Freezy was such a heavy hitter. The guy was so consistent. I mean, the kid, because that's the factor why he can't play on the stage 4 tournament right now. He's still a young boy. Next year, you might just be able to see him play at the stage of the event, but for now, he won't be. The big boys has to come in, Chirac and Snurpy. Chirac, I mean, I'm all in it for him in Search and Destroy, but he does struggle a lot in Hardpoint or in Control.
He's a menace, man. You saw that picture of his gun emoji covering his mouth. Man, there's such a menacing look for Chirac, right? Sacred Scatty, they are looking to get themselves on a very great victory here up against WPM LowKings, who has been crowned as the kings of Garena MSP. We take a look at our head-to-head. That's Yopi and Tokyo. And you can see that the Captain Yopi will be having all the overall edge, except for that MVP count. It has been pretty much side up here.
You know, just drawing back once more as well for the whole standing of Sacred Scatty here, know that run up against Wisdom Community Free Slot could have went to their way, man. I mean, aside from the Search and Destroy, I mean, Search and Destroy have no excuses whatsoever. I don't exactly know what went wrong in that one, but whatever they did, Wisdom Community Free Slot, they just had it better. But moving over to Control, they were up 2-0. Then all of a sudden, it turned around 3-2.
It was kind of unfortunate, man. They could have had that win. And obviously for Scatty, that loss right there was very impactful. And now they have to play the survival game here today. Again, this is the last day for Group A. And by the time this stream ends, we're going to determine who are the top 3 teams that will be sending to the playoffs of this stage 4. We take a look at our maps and modes here. But before that, I want to see the bans of WPM LowKings because they're very renowned at banning their best maps. So far, we got Hacienda, Apocalypse. Okay.
Right.
Pretty much okay. Meltdown Express.
Yep.
Okay. Standoff. Okay, that's their. They don't want that map. They want to bring out their best map, and more importantly, they get to pick map 1 and map number 2. Take off Hardpoint. We all know Yopi can shine and be the GOAT here. But S&D, but Control Raid, best map will be activated. It means they're trying to play Sacred Scatty seriously here. They don't want to lose a touch. They want to end this group stage with a solid momentum moving forward to playoffs.
Oh, it's going to be a banger for them, and it's just going to be, you know, the, what do you call this? The cherry on top of the cake, on the icing.
Yeah.
here for this control of raid for West Point Mamba LowKings. Not unless Scatty just knows for a fact that, you know, West Point Mamba LowKings has been so on for a raid. Let's try to learn a bit of, you know, raid lessons here. You know, explore the mansion, look at the power positions. Until then, we might just be able to overthrow West Point Mamba LowKings. But obviously, that is just a theory right there. It's all going to come down to their ethics once more in between the games that they had on the previous run. But on towards takeoff on Hardpoint, I mean, just by looking at this, it's only going to be the West Point Mamba LowKings that has statistics on this very map, and it was up against 3 Evil Dragons, and it ended off 250 to 23. So convincing, and that's pretty scary, to be honest, if you're on the side of Scatty.
Yeah, we take a look at the operator skills here. Interestingly, Kalo and Cisco, that will be the different operator that we're going to have at this match number 1 at Hardpoint takeoff. Kalo using a equalizer compared to a gravity vortex. Thoughts on this, WardeN?
You know, honestly, during Grandmasters 3 and Grandmasters 4, Kalo was arguably like the best gravity vortex. And
yeah,
talk about like Susano here not using the equalizer, which my oh my, who was able to perform really well. A bit of a, you know, a diversion that West Point Mamba LowKings is offering. I would doubt it, honestly. Not until I do remember that Olay is at the back of the team.
It could also mean that Kalo is looking to play more of an aggressive OBJ type of play here this time at this Hardpoint takeoff, right? Knowing that B3 and P4 are going to be money hills, and where most of the time this operator gets activated, it's going to be one way for you to counter the troop systems that will be brought out by Scatty when they're trying to play those retakes or they're trying to go for the hole. But now here we go. Match number 2, WPM LowKings and Sacred Scatty starting on this matchup with this game at Hardpoint takeoff. It's going to be Scatty starting on the better side and see how well they do this one.
I think it's just all going to come down to how you lane yourself towards C-sides. Until then, you can absolutely get the capture inside a hill, and that's exactly what Scatty and West Point Mamba LowKings is hoping to do right now. 3-man invested here to the upper side of the map, and now it's going to be the West Point Mamba LowKings winning more of the gunfight in conversion to getting their break inside a hill.
Very important stuff here for WPM LowKings to keep that momentum going on. Still going to be Yopi playing that objective point. And then one thing more than likely that we know so far for WPM LowKings system is that everyone has to step on the point. Whether you're a Slayer, you gotta get that objective in and help this team gather up before you try to do your work, right? And it has transcended to be such a very dominant thing for WPM LowKings in it right now, not giving Scatty any time to get into this hard point, and they're going to be able to end up this P1, which is most likely the most crappiest hill on the map, dominantly 35-7 before moving to P2.
I like how as soon as you bring up the point that everyone has to step inside a hill, Luffy with an LK-24 just takes the remaining scrap time and puts the lead even more convincing here for the West Point Mamba LowKings. Now Susano spraying down through the wall, getting a few tags here, right here and then, but it's not going to be enough for them to get a break hit in the hill. But Kalo on the front line, going to be enough to get 2, but Cisco gets the trade, and it's still going to be a back and forth here inside a hill, but it's going to be Yopi shutting things down, but the spawn still not on for them.
You can see Yopi just kind of playing with his life, waiting for his teammate to get that flank. Number 4 in Susano, he has made that rotation, and he takes 1 player, make that 2 on the point, and now they get to get inside that hill and really contest. So far, it has been Sacred Scatty on this P2 that has managed to get that rotation, but you can see they've only gotten up a few points because of how much contest WPM LowKings has allocated on that hard point at the moment.
I'm loving this play here for the West Point Mamba LowKings contesting hardpoint number 2, and they want to delay the rotations here for P3 as well because they are such a good team in regards to breaking the hill. I think that's something that you can agree on. I mean, yeah, the setups, fabulous. The pacing on it, the coordination, perfect. Let's see if they can perform exactly that.
Luffy's got that scaffolding control. Players are still spawning on the generators for Sacred Scatty. They hold on and survive the initial gunfight, but Kalo brought in the gravity vortex. Interestingly, but the fight has to continue, right? And Sacred are trying to find a way to get inside, but PJ, operator investment time, finds good value off of it.
Oh, PJ, Robin Hood run, stealing the points out away from Scatty. And it's going to be converting for them to get a break for a moment or so, but the spawns given for the side of Scatty. So it's going to be them still hopping right in, getting most of the contestment, but not really enough to get the conversion overall. And it's going to be a back and forth. Lovely hustle here for West Point Mamba LowKings. And it's actually going to be enough for them to still stay on the lead convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, Scatty, early rotation, But then you see the play for retake for WPM LowKings. That has been the personality of the squad ever since they have managed to get that system of Polea into their veins. They know what to do. They don't rush their way in. They wait for each other before they go in and flood. And that has been the main play that has managed to give WPM the strongest hardpoint win rate percentage in the since Garena Masters 5, right? And we open up this P4. Sacred, Cisco, and crew looking to get this rotation done. They have won the initial hold, but here comes the flush from WPM LowKings.
Oh, lovely investment for Snurpy. Gonna be able to pick off a double on the front lines. PJ on this wrap around. Might just be able to get this break. Chasing down Tokyo, but Tokyo shuts him down. Luffy with a War Machine, though, avenge his teammate. And now they get the break inside a hill. About to claim the remaining 20 points inside his game. And man, talk about the break percentage once more for the side of the West Point Mamba LowKings. Despite the fact that the spawns wasn't so favored for them, the power that they have in regards to the gunfights, enough to get that one through.
Okay, let's see. Luffy, he's been able to lock it down inside of the point. He is the anchor of the squad, but you can see him really put in so much time inside that hill. 124 to 47, almost 100-point lead the WPM LowKings has to end this P1, this first set of rotation moving forward. We got the Z-War fight in for Sacred Scatty. Get some more contests on that point. Keep intact that respawn point as well. Moving on to P2 to P5 as we open up this P1 once again. It's still gonna be them having no initial position again.
Once more, it's just going to come down to how you lane yourself from C side all the way down to the bottom scaffolds. And till then, you can absolutely get this scrappy hill, not so scrappy anymore for your side. And now, West Point Mamba LowKings only has to take care of one more player here. And it's going to be Tokyo for you roaming around. Going to be such a nuisance, enough to actually stall down the bleeding for a moment here from the West Point Mamba LowKings, and they're getting a bit of a convincing march here. But now the flood comes true. It's going to be a two-way factor break here coming from the side of the West Point Mamba LowKings. But a hustle is happening here, and it's such a scrappy hill here, Cali.
Yeah, almost 100-point lead. Again, this is the same exact thing. This P1 supposed to be scrappy, but it's still WPM LowKings that has managed to edge it up. Kalo, the Super Soaker, 82 seconds to his name already on the point. P2 is going to open up once again, and it's still 50-50. We do have Cisco spawning on the left side of the map. They got the spawns, but do they have the gunfight to go match up WPM LowKings in the contested side of the hill?
We go back to hardpoint number 2 with no spawns here for the side of West Point Mamba LowKings, but RNG just blesses them with the back spawns. Now Yopi inside the hill, dancing all around with a claw, finds two. Cisco and Tokyo out, but one player is still right around here. Snurpy haggling things down, waiting for his teammates to come true. But unfortunately, they're a bit too late to wrap from the back lines. Not going to matter at all. But one player, Tokyo, gets one player out as well. But the rest of his teammates still not around.
Yeah, we still got Mids operating that War Machine. And he's going to hit that long range. Get them out of the way. But PJ gets himself this Paro. Find good value off of it and convert that into another break. One more player contesting off the top. Tokyo gets a kill onto Susano, and they will be able to get this final 10 seconds. But you can see WPM LowKings still contesting. They're sending out one more player here, and PJ did not really give Scatty a lot of this time, and they also set up for next. This is just a mix up the bag for LowKings right now.
Oh, such a huge break here for the side of PJ. Not going to give any scrap time at all for the side of Scatty. And talk about how he avoided the casualties now. And talk about how West Point Mamba LowKings is going to be able to change the rotations now to hardpoint number 2, to hardpoint number 3. And it's going to be Chirac looking to get the break from the back lines, but has to deal with two players now. Frontman push here for the side of Snurpy. Not going to matter at all. Susano shuts him down. And now all over the place, it's going to be the medical spawn here for the side of Scatty.
Yeah, Cisco's got the top floor, but he's not going to get any kill with that. He's got to make the play, contest this sport play with this life, but do chow there for Yopi and Luffy, and they get it back. Chirac absolutely tearing down that fort, but you can see no matter how much we see Scatty try, it has always been WPM LowKings continuously pushing and playing and contesting inside of this P3, the doorways. We'll be getting this crap time for the side of Scatty, but man, the lead has just grown so much.
I mean, it's going to take so much recovery here for Scatty if they want to even things up here. West Point Mamba LowKings only needs 40 to close out the game, but they got to deal with a split spawn now here from Scatty as well. Two-man push might just happen here, but they just win the zoning out, and they just know for a fact that a split will happen. and it doesn't matter for them. They hold on to the hill.
Yeah, Matt Claw coming in for Yopi. That's 3 players on the Medcare center. And Kalo dropping in a Predator missile to just inch up and really make Scatty struggle on this game right now. 30 seconds, make it only just 15 more points for WPM LowKings to play and win this match. Sacred Scatty has to get this flood going. War Machine for looping to prevent one angle from being taken. It's 3 more points to get this win. Kalo finds a 5-piece with the Predator missile, and it all ends with a dominant victory for WPM LowKings.
Such a spawn trap here for West Point Mamba LowKings. Love it a lot. That's exactly how they roll, but hey, you know what? Fortunately, West Point Mamba LowKings did struggle just a little bit. I mean, after all, if you're going to be comparing it to Wolf and 3AD, they scored a bit better. But obviously, it's not enough to smile, obviously. So we need to see more from Scatty if they want to put up a scratch. I mean, it's only 1 game done. Hardpoint, arguably the strongest game mode for West Point Mamba LowKings. Can Scatty take one back here on Search and Destroy later on? But before that, statistics, numbers, Cali, you love it. Take it away.
I love it, but I kind of hated it right now that Sacred Scatty did not put up a great fight. I mean, they had always been late on rotation. They had like several setup that managed to give them those early rotation, but they couldn't get the hold inside. And why? It's because WPM LowKings has managed to contest that point over and over again. It doesn't matter if you're the Slayer. It doesn't matter if you are the anchor. Get inside that point. Contest that, not give Sacred Scatty some time. And that's what WPM LowKings was able to allocate. All of their players at least averaging 50 seconds on the point, almost a minute for PJ and Luffy, who doesn't even play that objective very well.
It's such a hard team to deal with now. I mean, if you were going to be going against like PJ, for example, you have to always think about what's going to be happening behind you. I mean, this guy always loves to lurk, takes his time, walk around, then all of a sudden by a surprise, half of your team is gone on that very run. And till then, what happens next is going to be the break happening for the side of the West Point Mamba LowKings. Spacing is such a priority here for LowKings. If you play it fast, they're going to take it slow just a little bit, stun you down, and look for a better angle. Until then, if ever they have the better grasp of the situation, the pressure is just going to get to you, and it's just going to continuously happen until the rest of the game.
I mean, operators were such an essential feat for WPM LowKings victory here up against Sacred Scatty, right? We saw PJ continuously dominating with that Sparrow. Then we got Luffy and Kalo having War Machine and Gravity Vortex that are like great crowd control weapons. And eventually read off Sacred Scatty from taking any time at that P1 and at every point at that hardpoint takeoff. Now, here's the good news for Sacred Scatty. You may have taken that loss on that map number 1, but you still got a chance to turn it around. All you need is a serious win to keep your lives alive. Alive here at this top 3. You still have this firing range, a map that you picked long range wise. You're gonna be able to go up against the Terminator as well as Susano.
Come on, man. I mean, Susano being such a hard man to deal with in Search and Destroy. And, you know, for a moment, we got to see that he was actually the better sniper compared to Luffy. But looking at the graphs as well for Luffy at his previous runs here for Stage 4, he is filling his role correctly now. So it's going to be a two-man factor that Scatty has to deal with in regards to the range, you know, those snipers. But moving over to what's good for Scatty, I mean, I think it's just all going to come down to how can Chirac lead the team once more. I mean, after all, he is a veteran in some point of the spectrum, and if they get the proper shot call, still then they might just be able to be on par with West Point Mamba LowKings.
I'm kind of worried a bit for the players of Scatty here this time, since they're going to be starting on the attack side. WPM LowKings is notorious for being a retake team. They don't care if you can plant fast, but never mind, we're going to switch it up. They're going to start on the attack side. Okay, here we go. They're not going to pick up that bomb. WPM starting it off passive, but you can see Scatty making the rotation already at wood.
Such an aggressive tone here for Scatty, and they might just be able to convert with this one. As the OP gets caught off guard, goes down, trades, follows through, almost gets a double. Actually, PJ shuts him down though. Snurpy as well, running for dear life. Susano with the GS takes him down from the chase, and the numbers on for the side of the West Point Mamba LowKings so far.
They still got that bomb Picked up, still a 3v3 situation. You still got PJ as well as Kalo, which can step up anytime they want to get this victory. But one thing more than likely that Sacred was able to do is stop Susano from getting loose. It's being dealt with at the early game means that you can stay alive a lot longer on this close long range, specifically when you're trying to make that rotation, get that flank coming as well. You're gonna have to only worry about Luffy. Still's got 0 kills here for now, but he's the guy that you don't want to mess with if he gets tricky.
Look how the formation is going through here for Westman Mamba LowKings. Planted and open here on A long, so they just have this angle, relying on Luffy with the snipers to get the skill so far. Mid spraying down, not gonna be able to get one tagged up. They're expecting a player from the trailer side, but there's only gonna be 2 players here on red, and it's gonna be Luffy finding a double clo on this wrap around, sprays down, takes down Cisco, and they take the first round.
And this is what we have to really highlight for WPM LowKings, man. Susano can provide you that consistent output, but Luffy can pop up anywhere, specifically in clutch moments to get you those kills. And you need a guy like that, a spark plug that can, you know, like change the narrative around. He gets the first blood here. This time, Sacred are looking quite feisty in terms of map control.
Ooh, lovely double here for PJ. Looking to get the triple. No opportunities right around. One coming from mid, but player 4 gets an angle. Susano shuts him down. Now it's going to be Cisco left alone in a 1v3. Susano right around the corner. Trigger discipline. Love it. Can you do it though? Let's come and find out.
40 seconds. Susano is up there. He's got the sound cue. He peeks. He boosts. He removes Susano. A 1v2 here for the Rice God. He's got a sniper in hand. He spots Luffy, but PJ was on the trailer. A nice counter to a guy holding that mid map. Just pick over at the trailer and finally get that shot through. WPM LowKings go up 2-0 on the attack side.
And you know, we talked about the defense being such a stronger suit for Westman Mamba LowKings. For them to win offensive sides, it's going to be pretty alarming here for Scatty. But obviously, it's only 2 rounds. There's still plenty more to go, but they got to find a way to tone things down just a little bit. Don't play too fast against Westman Mamba LowKings because it clearly hasn't been working out.
Another retake here, being done by WPM at the B side. This time, Santa's the front man. Kilo there for the side. They're going to be able to push up that B side nicely, but Sacred's there for the rotation, prepared for the gunfights. They got mids with the Holger 26. They can spam it down whenever they want to. They're going to try to keep their position really sneakily this time. Kalo. He's got the flank, he spots mids, and the pistol will not win. But the trade for Luffy on the tunnels is essential for them to get his 1v1.
Ooh, Snurpy with a KRM, forcing it down to a 1v1 as he takes down Luffy. Bomb planted, PJ pushing up. Actually, very finicky angle here. I don't know how to feel about this one, but Snurpy, I don't think he's well aware of the situation right now. PJ just on the left side, Snurpy not tapping the bomb. Desperate to find PJ. Oh my days.
And the straggler is just hiding in plain sight. Oh, he picks it! He picks the corner. That's gonna be a win for side of Sacred. Scatty Snurpy being picked up by the squad after not playing at Greater Masters 5. He's here for the big moments that KRM had. Was able to convert 2 kills already at this first 3 rounds. They just have to keep that momentum on and going. You have to go head to head up against WPM LowKings and watch your flanks because potentially this team loves getting on your 6.
Very unlikely to see a KRM on this map, but fortunately, Snurpy able to convert the first round as well. Now, moving over to this very round here. It's going to be a very default chase here for Westman Mamba LowKings, but they're going to be relying on PJ to get this break here from mid lane. And he's going to spray down, take down Tokyo. No reflex whatsoever. And PJ is just waiting for this player here on top. Chirac, peek out boy. Peek out boy. PJ knows for a fact right there. Chirac knows he can't do it. He's going to fall back early for V5.
And the amount of game sense for PJ there. He got 1 kill on the B side, thinking that the guy would pop up and play for that trade at the tin. That obviously needs and requires a lot of work to do for you to have the muscle memory locked in, right? But Chirac has to convert this shot. He has been spotted by a Kalo. Kalo will be flanked by mids. Be a 3v2, a 2v4 situation. Right now, PJ will be dealt with in Snurpy. He has been let loose, and this is going to be a 1v4, an opportunity for Sacred Scatty to tie up this S&D rounds.
Susano the Terminator. Can he terminate this round? Takes down one. Snurpy out. Now it's going to be a 1v3. Cisco, pick out, boy. Show yourself. 2 players down the mid lane. Track enough to shut him down. And Sacred Scatty, they win back-to-back rounds.
And this is what you want. This is what you need. Gotta keep that momentum going, find that initial adjustments, and play through what you have the current round. You don't have to think about what happened at the past. You don't think about the future. Just be in the moment. And these guys are properly able to manage the attacks that WPM has lined up. But early nade for UOP picks mids. That's going to open up the A site. And that's going to be information for Sacred that the team has made their way to the A.
Chisano spots down one. Not gonna get the connection. Tokyo's raised down. Yopi gets the trade. Luffy out from the chase. Now it's gonna be a 2v3 Cisco and Track. For set of Scatty, Yopi, Sasano, and Klo. Bomb gonna get planted as well.
Track's got that number. He's got that head, but he has missed so much opportunity to make this a 2v1. He's gonna have to pay the price for that shot. He has been hurt. Yopi expecting him to pop out on the entrance. He's been spraying it. He's not going to get that kill yet, but Kilo on the flag, finally able to deal it. WPM LowKings gets their 3rd round win on the attack side.
Closer than what we expected, so loving what I'm seeing here so far. It is absolutely a fight that Sacred Scatty is offering here from Westman Mambo LowKings. And coming in and talk about how Westman Mambo LowKings was able to dominate firing range twice beforehand. So this is really impressive here for Sacred Scatty so far.
Their P and crew again. You need Chirac to hit those shots. Cisco has been playing well here. A minute 40, still a lot of time for you to get this amount of information, but you already dealt a 5v4. They're just gonna have to wait for any commitment being made here by WPM. They have been playing it passive, waiting for a pick from Susano, who's got that sniper held at that mid map. They're trying to find that counterplay, and he has been able to spot some players, but hasn't been able to really get some shots to make this an even game.
Oh, Sano misses, getting trailed down, but Yopi gets a trade. And it's just so hard to deal with. No, I mean, the system for the side of West Point Mambo LowKings is just so well to the point that I went to my default language. But now Cisco takes on Klo.
Wow.
Finds a double actually on this mid lane. PJ as well. And Yopi goes down. And now Sacred Scatty, they take a round back. Enough for them to even things up.
Rice God has been locked in here at this S&D. And I think perhaps it's better that he plays outside of his house. He's been able to really put in the work. We're going to see two sides here this time. They're going to be on the attack side. And we know WPM LowKings have been a great defensive-sided team. Their retake has been phenomenal. No one has been able to debug and crack that code just yet. Kalo will be the first one in line. He gets dealt with. Sacred has opened up the B side for plant.
Lovely take here for Scatty. I mean, complete players have the bomb planted. Luffy missing the shot. Tokyo just on the left side. Has to play this one perfectly, and he can get 2 opportunities, but Luffy spots him down. Looking to get the double as well. Gotta fall back. Play slowly. Until then, you can cut the chase. Mid stakes on PJ. Yopi looking to avenge his teammate. Holding down the angle. Wasting a lot of time. Cisco shuts one down as well. Cisco.
It's a pro shot. It's a pro shot that Cisco hit. And this is going to be a 4v2. 15 seconds. A lot of time for WPM to get the kills, but Chirac as well with the scope. Bibs it down, and Sacred Scatty takes the lead.
Wow. What a fight. It's getting better and better as time passed by. Sacred Scatty. I don't know what's up right now for Westman Mambo LowKings, but Sacred Scatty here doing such a good job, playing by their own pace. West Point Mambo LowKings, no proper response whatsoever.
It has been the sniper that has made that work possible for Sacred Scatty to win that last round on the first attack side that they had. They're going to be able to clear up the A site here this time. And this is the classic WPM LowKings strat that you're going to have to see. They're going to send out number 4 into Sano on towards the tunnels. And they're going to have Kilo as the front man. Sacred Scatty still have 4 players alive. Still possible for them to get this victory. They also have Chirac set up on the long-range attack at the red core. Now they just have to work their wonder as WPM goes for the push.
PJ on the front line, spraying down, gets 1. Make it a double. Goes for the knife. Misses. Gets a second opportunity. Misses. Chirac still alive. But Luffy shuts him down. And the West Point Mambo LowKings, they take 1 round back as well.
They knew that the bomb is at the A site, right? And obviously the default setup for every team who planted that bomb at the A site is they're going to have a sniper set up at that core, right behind the showers. And what did WPM do? They set up a smoke, let Kalo be the front man, get the initial information, and if he can get some kills, down snipe ready to get going. And that's going to be the de facto for WPM LowKings. And that got Sacred Sky to thinking, I think the A side is not the best time for us to go to right now. I think it's better if we just play it passive, get a pick, get that first blood, and make this a 4v5. But PJ, he gets Cisco.
Better watch out. You better not cry. PJ here is about to tell you why you better watch your back, Cisco. Come on, Snurpy gets the trade. 4v4 now. And so far, a lot of hesitation here found for the side of Sacred Scatty. But the B bomb site might just be open, and nonetheless, Yopi will continue to go on a spree, but Chirac gets the trade, and that's exactly the plays that you'd love to see from him, but it's not going to be enough at all to put them in a very convincing state on this round, as it's still a 2v3.
Pixel peek versus Sano. Did not pull that trigger, but Stirpy is there. If he could have hit that shot, that would have been nasty, but Susano still at the 10 repair. There's one more... one slight pick for Stirpy, and he's gone, but Chirac makes this a 2v2.
Chirac cooking up the nade, throwing it in out of trailers. Not going to be able to spot down anyone here. Susano checks, clears, nifty shot speed. Now it's going to be a 1v2 Snurpy. All eyes on you. Isolates one, sprays down. Susano gets the kill. How?
What he got a turn on. The snapback from Susano will make that work. They now have taken back that lead. Snurpy let that one go through. That's the easiest shot any day.
Fumbled. Dropped the ball. Name it whatever you want. That was such a blunder. But hey, Sacred Scatty, fortunately, one good read that they have here is going for that V-bomb site. No players from West Point Mambo, LowKings really all around. It's only going to be Klo playing around Tyrus. He gets tagged up, he goes down. And that's going to be a 4v5. Open opportunity for them to get this one planted.
I love that plant. It's going to be at the B site. They got Cisco holding that back alley down. And it's just the snipers doing all this work. PJ has to step up, has to play the Fennec on that long range. Will not get a lot of damage to get those eliminations. But he has made the difference by forcing that guy out. Sacred Scatty opting for a more different approach here. And Tokyo finally able to deal with and make this a 3v2. The bomb not yet down though. And WPM has successfully read off the guy planting that bomb and force Sacred to get that bomb up. But now they're going to be trying to get that set up once again. 2v3, let's see if this works.
Ooh, fumbled mistake. Mids goes down, Cisco as well. Now it's going to be a 1v2 spraying down in Yopi. Susano makes the impossible possible. They get the clutch through. And gotta talk about how that round should have went under the hands of Scatty. But it doesn't matter. West Point Mambo LowKings, they secure match point.
And Yopi got that read that the bomb was getting planted, so he decided to go in for the pounds. And then he managed to spot down Stirpy as well. Gets that double and made it eventually a 2v1. And that kind of read, only the best could do. You have to get a lot of amount of repetition to kind of replicate that into game-like performance. And WPM LowKings at the match point, Sacred Scatty has to be perfect to keep their hopes alive to play at the playoffs.
Snurpy just in front of Yopi. Can they exchange the kills? Tokyo gets spotted. Snurpy aware, sprays down, doesn't get the kill. Tokyo from the backlines though does trade him off. Luffy from the distance gets one, but Tokyo goes on a spree. He finds a double. Susano holding down the angles from the barrels.
Grenade.
Low from the backlines gets one. Nade flies through. Doesn't get the connection. It's going to be a 2v2 now. 2v3 actually.
But that stops the bomb from being planted, and that gives WPM Kalo some time to get that relay information. He's the guy looking to get some sound cues inside of that trailer as well as that bomb. And he's going to work his way around deep. He's going at the jungles. Get that flank ready, but Cisco's there for the flank watch. So he's going to have to try to rely on Susano to be the primary momentary fragger. But Chirac spots him all down to Kalo. He gets Cisco. The Rice God officially dealt with. It's a 1v2 mids in Chirac. They got snipers to play with, but Kalo, another damage done. A 1v1. He gets to spot Chirac on that mid-map with that CPR. And Aurora, Kalo gets the clutch. 18 seconds is plenty of time to get this defuse dealt with. WPM LowKings gets the win at 2-0 on the overall series.
I don't know who's smoother, man. Chloe or you, man.
Hell no, that has to be Chloe, man.
Dude, this guy, by the way, I wasn't too surprised with the sniper shot. I mean, precision is something that Chloe is able to do. And I want to talk about like him being such a bad example of a pro player. Want to know why? This guy changes his sensitivity every after series, but it doesn't matter for him. Still very precise. I don't know if that's a practice that everyone should do, but practically, hell no.
Oh, to the no. Why would you decide to change your sensitivity, right? And like in some cases where you'd need a low sensitivity at those close range, you're not going to have it with a high sensitivity. It's just kind of very hard to do. I think Olea has to touch up and talk to this guy by the time this game ends because, man, that sensitivity that he has, especially in the 1v3, was timely. And again, he got the MVP here, just 20 points ahead of Luffy. He's got 2 diffuses to help him get that MVP up. But Sacred Scotty put so much fight here. We saw Cisco step up on that mid game. Chirac and mids were doing a lot of their works on the long to mid close range combat. But again, it hasn't been able to translate into a victory. WPM has just so much depth in terms of playing firing range.
GG, well played on Search and Destroy. I don't think we can see any difference here on Control. And, you know, this one right here, we have a firm hold on the statistics and numbers here on Raid Control. I mean, 3-0 for 3AD, 3-1 for Broke Boys Club, 3-0 for Wisdom Community Free Slot. So it's not looking so right at all here for a set of Scatty.
Man. Sacred Scotty, I think, had the best chance of winning this firing range, but the round switch really costed him a lot of rounds, especially instances where they had the numbers game on their bag, but only for it to be taken away with WPM LowKings. That kind of plays are such a letdown. You had the best chance at winning, but doesn't have the mental resolve to finally end it.
You know, it's such an unfortunate seeing here for Scatty. But at the same time, you know, we got to see the factors that we wanted to see from them. But obviously, those last-minute decisions, those last-second decisions costing them the game pretty much, especially this one, man. I mean, it was a 1v2. Could have just played for time instead, but they wanted to go for the challenge. Chirac wanted to go for the wraparound. And in times where we were hoping him to make the best decisions, unfortunately, that one right there was one of the worst. But it was valiant effort, though. It was such a good vision. It was just that, you know, it wasn't the right time. 7-4, firing range, Search and Destroy said and done. Once more, we move over to the last and final map here for the West Point Mamba LowKings, Raid Control.
Yeah, this may be their best map, but I have a good guess that Sacred Scotty could have a very great match here at this raid since they start on the defensive side. And we knew that they were able to go up against WDC Freestyle at the first day and they were able to get that 2-0 lead before really losing everything and get that spiraling out of control. If they have that mental resolve by rounds, eventually end it, they could pick up a map and finally end the streak of WPM LowKings.
Honestly, as much as I want to lean towards that theory because I want to see the Kings bleed, you know, because that makes things more interesting. I don't think it's going to happen at all. I mean, once more, it's not the first time. It's not going to be the second time. Might just be the third time that West Point Mamba LowKings will be flawless in a group stage run. And it's just all going to come down to this game mode. I mean, it's not even anymore about Sacred Scatty winning off the series. It's just about them, you know, taking a scratch out away from West Point Mamba LowKings to ruin their streak here on the group stages.
Yeah, you know, you never know how much, you know, that could impact the mental game of WPM LowKings. They've been trying to keep that streak going and making it a perfect run, and who knows, that could you know, like really mess up the way they play by the time they enter the playoffs. But that could only be happening if Scatty decides to bring in the damage, the consistency, and the effort all throughout this control raid. It's not going to be an easy map to take. You may start on that defensive side, but it's WPM LowKings' best map, undefeated since CDSI 2023.
Raid. They've done so much things in this very map, coming in from, you know, the comeback up against AMT. They were down 2-0. They turned things around. it goes to show that the familiarity on this map for Westpoint Mamba LowKings is spot on. So let's see what can Sacred Scatty offer to the table.
Yeah, Tokyo gonna be the only guy alive at the B site right now for Sacred Scatty, and early off the bat, they're gonna try to keep up that B site. Sacred playing kind of very smartly, pulling Onti on one side off the map, which is going to be at that mid map. They got Chirac sent out there to try to cut off some rotation a bit, and maybe we're just a live count of WPM LowKings off the start, but it hasn't been able to translate very well. 2 segments done by WPM LowKings off the start.
Looking at the format here for the set of LowKings, they just want to barge in on towards Bravo, and after all, this is the easiest control point that you can capture out from the COD universe of the competitive scene. So they get this one through. They have the lives evened up as well, so they are in striking distance to possibly convert more kills here down this mid lane, but at the same time, they got to deal with Chirac, which they absolutely do. PJ shuts one down, and they have now kitchen control here out from Scatty.
Yeah, with Chirac down, that opens up that kitchen side for WPM LowKings. But Sacred Scatty has been able to maintain and hold themselves pretty well. They even... Mids is currently at the garage, so every time that we see Sacred get the kill, WPM LowKings are going to get spawn trapped, but you can see him go all the way back towards the galleries to maybe get himself involved in the gunfights and force these players out of the way. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at the pool side this time. WPM Susano has been able to get that barrels control, but Sacred, again, keeping themselves close to get those trades coming, and it's going to be a big help for them to stop this bleeding.
Not at all a huge discrepancy here for the set of Sacred Scatty, so pretty much doable, but obviously they got to find a way to take away map control out away from Westpoint Mamba LowKings, and that can be the time that they can recover from the situation. No. And unfortunately, PJ on the feed drops down the Predator, and they're going to be able to just get kills over and over again. Yes, trades comes true, but it's just double down here for the side of the Westpoint Mamba LowKings.
Yeah, PJ's got 12 kills in just the first round. You can allow a guy like this to go out and guns blazing. Susano even has no kills yet here. And PJ has been able to lock in that super sub. PJ pushing all the way to the kitchen once again. He's managed to spot one, but finally being able to dealt with here. But take a look at the amount of damage he has done. Out of the 30 lives of Scatty, he has dealt 13 of them, clearly making up for such a deficit from Susano at the start, and a dominant attack side being won by the Kings of MSP.
You know, it was a back and forth there at the start of the first round, but we got to see that Sacred Scatty just started to collapse when kitchen control was given for the side of the Westpoint Mamba LowKings. And once again, how you exactly want to play raid control is you get Bravo quickly, said and done, then you head on to Alpha with kitchen control. Until then, you have 2 options: put the pressure on their capture or get map control to go for the spawn trap.
And WPM, they just do both there, man. It was just crazy. Now, operators are still kind of available here. WPM are going to fully invest that at the B site so far. They've been able to lock them down, control the choke point. 2 players coming all the way towards the pillars, and it's going to be a quick, easy delete for WPM. And they're going to be able to funnel that spawn down to the lower side of the map, wherein they're able to chain that into a PG Annihilator gameplay. He's been able to get 17 kills on the first 2 rounds. Still plenty of time for them to go for the punish, and look at Scatty down to their last 15 lives.
You go left, there's a Sparrow. You go right, there's an Annihilator. What can you do if you're on the side of Sacred Scatty? Absolutely none. Face your demise. Feel the presence of the Westpoint Mamba LowKings as they're owning this ground, owning this mansion, owning the series overall. 10 to 23 is the name of the game. Predator flies through. PJ gets his 22nd. Make it a 21st only, actually, but soon enough. About to get the 22nd overall. The second round here just getting worse compared to the first round.
This is such a better defensive performance for WPM LowKings. They've been able to control the spawns. They got the driveway. Kelo's there for the swing. And there's only 25 seconds for Sacred Scatty to make a move and get some objective done. But the live count clearly not going to be in their line of work, as they're going to be cut down one by one. And it's going to be looking like a win through elimination for WPM LowKings, and this is the type of team that you don't want to contest on a map like Raid. They know the ins and outs like crazy.
Snurpy just hiding. Yep, punch him down. Get the kill. Said and easy. Said and done. I mean, Sacred Scatty through their camps, they were just smiling now, laughing. They know for a fact that it's said and over with. But hey, you know, you might just be able to turn things around. I mean, after all, game's never over, not until it's over. Sacred Scatty, one last chance to prove yourselves.
And they got 5 operators to play with here. The question is, are you going to try to invest that fully just to try to get an edge off the start? or are you just gonna get through the bleeding and let PJ let loose once again? He has been able to do most of the dirty work for WPM LowKings ever since the start of this raid. He's been able to cut off rotation, buy the team some time, and get this 2 initial segments done already at the B side in the first 20 seconds.
Now one more segment left to be captured. 24 to 27. Spawn trap. Not going to happen at all here for Cisco. He's looking to get opportunities. Not granted at all. Now, Bravo said and done. Alpha the way to go. Life count on the lead for the side of the West Point Mamba LowKings.
Another operator here. Susano has got that claw. He spots down that player, looking to get the contest. Not going to get any chance at all to get that one locked in. And he spots Chirac on that mid-map. Looking at the overall spawn control, map control, WPM really has the upper edge here at this time, right?
Really do. I mean, ever since the start of the game, they've been, if they weren't really in a situation where they had an advantage, they just know for a fact that they just know how to readjust the situation. Until then, they get it through. So 17 to 17, around pretty much closer actually between these two teams, but at the same time, final adjustments is not something that we totally see from the side of Sacred Scatty.
Yeah, well, they're doing a better job here, keeping it close. They had 2 players set up at the garage that really caught WPM LowKings off guard, but they eventually dealt with that, and they're going to be forced to reset. Mid-map control, still on PJ's control. Sacred holding the kitchen fort. They get 3 players, and they had to operate just to get an edge there, but Chirac finally dealt with, and LowKings are on their way towards the A side with Luffy having the kitchen in his hands.
Gotta agree, actually. I mean, the game's looking pretty closer than the past 2 previous rounds, and it's actually leaning towards the way of Sacred Scatty. Here's Mids, picks up Klo from the feed, and he's gonna be able to take down Luffy straight to the head. War Machine, and now it's gonna be 9-6 now on the lead. Maybe we see the first round here for Sacred Scatty.
And this is the best chance for them to win, but Kalo pops up that equalizer. He opens that mid-map, and he's looking to get more kills. He's opened up the ticket, his spawns just somehow flipped, and WPM LowKings flipped the script as well, down with the advantage. Yopi on the point will get dealt with by Tokyo. It's a 3v3. It's S&D. 27 seconds for WPM LowKings to get inside and get this win. Make this a 3-0 victory.
Time ticking. Live counts. Luffy making an entry here. Susano from the back lines makes a shot to come true to Chirac. Now it's going to be a 2v3. Luffy check. He sprays. He doesn't get the kill. Tokyo goes on a spree as well. Snurpy gets the trade. Now it's going to be a 2v1. Klo left alone from the back
Oh my god, no
gets
way.
one. Snurpy slides in. Can he
No
get
way.
the kill?
What?
He doesn't. Klo gets the clutch. West Point Mamba LowKings. They win it out 3-0.
Another clutch play for Kalo. And to all the doubters, he clutched a 1v3 at S&D to close it up. And here clutch a 1v2 to finish the business. Get this 3-0. Stay undefeated to advance to the playoffs as the #1 squad to come out of Group A.
The only team that can go back-to-back events, come out of the group stages flawlessly. West Point Mamba LowKings is their name. Respect.
PJ, I am just kind of lost for words here at this point. It's not Kalo. It's uncharacteristic for Kalo to ice up that game. But he has been able to step up to that big moments. And you see the trust that WPM has at each every player. They don't just prioritize PJ and Yopi. They prioritize everyone and expect them to be their better version. And Kalo may not have taken that MVP, but the last 2 kills he had were very impactful.
Man, fumbled, to be honest, for Sacred Scatty. I mean, numerous times that we got to see that could have been the way for Sacred Scatty. It didn't happen at all. West Point Mamba LowKings, Luffy, Susano, Yopi, PJ, but more on Klo being the clutch god for the squad. Back-to-back games here to close things up. Search and destroy and control. Hand it down to Klo.
Yeah, and this is something that Sacred Scatty needs to worry on a bit because after this loss, that gives them 3 loss already. And if you have 3 loss, it means you're technically out of playoff contention. You still do have a chance to pull another team down with you later on. It's going to be up against Wolf on another best of 3 set for them.
But with them being pretty dry on the series, I don't think I can expect a lot from them. And what more on that? If you compare to the run that Wolf had earlier, they were able to win things out so convincingly. So Sacred Scatty, not unless they fix the condition for the squad, I'm not expecting any changes anymore.
Yeah, I mean, unless they get Whoopi though, but I don't think Whoopi will leave Smart Omega. I mean, he's the face of the franchise,
That's such
right?
a theory, though.
Yeah,
I love that. I love that.
I want him to be part of WPM LowKings. Imagine just having a consistent guy like Whoopi. I don't know. The thoughts kills me. I'm blacking out right now.
You know what? Actually, me and Jericho had this conversation, and I want to ask you your overall Garena, every region, main 5. What's yours?
Wait, why man, you just put me on the spot, but I got PJ, I got EOP, I need AG on my team, I need Kalo, and I need Whoopi as my main sniper.
All right, I give it up to you. But obviously, you have one of the MVPs in this series. It's going to be PJ for you, dropping 1.45 KD rating, average kill line of 24.67. That's 17. Average score will be 3,098.33 and an MVP count of 3. And that, they only had 3 days, and he got 1 MVP per day.
Yeah, but you're supposed to think that PJ has to own all of these MVPs. And this is where the story up again. The amount of depth and the amount of power that WPM can pack in every game mode is just totally insane. PJ, the main Slayer, having 3 kills, and some of them being taken away by Kalo, as well as Susano. It is just kind of mind-boggling for me. But WPM LowKings will end their group stage run with 5 wins, 0 loss, no map loss as well. But Sacred Scatty, the fight continues as they go up against Wolf at match number 4 later on.
It's crazy to see Donuts over Donuts in stage 4, Cali. I mean, I was really expecting that every game would be close, but it just doesn't lean towards that way. And I think it might just be the same case here on towards match number 3 later on with Broke Boys Gloves and 3AD. And might just be a fight for Sacred Scatty and Wolf later on, and might be the last one as well. But before that, obviously, we gotta talk about the next few matches happening here. Cali Gaming so far, how have you been feeling?
I mean, I love that it's been one-sided, right? But I want to see more close fight. 3ED and Broke Boys Club will be up ahead. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're getting more action packed up.
Taking the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone
a dark horse is trying to make a way to break themselves into the top 3 and play at the playoffs. Broke Boys Club will take on 3 Evil Dragons to keep their playoff hopefuls alive. It's Cali Gaming down here with the WardeN to bring you guys a third match of the day.
Yeah, it's very doable here for Broken Clubs. I mean, after all, 3 Evil Dragons hasn't been the toughest opponent. In fact, they have been the worst. So really hard to say that, honestly. I hate saying the worst, but they haven't been able to put up a scratch into any games whatsoever. So not unless it's going to be the first for today. Let's come and find out.
It's going to be hard to think that they're going to be able to take a map. Broke Boys Club has come in swinging. They're able to manage to put up quite noticeably a lot of power when they have faced the big guns, more particularly in Wolf. They have kept that damage and they have kept the games very close, only just a marginal point lead that we saw Wolf kind of edge up and get that win, right? But for Broke Boys Club, what they need today is 2 wins. Today versus Evil Dragons and later on up against WDC Freestyle to stand a chance at advancing to the top 3 and take it away for Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, before we move over, though, I mean, we got to see the second series there, which was one of my most awaited one, because, you know, that really held the faith of Sacred Scatty in regards to whether they can advance to the playoffs or not. But excluding that, I'm really eyeing for the last 2 matches here, Cali.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a very defining moment for the teams that are looking to try to be the best version of themselves, right, and get the top 3. And honestly, this match right here is very important for Broke Boys Club as well, knowing that they are aiming to get all these 3 zeros just to make sure to stand a chance and maybe get the top 3 spot, as I've said. And for 3 Evil Dragons, we all knew that they've been really struggling, and it really just pains that to see that we have not yet seen any growth for the side of the Taiwan region. But again, 3 Evil Dragons have an opportunity to end their group stage run with at least a map win. But it's not going to be that easy as they're going up against Broke Boys Club.
You know, it's going to be pretty impressive if they can do that, because, you know, most of the times where we get to see a team struggle all throughout the group stage, and when they're granted the last opportunity to make a difference in the group stage, they don't really try at all. And unfortunately, we got to see the first series there in between them and Wolves. They weren't really trying, man. I mean, I don't want to say that. I mean, for Control, at least on the 2 rounds, they were a bit of on par. But on Search and Destroy, on Hardpoint, they were sloppy. There was no coordinations, no strategies. They wanted to go head-to-head up against Wolf, and we got to see how it went down. Domination, done by Wolf.
And 3 Evil Dragons, the response needs a lot of work, and that's something that they need to improve on and carry over and maybe take some lot of time and do a lot of study when it comes to playing this response, right? And we saw the total weakness up against Wolf, especially in the Hardpoint Summit, where we've seen them come off as a late of rotation team. They did not bother trying to get any of those early rotation, and they did get to manage some break. Those 28 points were just momentarily pinches to stay inside of that point before getting taken down. And again, gunfights are obviously one thing that this team needs to improve on, but it also has to go down to how well they stack these points to overwhelm the players and numbers inside of the hill.
You know, in some way, I want to see 3 Evil Dragons evolve over time, even if they, you know, lose out the chance, which it's something that they've already done already. I want to see them evolve as time passed by. Maybe the next season of the World Champs, we might just be able to see them play a bit more and actually put up a mark. But moving over now in regards to evolution here, the Broke Boys Club, I mean, if I was going to be comparing Wolf and them, I honestly say there's not a lot of difference at all. It's just that, you know, this last second adjustments that Wolf was able to do that was able to grant them the 3-0 win. But once again, if you were able to look at the scoreline, specifically them and Wolf, Hacienda 244 to 250, Express 8-6, Raid 2-3. I mean, come on, man. It was a really close game. Unfortunately, they just dropped it all.
Yeah, but they still have a chance despite that loss. Again, 3 Evil Dragons are the first that they have to face. Later on, they're going to have to face the second team, the second best team in the Group A, which is going to be WDC Freestyle, which I think they have the best chance at winning. The amount of plays that this team can offer is unpredictable, and it can really strike that potential, knowing that they are a bunch of little crows that pack together and pounce on the bigger enemy. And they have been the underdogs, and they may not have much of experience with the new roster that they have, but the amount of individual talent and knowledge that this team currently have is unmatched if you try to compare it up against Three Evil Dragons.
In their Search and Destroy is going to be probably one of their strongest suits as well. I mean, they were able to take down Scatty, and once again, they were able to put up a fight up against Wolf. So I think key players here for the side of Brokeways Club is going to be Z-Man himself. Despite him such a, perplexed player in spawns, Search and Destroy has been something that he's been owning as well. Now, drawing back here to Three Evil Dragons once more, it's not going to be the three heads here of Arthur, Chen, and Bubu that we have to rely on. It has to be the rest of the squad. I mean, after all, this is their last and final chance to make something happen. So it's just all about that.
Yeah, I just hope that they win the map picks, the coin flip here, so that they get to pick the two sides, the two maps when it comes to playing this respawns, play their best map, and obviously have an opportunity to get an upper hand and play at the familiar maps that they have managed to put in amount of time, right? Knowing that the teams that they have met has been able to pick their best map up against them, and they couldn't really perform well. We saw that kind of performance for the past 3 days of this group stage, and Three Evil Dragons. Again, the only thing that was visible in those respawns have been their decision making. There are several times that plays going in for those late rotations have really costed them a lot of chances of getting inside of the point and getting those spawns to be in their favor. And what they just tried to do is just try to force their way in time and time again and not get the adjustments. And adjustments, tiny lapses in those decision makings can lead to losses. And respawns, they have not won anything yet.
I mean, overall, I think in Search and Destroy, they haven't been able to put up anything as well. So, I get the vision, I get the whole idea, I get the whole projection that they want to put up into every game mode. It's just that at some point as well, it hurts to say, they just can't back it up with gunfights. So let's see if they can do something about the Brokeways clubs, because if you're on the side of 3AD and you're up against the Brokeways clubs, obviously your main priority here is going to be Z-Man. Right after that, it's going to be Static, and the rest goes on. So I guess in some way, if you want to take away and have a chance with the Brokeways clubs, you have to take them in a very long range map, because that's where Z-Man and Static kind of fall just a little bit.
I will disagree with that, right? These two players can do it anywhere, anytime. And the amount of gun skill that they have managed to improve has been impeccable. Static scoring 50 kills at Hacienda. He also got Z-Man getting 20 kills at S&D in slums. So particularly maps that can really shine with snipers, can really shine with those assault rifles, but they have defied the odds and kept the odds of favorite to their side. And obviously it has played out pretty well.
Well, let's see if it's going to be the case. And now we move over now to their overall squad. We got Static, Josh, Jello, Young J, Z-Man, and Epox. They have a 6-man roster. I'm pretty interested to see who's going to be their main five for this series.
I have to be Epox, right? Josh hasn't been able to play. Static, Jello, these are two players that you need to have on your main five. Static can be the main slayer. Jello can be that main OB player. And Young J has to step up today. He has shown signs of inconsistency when it comes to playing Hardpoint as well as S&Ds. You know that he's a deadly sniper, but we need to see more input from him when he tries to play this response.
Epox is really an overshadowed talent in some way, but at the same time, his inconsistency does bite him off from the radar of most teams. But fortunately, Brokeways Club gave him a chance, and you know what? He is now here on this show, and they are going to be going up against Arthur, Bubu, Chen, Julie, Nix, and Star from the side of the Three Evil Dragons.
And this is a team that freshly came off of a disappointing loss against Wolf. Couldn't even have an opportunity to turn the tides around and get some hopes up, but I expect them to put in so much effort here that they get the 110%, because it's their last match of the season, potentially the year of 2023, as we have stage 5 coming right up next. Arthur, Bubu, Chen gonna be the Three Evil Dragons. The Nix and Star has to be that support, the legs to fulfill this team to victory.
But at the same time, they got to find a way to make a name for themselves, because this is the last and final match that they have, the last and final series that they have. And it's just all going to come down to what they're going to be able to do. How are they going to be able to make use of the situation? Do they want to try and put up a fight, or do they just want to accept defeat, which is something that we've seen from a lot? I want to see something different.
I mean, look at this head-to-head. Oh my God. The KD rating is doubled. 1.44 static, and Knicks had a .73. The average kill, oh my god, it's doubled as well. Everything has just been kind of underwhelming for Three Evil Dragons. So we kind of expected them to have some massive improvements coming into the stage 4, but hasn't been able to really find that adjustment yet. And it's been that respawns that hasn't been able to give them that chance to kickstart and make us part, because their gun skill has not been up to par with the other regions.
You know, the biggest evolution here for Static is in one interview, we did ask him, what was the change that you did for yourself? Because, you know, for the longest time, we've seen him dabble with a lot of teams, and he is able to, you know, put up and live up to his role. But this one right here, this whole squad of Broke Boys Club, he is such a consistent player. And one thing that he did, play around the objective. I mean, you get more opportunities right around the objective.
Oh my
You get
God.
more opportunities to make your team win, and that's how they've been rolling out.
And Three Evil Dragons gets to pick 2 maps, Hardpoint and Control, and guess where they bring us? To the best map of Broke Boys Club, Apocalypse Hardpoint. It's gonna be very tough off the start, since they gave Broke Boys Club special forces space as well.
Well, you know, it's just either Hacienda or Apocalypse that they want to play, and Apocalypse, that's how they want to go. They've stunned so much teams at this very map. Talk about Smart Omega back then. Talk about how close it went down for West Point Mamba LowKings. This is such an interesting take here, forced by the Three Evil Dragons. Now, moving over to Search and Destroy. I love it a lot once more here for the side of both ends of the spectrum, actually, but obviously I'm leaning towards more for the Broke Boys Club, as they have one run on Slums and one did fall for the West Point Mamba LowKings.
I think these maps have been a pretty generous take for both of the squads. I mean, 3ED giving a favor for Broke Boys Club, and Broke Boys Club giving Three Evil Dragons that favor by putting us onto an S&D Slums, a map particularly the Three Evil Dragons are very sound, but not up to par in terms of those skills, right? Arthur can really shine with that sniper, but here are your operator skills at this hard point. Basically gonna be a mirror match, except for that star equalizer, which particularly is gonna be very helpful. We've seen a lot of changes coming into the operator composition, and one particular play that has seen so much value off of this equalizer is Kalo. We saw him with that at Raid a little bit earlier, where he was able to turn the tides around with the equalizer.
Yeah, the guy was just running around, also in control actually as well, and so it's really interesting that it's not out. I mean, not in it for the side of the Broke Boys Club, but moving over, I'm more interested about how there's no gravity vortex at all for both ends of the spectrum. I mean, there's a lot of chokeholds in Apocalypse, and it's so damning to see that it's not part of the equation. But hey, I mean, I'm all in it for them if they want to go for precision operator skills.
I mean, it's a pretty default logic here for Three Evil Dragons and Broke Boys Club. Every try to go for a retake in Apocalypse, it will always end up with a trophy system being dropped first to cancel out all the stunts, those nades, and eventually the potential war machine and vortex bullets. And again, it's very sound takes here coming in for both of these squads, and it's all about the duke out as we open up this hardpoint Apocalypse.
Well, Cali, I want to hear your predictions here overall. I mean, Hardpoint, I think it's a well-given factor that the Broke Boys Club might just be able to steal away. I don't know if it's too harsh to ask. What's your predicted scoreline for Hardpoint?
Well, I cannot state that specifically, since this is a snowball map. We could potentially end up with Three Evil Dragons getting 100 points, but it's just too tough to ask for them to get something more than that, knowing that Broke Boys Club are not just any team that's looking to play this map just like any other. They're fighting for survival. They want to get to the playoffs, and they have to get this victory confidently.
I mean, I think the same factor applies to what we said during the run for Wolves, is that I think Response is pretty much chalked out here for the series. It's all going to come down to Search and Destroy here in regards to what can be, you know, something different, or the narrative could be different for the side of the Three Evil Dragons. And once more, they haven't won a single game throughout this group stage. May it be that singular slum Search and Destroy later on in game number 2? I don't know.
We're going to have to see that one later on, but it has to start here. You need to get this hardpoint momentum going on so that you can chain that over later for that S&D slums. Again, you may not take the win here if you're Evil Dragons, but you still have an opportunity to get at least a boost in confidence when it comes to playing those 5v5 turn-based game, right? And again, we're still waiting for these teams to start this matchup. It's about to be a very interesting take, again, for 3 Evil Dragons. So taking a look at what the map that we just laid out, they picked Apocalypse, which is kind of the second best map that Broke Boys Club have in their bag.
The Broke Boys Club has been a really solid hardpoint team, and for the most of it, it always has been hardpoint and control that they can stun like those heavy hitters, especially during Arena Masters 5. So I'm really leaning towards them as well. And I guess if I was going to ask myself the question, I'm going to be denying myself. I'm going to be asking myself, how dominant can they end this one through? And it's something that is so likely that they can do.
Static is going to be that main slayer for Broke Boys Club. He's got that Purifier again, and he can burn these players anytime he wants if he can find that timing. And he's been the initial key player for kickstarting the spark and helping this team get those victories, right? And also Jello. This guy has been around the community, has been around the entire COD Mobile MSP for quite some time now, and has been able to reap the rewards of getting into this major stage. Finally, at stage 4, the same thing could be said with Epoch, so he's going to be able to return after a stint from WPM LowKings last time around.
You know, fun fact, I mean, if you want to talk about Jello, Epoch, Young J, they were under the hands of Alea at some point. I mean, Epoch was all in for Westpoint Mamba LowKings during stage 4 actually last year. And for Young J and Jello, it was during the run for PDR. And I know you know that, Cali.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Epoch, it hasn't been able to turn sleep.
Yeah, I mean, oops. I think our boy Cali Gaming is gone here, but hey, guys, it doesn't matter. The match will go on now. Broke Boys Clubs and the 3 Evil Dragons about to go at it now. At Apocalypse Hardpoint, as Z-Man opens up with a God Nade. Star out from the chase. Z-Man looking to be on the front line, finds a double overall, and looking like they are going to be able to chain this one to get a capture on this alpha, on this hardpoint here. And it's going to go over towards this run. Broke Boys Club having such a good run here in regards to the zoning. Player 3 from the side of the 3 Evil Dragons looking to get a break. They hop right in. The gunfights is just not working for them. And now it's looking to go back and forth. But the Broke Boys Club, they're just overall running the show. The map control is on. Epoch on top, gonna go down. 2 opportunities, one from left, one from right. He sprays down, Nick shuts him down. And the 3 Evil Dragons still hustling this hardpoint number 1 while in the process. The Broke Boys Club, they have the rotations for hardpoint number 2. 10 more seconds left, scrap time. 3 Evil Dragons finally putting up a scratch, just a little bit. But the early rotations here from the Broke Boys Club has to be worried about. I mean, hardpoint number 2 and hardpoint number 3 is the hardpoints that you got to watch out for on this hardpoint map. Now, it's going to open up 3 players inside the hill. 2 players from the backlines as well. Spawns now solidified. Left side spawn for the side of the 3 Evil Dragons, and Z-Man going to be able to get a double kill. Could finally find a triple as well. 5 opportunities up front, throws down the killer drone, trophy denies, but he still goes for the slay. And he's going out of his mind, but the nade will shut him down, and he is still slaying the show. 2-man break from the front line. Does it matter? I don't think so. Broke Boys Club still on, and Epoch just leeching off from this window side, finds a 4 spree. Oh my days. And 3 Evil Dragons, they're still committed to getting the break inside the hill, but whatever they do, whatever they see, it just gets darkened down by the Broke Boys Club. And now this rotation from hardpoint number 2 to hardpoint number 3 will get chained down. 4 players will be right on it now into the scene for this hardpoint number 3. 1 pushed up down the helis. 2 inside a hardpoint. Player 4, Bio looking to make the difference. Doesn't happen at all. And now we get to see once more as it opens up the Broke Boys Clubs. They get the first handful of contestment.
Here we go. I'm back. Broke Boys Club.
Welcome back.
It's going to get that good lead off that P1 and P2. They managed to chain that into another P3. And 3 Evil Dragons, just like what we were talking about a little bit earlier, has not been able to get the spawns for their squad. Spawning at the temple at the moment. They're being trapped here by Epoch. Has got 11 kills in a 4 combo. The combination in terms of the spree.
Now we get to see once more. It's just chaining over chaining, hard point to hard point. Back and forth we go. The Broke Boys Club, they are owning the show. 3 Evil Dragons, just like how it went down on the first series up against Wolf. Most of the times inside the game, they're just put into a stagnant state where they can't do anything.
Yeah, but now you see Nyx making up that play. Helps Biu get that trade inside, get this final 8 seconds. But now you're gonna have to start worrying about that next hard point, which is gonna be on the rocks. E4 still gonna be in the hands of Broke Boys Club. They got number 5 and Young J being able to set up on the back of the Jeepneys. We're still having 3 Evil Dragons spawn at the temple right now, and they're being trapped here by Jello with the claw.
Ooh, Jello looking to get a break. Not exactly the break, because they do have the hill, but it's gonna be 4-man push here coming from the temple. One player wrapping around from the mid lane, but Z-Man shuts him down. It's now solidified defense, as we can see. A lot of investments hopping in here for the side of the Broke Boys Clubs, and this hardpoint right here, very unforgiving. And it's just gonna be them running things down once more. Broke Boys Club entering the 150-point mark, as we get to see. Still 25 more seconds to go, and this is a very hard point, and it's all gonna go under the hands of the Broke Boys Club. 3 Evil Dragons. What can you do? Absolutely nothing at all. They're gonna get forced to a reset here on this hardpoint number 1, which they beat the rotation right into it, but it's not gonna matter at all. I mean, this is a very scrappy hill, so they have to find a way to double it down. Has to find a way to win off this hardpoint. But first set of hardpoints said and done, Broke Boys Club on that very convincing lead. 150-point lead, as we can see.
Yeah, Broke Boys Club. Can we see them beat Wolf's record? They held 3 Evil Dragons to 250 to 28. Right now, it's going to be Broke Boys Club on the hill. But you can see 3 Evil Dragons are working their way on the maps. They got the second floor there as well. They got the high ground, the elevation that can help them flood the point. But Josh able to pick them off one by one. That's going to be able to reset 3 Evil Dragons off their spawns. And Josh able to win 3 kills that will help them stay inside of the point.
You know, the Broke Boys Club just wants to get this game set and dealt with. They want to get through this night because they know for a fact they still have a matchup to go right after this now. And Josh, instead of hardpoint, will get 1. Z-Man right below P3 will spray down 1 as well. And now the Broke Boys Club just doing their job respectively well. And they get this one through. Remaining scrap time might just go under their hands as well.
Yeah, 15 seconds, still plenty of time. But against these 3 Evil Dragons, still trying to contest this P1, where you should have seen them already set up for next. And Z-Man's gonna pick up this exit kills, Z-Man on a double. You can be able to get this all the scrap time. You're gonna be able to get 219 as well. And they're gonna be able to cut off the rotation on the rocks, who has been able to lead 3 Evil Dragons to their demise.
No, precious information here for Z-Man. Knows for a fact that the spawns once more solidified to the left side. There's going to be 4 spawns for you here for 3 Evil Dragons. And now the Broke Boys Clubs are on tracking distance to end off this game. Epoch's on the front lines with a purifier. Gatekeeping the players out. No contestants whatsoever. 14 more points to claim. And the Broke Boys Clubs about to win this game so dominantly.
Yeah, just 8 more points for the win. 3 Evil Dragons are going to be kept into 25 points. This is just a quarter of what we saw from Wolf, and the Broke Boys Club able to dominate even without static on that matchup, WardeN.
Dude, I mean, I thought that Josh wouldn't be around, but Josh stepped up. He said, hey, I want to be a part of the mix. I think in some way that static might play later on, though, but before that, I just got to admire how they were able to run things down here, chaining hard points after hard points. Honestly, rotations in Apocalypse is not as easy as people would think, but hey, the Broke Boys Club, they were able to perform exactly what we wanted them to do.
It's not easy, right? And 3 Evil Dragons did not really help their case. I mean, they already know that Apocalypse is their map pick. You should have known that early rotations are going to be a thing that you have to do, but we did not see them try to set up a tempo in at P2. They did not set up at the ammunition at P3. Same thing could be said at P4. They couldn't get any of the spawns in their hand, which did not help them get a lot of information and a lot of contests inside of the point. Broke Boys Club just won that dominantly.
They did a lot of good things, man. I mean, if there was scrap time, they had 2 players invested right into it. And while in the process, talk about scrap time, you want to get the rotation to onto next as well. And they have 3 players just waiting for, the cutoff to happen. And those 2 factors right there just happened over and over again for like 5 hard points in a row. And till then, they were just able to retain this very convincing lead all throughout this Apocalypse run.
It was six rotations that we did not see three Evil Dragons try to find their way out and adjust. And it really pains for you to go that way, knowing that Broke Boys Club will punish you if ever things are given to their hand. It's just like being spoon-fed at this point, and Broke Boys Club takes away this map number one. Fight not yet over, though. They gotta make sure that they win this next two map, get this 3-0 victory so that they got an opportunity to get a top 3 spot later on up against WDC Free Slot.
Well, according to the canon event, according to the script, no, quote-unquote script, there's no script, by the way, guys. This should go 3-0, obviously, for us to see the Broke Boys Club stand a chance, a much more convincing chance to make it to the playoffs overall. And once more, you put them in a map like Slums, Search and Destroy, it might lean towards them getting an early 2-0 for the series. And control standoff is not something that they got to worry about. I mean, after all, we got to see control standoff earlier up against with the 3 Evil Dragons, and they suffered big time. I mean, for a moment they had good vision, but it all calls down to them just like overextending, and it boils on. And till then, their opposition just gets to punish them, and the round doesn't go to their way.
The Broke Boys Club starting this map number 2 at the defensive side, where Z-Man was able to shine the last time, was able to play this map. 20 kills he was able to get, which was the highest record of kills before Trickster did the wonders with 36 at S&D up against Smart Omega yesterday. So obviously, Z-Man is going to have a field day here. And again, it is 3 Evil Dragons is setting up Broke Boys Club for another success by taking that red side.
But the question is, would it matter? I mean, you give them the advantage for a numerous amount of times as well in respawns. They had the power positions, but it doesn't really change anything at all. They still struggle to put themselves right around the parameter where the objective is. So it's all going to come down to, once more, how they can convert with the executions. Because projections is something that a lot of people can do, but they can never really execute it properly.
And one thing we can see here, we have to expect for 3 Evil Dragons is the space slowing down. We saw them go up against Wolf and just barge their way in at the bomb sites, which led to inevitably very fast deaths. Now, you got to play with Arthur. Since this is a map that's very long-range map, you're going to have to rely on your snipers. Arthur and Chen has to be that 2 players. You need to find those initial picks, get those first bloods before you try to attack. That's one way for you to counter the defensive side.
I think in regards to snipers, I think we might just be able to see a really cool showdown here in between, like Epoch's Young Jay and Arthur himself, or even Yang Ming. So I can't wait to see. I can't wait to move on towards Slum, Search and Destroy. And this is a map where snipers really matter. I mean, those peak holes right there could be the biggest openers onto each and every rounds.
There we go. Broke starting on the defensive side. Z-Man started off with the kill. Gets that first blood. Spots the guy at the fountains. But 3 Evil Dragons gets a monumental start at the fountains. Get that mid-map control with Biu finding these eliminations. He's got one more player to deal with. That's going to be Jello. Ring around the Rosie. Does not get to pick the left side. And will be punished for it. All down to Star in a 1v2. But will be dealt with by Jello, who finds 3 kills and get the defusal to get this one kick-started for Broke Boys Club.
I mean, just basing it off from what I saw there, it was just trades after trades. Be it like 3 Evil Dragons, they get the first kill, Broke Boys Club to respond back with a double. And it goes on until the round ends. And that's exactly how it went down. It was a 1v2. Now we move over to the second round. This is where I'm going to start a question. Are they going to start to improvise, or are they going to do exactly the same thing? And looking like the 3 Evil Dragons wants to go head-to-head once more. But Biu gets a double God nade. Nyx finds a triple on the feed. And now, what a surprise. 3 Evil Dragons might just be able to steal away the second round as well.
But Josh and Yongji are not these 2 players that you can really be complacent with. These are 2 players that can create plays, turn the tides around. 38 seconds for them to try to defend this bomb. 3 Evil Dragons got Biu beyond the fountains. Crossplay for Young Jay is going to be able to take down Star, and Josh takes Biu down. And man, we got a 2v2. It's tight and contested. Nyx able to wrap around, and will lose the gunfight up against Chan. And well, the 1v1 up against Josh. The pistol ends up with the victory. Alcor 9 gets that win at 2v4 for Broke Boys Club.
No way, dude. That was a 2v5. Come on. Fumble, drop the ball, name it whatever you want. You can't afford to put up mistakes like that. That was such a once in a game opportunity for them to get around, and they threw it all off.
They couldn't do much.
Oh,
Communication
wow.
were a big thing there. And Triple Dragons are still going to try to push their way up, get that attack aggressively done. But Z-Man and Epox has got that good ground on this close range, and they get those 1v2 trades, puts Triple Dragons the last man alive. That's going to be Chen with the scope, holding down the ghetto. It's got the church side as well, being locked down in this long range, closing that gap down, dancing with the Locust. Now eventually, a guy that will reinforce will be there for Broke Boys Club, and that's going to be Jello getting that final kill done and dealt with 3-0 on this first 3 rounds.
Now it's just TDM and Slum Search and Destroy. And this is not the first time that we got to see a run of Slum Search and Destroy where it was just all about gunfights. And I think it's going to be happening exactly the same way here right now in the Broke Boys Club, infiltrating the graveyards, wanting to bury 3 Evil Dragons down to the ground, 6 feet under, and they get a force free on the feed, leaving Nyx alone in a 1v5 early on. Will it matter? He does get one. Checks all around, running for dear life, and he gets taken down by Epox to secure the 4th round.
And there's no tactical play being made there by Broke Boys Club. It was just a full flood going at the graveyards and overwhelming 3 Evil Dragons. As soon as they got that set up, they immediately had access controlled at the garage and through P3. And they immediately ended one up in just under 30 seconds. Broke Boys Club are looking to get the same exact play to happen. And it worked the wonders, though. It's a 1v1.
Search and Destroy, a slow round. Hell to the no. Broke Boys Club and 3 Evil Dragons, they want to put on a show.
14 seconds. That's how much time Broke Boys Club took to take down 3 Evil Dragons. That's the fastest S&D round ever.
Ever, bro. Come on. That was insane, dude. Now, we might just be able to see more now. A bit slower this time around. The Broke Boys Club don't want to go, barging in, knocking to the door. As of the moment, they want to play perfectly, looking for the perfect time, and they get the trades now from the distance. Young J takes down Star. Chen finds down Jello. Now it's going to be a 2v3 here. Might just be the round for the set of 3 Evil Dragons.
Epox will get taken down next with a big play, but Young J still alive. Picking at the graveyard, finding the right timing. Arthur is going to have that scope. He has heard the sound, and he takes him. One more. He spots him at the bottom. Hovering down, gets a CBR4 to play with, but will try his chances with that scope, and finally, he gets dealt with, and 3 Evil Dragons gets their first win. Not afraid to plant that bomb. It takes balls to do that.
It does, man. I mean, you're down by 5 rounds. They still want to play aggressively. I respect that. That's playing not by the enemy's pacing, but by your own, and that's how comfortable they are. But now we move over to the next half of the spectrum. It's going to be the Broke Boys Club infiltrating, putting up a crusade here on this alpha side.
Oh, Jello, Arthur, gonna get eliminated there. Bomb is gonna be down quickly at the B side. It's gonna be a 4v3 situation. You need to see Nyx get the kills. Epox picks the wrong corner, and there we go. Nyx able to open it up. But he gets dealt with by Jello, and still, the ghetto, the dump stairs, are still going to be controlled by Broke Boys Club. It's all down to Bubu to try to clutch this. Josh eliminated 25 seconds. Plenty of time for him to make the play.
Oh, spots on Young J, but Young J beams him down with an HVK. And now that's going to be the Broke Boys Club's on match point advantage. Man, Search and Destroy is going by so fast with each and every series that we've had for today.
At this point, the hard point has to be longer. The duration that this team took to play that game has to be longer than this S&D game, because every round ended at least 30 seconds, right?
Oh, Epoch sprays down, gets one. Nyx gets one as well, but Z-Man gets a trade. Now it's going to be a 2v4, make it a 1v4. Chen left alone, doesn't matter at all. The Broke Boys Club, they win the second game.
It doesn't matter if 3 Evil Dragons gets the map pick. Broke Boys Club shines at this map. We saw multiple dynamic plays coming in for Epox, as well as Z-Man with the FedEx. You saw Young J with that scope there, being able to light it up. Broke Boys Club means business. Already 2-0 on this series. One more to get the sweep at Control later on.
Man, oh man. Control, stop, dude. got to see Control earlier. Three Evil Dragons, they had good projections, but they just lose their train of thought at the middle stage of the round, and that really cost them down. But overall, in the Search and Destroy, I loved it a lot. I mean, honestly, they played so fast, they played so quick, and there were a lot of moments where, you know, they were about to claim the respective round. It's just that the Broke Boys Club played better Search and Destroy at the end of it.
Yeah, and again, we saw signs for Three Evil Dragons at the start. Definitely the first round where they kind of played slow a bit, but they somehow forced themselves to play it fast and kind of go up against Broke Boys Club's kind of pacing, and immediately they got dealt with. One thing we did not see for Three Evil Dragons was that they were not trying to play the game slow. They were always rushing and pushing, thinking that it's going to be the fire versus fire that will help them get this game locked through.
Search and Destroy is said and dealt with. Hardpoint, same goes by. Same factors applies here for Control, but I'm open for changes here for the Three Evil Dragons. And once more, I think, you know, one keys to victory here for the set of Three Evil Dragons is try to set up more better trades, because that's really one of the biggest factors why the Broke Boys Club was able to clutch things up when they had the disadvantage in regards to the number count.
Yeah, again, Three Evil Dragons, the positioning, it's a bit of work here. Broke Boys Club was not even trying to deal with them with tactical plays. They were just barging their head into where's the action, full flooding the angles being held by Three Evil Dragons and just overwhelming them to finally end that S&D slums. It has all been one-sided. 250 to 23 the map number 1, 7-1 at this S&D slums, and what's up ahead is going to be a map pick for Three Evil Dragons. This is going to be a great little opportunity for them to steal a map. But Broke Boys Club gets to pick the side, and they take the best position in this game mode, which is going to be on the Special Force, the defensive side, to start them off here at this round number 1.
And as you all can tell, they've been banning Hacienda and Arsenal quite a lot, you know, because they're hiding strategies for the playoffs. Right, Cali?
No! I kind of feel bad.
Yeah, they are, man. I mean, they've been banning that one consistently, so it's safe to bet that they are hiding strats.
Bro, are you serious?
That's the logic. That's the logic.
Yeah, man, Broke Boys Club is super lucky that, you know, this team is banning Arsenal, man. And they gotta thank them for that.
Thank them for the series overall, bro. I mean, they're gonna come out of this series 3-0, and fortunately, it's just gonna be them having a very firm ground as they move on to the latest run later on. But now, Control, can they finish this one off in a 3-0 manner? Let's come and find out, Cali.
This is where Three Evil Dragons are just trying to set up a play, right? I mean, they've been hiding their strats the entire group stage, and they're also giving an opportunity for Broke Boys Club to actually have a chance to place at the top 3 if they can win up against WDC free slot earlier. And well, for Three Evil Dragons, this is their last map. Might as well make the run for it. Can we see them? Stand their ground so far being spawn trapped. That's gonna be next at the top 4. He gets a gunfight, but Jello is here to take the eliminations in the spotlight. But finally, some adjustments being made. Chen able to make an opening towards the mid-map, but eventually will be dealt with.
You know, I want to draw back this broadcast. I want to watch how Three Evil Dragons is so consistent in regards to recovering from the spawn trap, because they've done this twice already. One from Wolf, one from the Broke Boys Clubs. But obviously, it's still not going to go too far. But obviously, a recovery is a recovery. And that's one step closer to getting away from the scene. But Josh here going to go nuts, going to go berserk with a Locust. Going on a 5-3 here on this mid-street.
1 star, I needed 40k. I need that 40 kills. The not reverse Nook. Broke Boys Club have been able to win it. Josh with 6 in a row. And you can see the last 3 players of Three Evil Dragons are going to be on their spawns. Josh with 7. And we see 8. But this teammate picks up that kill. Broke Boys Club means business. They just ended at round number 1.
Fast, speed like thunder, as I would love to say. And now, second round, Josh building up that nuke. Can he do it? I mean, I don't even know if he's building up a nuke or if he's just doing this unconsciously. And it could be one way or another. But obviously, we love to see good highlights with a sniper. But You don't get a lot of highlights, Josh, if you miss 2 shots like that.
But he's got the Predator missile to back him up, though. Get that information relayed to his team as well. They got the Grandmas already in their favor. They also get number 5 in Young Jae holding the boxes down as well. Josh, he's providing that support that this team needs at the long range.
No.
But he gets dealt with, and that's it. Broke Boys Club, they woke up, chose violence, and they will now want to end this one fast.
Oh, distance, not gonna matter. View here. Closing in the distance here on this alpha point, but Zeman shuts him down. Zeman finds 2. Nyx looking to get the refrag, but Zeman gets a triple. Nyx finds 1. Can he get some more? Jello shuts him down. Youngji on the field with the Annihilator. 13 lives remain here for a set of the 3 Evil Dragons.
Yeah, just one segment that needs to be captured by Broke Boys Club at the A site. That's going to be worked on through by Josh repeatedly. And they're going to be able to execute these players at the perimeter at the B side as well. Get this capture done as well. Another minute into their favor. And they're going to get that spawn trap initiated. Z-Man is going in for the total annihilation. He's been able to find good value off of his operator and 3 Evil Dragons down to their last player in Nyx. He gets dealt with. Broke Boys Club, another swing, another hit for them, 2-0.
Well, right after this series for the Broke Boys Club, they still have 1 more to go. And it's going to be tough here on what to exactly foresee. Wisdom Community free slot up against the Broke Boys Club at the last and final match on Game 5. So I want to see how that one plays out. But before that, obviously, we got to get through the last and final round here for Control up against the 3 Evil Dragons.
Star is going to be at the gas station. Z-Man is trying to wrap up, get some timing on this sucker. It's got the gas station R90. And we know that R90 hits like a freight train.
It's just the worst to deal with. Multi-kills with a K or with a shotgun that has 1-tap potentials. Insane. But Chan here with an Annihilator, only gonna get 1. Gets caught off by Josh with a Locust pretty impressively. But what's more impressive is that 3 Evil Dragons are actually on the lead in regards to how the game is playing out. 19-19 now, evened up that they take 1 kill back to stay on top.
There we go. Finally, some grounds being covered by 3 Evil Dragons. They got the life advantage. This is what I'm talking about for 3 Evil Dragons. They're going to have to stay alive and play this consistently, but Seaman is on the flank and he deletes 1. He's able to delete his other squads with the help of his teammates. And man, it just turned out to be a great Uno reverse score as Jello gets the triple.
Oh, Jello still going on. Dancing around, slides out, slides in. Gets knocked down though. Arthur on the field wants to put up a fight as well. And the game is not too far behind here for 3 Evil Dragons. If they can recover from this, maybe they still stand a chance. But Zeman and Jello, they want to deny the statement. They want to throw this one out from the chase. 10 more seconds to go. 3 lives more to reap away. Make it only 1 more. Star, what can you do?
Oh my god. 4 seconds left. Star has only got 5 kills. He's being chased. Exchanging hands, but it's over. Broke Boys Club completes the sweep, and 3 Evil Dragons exits the stage 4 group stage of Garena Regional. Undefeated in loss.
I mean, that's just how they want to roll. And I love it. I love it a lot. The Broke Boys Club. Now, what can they do up against the Wisdom Community free slot? But before that, let's celebrate their victory once more as they take this one out away from the 3 Evil Dragons. And that's going to be completing the run here for 3 Evil Dragons. 0-15 for the group stage.
Undefeated in loss, man. They are going to be 0-12 by the loss they had up against 12. They're 0-15 with this loss coming from Broke Boys Club. So here's an interesting fact. Broke Boys Club are now 2 wins and 2 losses. They have currently a 6-6 in wins and loss in the maps. So even if Wolf is able to win up against Scatty later on, if they can beat WDC free slot, it's going to be a win over the other. And they might steal away WDC's top 2 spot to go to the playoffs.
Wow. I'm getting goosebumps, honestly. Because this is not the composition that I was expecting, not the placement that I was expecting for this very group. You know, I thought that this group was going to be very mediocre. No. Really interesting here. Same goes for the set of Group B as well.
It's just sad to see that Three Evil Dragons could not really step up and get at least a map win here this season, this year. I mean, last year they got 2 wins. And it's sad to see that they kind of progress instead of progress. And I think they're the only team right now and the only region that really struggled with their gunfights here. We saw a lot of good fights coming in from the Thailand and the Indonesian region. They put up pretty much hell of a talent to get these victories. But for Three Evil Dragons, this is it. It's over. Broke Boys Club gets the victory.
There has been some boundary that we've got to see between Three Evil Dragons and the rest of the teams that played on this event, and unfortunately they weren't really able to catch up. But hey, every moment is a learning curve, and it is, when you get granted opportunities like this, it goes down to experience, and you only improve and evolve as time passes by, especially if we reciprocate what happened on the previous runs. But now we look at the overall standings here. Maps and modes we go. Apocalypse ended off 23 to 250. The rest goes on. Doesn't even matter. But what matters most is that the man himself, Broke Boys Club, Z-Man, the MVP of the series.
And 1.91 KD rating. Again, the guy that has the current second highest kills in the S&D with 20. Following up on his amazing performance at S&D Slums at the last team that they have managed to beat. Z-Man has risen to be one of the better core players and refined cornerstone for Broke Boys Club, and expect him to be that main guy that this team will rely on as they go up against WDC Freestyle in a do or die match to earn a spot at the playoffs.
I can't wait to see what more can the Broke Boys Club offer, and I'm really proud to look at them right now. Win or lose later on against Wisdom Community Free Slot, they went from a meme team to a dream team here, at least. So Broke Boys Club, one more run that they got to do. But before we head on to their match, we still have to deal with another interesting run here between Sacred Scatty and Wolf.
Yeah, Wolf is still not yet locked in for the top 3 for Group A. Job not yet over. They have to win either a 2-1 or a 3-0 victory for Sacred Scatty. But who said that it's going to be that easy? The team that they're about to face is not the team that have managed to win that earlier match, but this is a stacked team that can really put up a great fight up against them.
Well, there's only one way to find out, right? You know what? How it's gonna go, guys. Typically, we're gonna be having a short break. Right after this, we're gonna be heading straight to Sacred Scatty and Wolf. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to Garena Regional Qualifier Stage 4. We got Wolf and Scatty up next, and this is not just any ordinary game. Wolf is trying to fight for a top 3 spot, and they want to get this victory, but Scatty will not give them that easy win. It's Cali joining you here with WardeN to bring you guys this amazing best of 3.
It's truly going to be amazing here. I mean, aside from the West Point Mamba, LowKings, and Sacred Scatty series, this is we're approaching the last 2 series that I'm really eyeing for here, Cali.
Yeah, these are important matches that we're gonna be ending up with, right? Again, it's gonna be Wolf, WDC, Free Slot, as well as Broke Boys Club, who are trying to contend for the top 3 spot. Basically, for WPM LowKings, after staying undefeated on the group stage, they are the #1 team here right now, and it's up for this last 2 games to decide the fate of these last 2 teams competing for the top 3.
You know, I just want to draw back how many times did the West Point Mamba LowKings get a flawless run for the group stage. I think one, I do believe, was on Garena Masters 3. I think one as well was on CGI. Actually, it was 4 times already. Garena Masters 5, and now here on stage 4. When do you ever see that?
They have been really rising up the quality of the team, and you can't really expect them to really underperform, knowing that they have their own bootcamp. They got a great mind and a great coach. They got the insane work ethic and the effort that you reap from the amount of hours you put in on practice. It's actually being rewarded right now.
I mean, it's just all goes to show as well. You know, hard work truly does pay off. They are the true testament that you have your own time now. I mean, I used to look at these boys, look at other professional players in the scene, and them hoping that they're going to be their rival someday. And guess what? They're no longer, they don't really have any rivals now. In fact, they're owning the grounds here on this competitive scene. But obviously, you know, we've shed a lot of highlights for them. The spotlight has been on them for such a long time now. We have to draw this one back here once more to Sacred Scatty and Wolf. Cali, on the hot seat we go. Predictions for the series.
I want Wolf to win 2-1. That's all they need to claim the top 3 spot. And I want to see Batman play here after that amazing performance he had up against 3 Evil Dragons. And you can say that that's a 3 easy game, but man, he managed to put up better kill numbers ahead of AG, Yato, and Yobabs.
You know, coming from a coaching standpoint as well, if I was in the situation with Badman, most players will fall into the rabbit hole of, you know, hesitating to make plays because you don't want to look no flashy and not contribute to the team. But Badman was able to drop like the 2nd highest time inside a hill and the most impactful kills as well. So goes to show, truly fits into the squad of Wolf.
Yeah, the personality of Wolf before has always been the calculative aggression. And right now for Badman, he doesn't have that calculativeness, but he has the aggression. He has that aggressive playstyle that really fits the puzzle for Wolf. And they're eyeing for a guy that can help AG and Jabin provide that 3rd primary offense performance. And he was able to show that today. So let's see if he's going to be able to be up par up against Scatty if he does show up. And you take a look at the other squad who has 1 win and 3 losses. That's going to be Scatty for you. Had an amazing performance up against WPM LowKings. Had the best chance at taking away that firing range S&D. But with the performance suddenly dropping by the 2nd half, costed them that round. Chirac and Cisco were playing very well at that matchup.
You know, the flexibility of what do you call this? The lineup of Sacred Scatty and Wolf here has been damaged a lot due to the fact that, you know, in this rule set, you're not allowed to have substitutes. Whoever plays on Hardpoint will be the players that will be playing on Search and Destroy and Control. And, you know, I had a conversation with Cisco about him trying to train for a moment Mark, I do believe, and also Freezy. Then he did forget that the stage 4 run is age restricted. So they had to pull out Shrek and Snurpy on this one. Now, for the side of Wolf, actually, the reason why I mentioned their name, because if ever there was no restriction for the substitutions, I think Jabin would be the one playing for Search and Destroy.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, he's one hell of a sniper. He can bring a pack. He can carry the load for you. And especially, I would love to see him pair up with Badman. I mean, you have AG at the OBJ, you got Badman at the slaying role, and you got Jabin on the support when you play that Hardpoint, and you can ask for Jabin to be a sole provider at an S&D with that sniper, especially when they try to play express or those long range map. He can really shine at those particular maps, right? And again, for Wolf, it's just finding the right momentum and timing their attacks here ahead as a team. We have seen them do that up against 3 Evil Dragons. Now's the time for them to continue that momentum and carry it over here to Scatty.
And if ever, let's say Scatty win the series overall, it's going to be damaging a lot of what we predicted what's about to happen for the playoffs. But hey, I mean, we're open for changes once more. And if ever one team overshadows Wolves, it's not something that it's just by pure luck. No, I mean, it's rightfully deserved. And the closest team there is going to be the Broke Boys Club.
I mean, Scatty is out of the playoff contention, right? But you have an opportunity here right now to pull one out of the contention as well. All you have to do is get a 2-1 victory. And for Scatty, it can either be that S&D and that Hardpoint, which I believe are the 2 best game modes for them to take on Wolf. It just have to matter on that map pick. I need to see them pull up something that can bring out the best of Snirpy and Chirac, as well as the entire squad, and bring in a little bit of a back scratcher for Wolf, just in case they really want to get this win.
I can totally agree with you in regards to the modes that Scatty could possibly pull away. I mean, after all, they did put up a very nice run up against Wisdom Community Free Slot, on Ascenda 250 to 198, despite the fact they did struggle on Search and Destroy, which was, I don't even know what kind of error they were doing. It was just so chaotic. It wasn't the Scatty that we used to know. I mean, remember, Scatty was one of those teams that was able to pull away one game away from the West Point Mom LowKings during the qualifiers for Garena Masters 5. And what game was it? It was Search and Destroy.
Well, obviously for Scatty, could have been first day jitters. I mean, Tunisia S&D supposed to be a map that you can play at your day 2 or your day 3, but they get put on the spot by the side of WDC Freestyle, who we know has been able to step up their Search and Destroy with Kato being part of that crew. But now let's take a look at the lineup of Wolf, AG, Jabin, Rage, Yato, Yobabs, and Badman. We did not see Jabin on the starting roster earlier. It was Badman who played and was the second best player out there, only second to Rage, who took the MVP.
Take a rest, El Capitan Jabin. Let Badman do the work. Or maybe, we might just be able to see more of a change as well for the roster this time around. Maybe, I don't know if it's possible, but take Yato out, put Jabin in. Maybe AG, maybe Yobabs. I don't know. I just want to see something different. But at the same time, experiments is not something that you'd want to happen here, especially in a series up against Sacred Scatty.
It's too much of a risk to bring in a guy like Batman, a player that you just recently acquired and has that really put in the amount of repetition with the team, right? So it's definitely one thing that could be a high risk or a high reward for them. But we will not see Batman play at this matchup. It's going to be your Captain Jabin putting in the mix here with the help of AG and Rage. Now, this is a very important game for them. Have to take that win. You need to see Yobabs and Yato, this duo, step up today, just like what they did up against 3 Evil Dragons.
Well. Back to the Supreme Classic Wolf lineup that we used to see. We are so used to seeing. Now we move over to Sacred Scatty. Now it's going to be Chirac, Snurpy, Mark, Mid, Cisco, and Tokyo themselves, representing the banner of Sacred Scatty.
Hey, Rice God was able to play efficiently earlier. Was able to make some highlights of his own. And I need to see him do the same exact thing here consistently up against Wolf. They have the best chance at striking and outperforming the squad without Badman. So again, it's a matter of team cohesion at this point, and it's all about the map picks.
I think if they bring, Wolf to a map like Takeoff, they might stand a chance. Or even Ascenda, to be honest. I think those are the 2 maps that I'm eyeing for. Or maybe they can just whip out like a very unconventional map like Arsenal. Till then, we might just be able to see a really good show from both of the spectrum. But on towards Search and Destroy, I want to see a head-to-head Search and Destroy firing range run for both ends of the spectrum.
Let's see if that's going to happen. I mean, those definitely are the 2 best maps. It is the best map of these both squads. And we know that Sacred Scatty can shine with their scopes. We saw Chirac ending up with 12 kills at that firing range up against WPM LowKings. We saw Cisco with 8. We got Mitz who scored 10 kills with an HVK. So obviously they can pack that jam. But the question is, do they want to contest that team later on at firing range, right? If it ever has to go down to that kind of map. But we take a look at our head-to-head here first. Tokyo and Rage are going to be your key head-to-head players. This team really requires a lot of massive performance from Tokyo, and same thing could be said with Rage. If he plays well, the team is on another level.
You know, I was talking to myself, about the whole duo of Tokyo and Chroma, and it's only going to be Tokyo left alone now. Someone has to play support really well around him, or just play duos with him, because this guy can trade really well, especially in dire situations. Let's see if that factor can be applied as well. But moving over now towards the parameter of the hardpoint, which is something that I'm so worried about, because if you players here for the side of Wolf, you get Jabin, you get Yobabs, you get AG as well, possibly securing the parameter. So there's just more factors that I'm leaning towards here for the side of Wolf.
And there's a lot of players that can pop up. Much like WPM LowKings, Wolf, they have so much depth. But now we see the maps and modes. Sacred Scatty, they win the coin flip and they get to pick map 1 and map number 3. Now, these are big considerations. They bring us to their best map. And we go start this game with Hardpoint Ascenda, a map where we saw Scatty defeat WDC Free Slot. And at that control rate, they also had the best chance of winning up against the squad that I talked about. A 2-0 lead that they just blew. Could have been a win, but Scatty really lost that point. But they are looking to try to end their run today with their best maps possible.
50% win rate here for Wolf in regards to Ascenda, and it could have been a 100% loss rate if ever they weren't able to clutch things up on the hardpoint number 4 third set up against the Broke Boys clubs, but they were able to do so. And that only gives off one factor that I like from them, is that they are so well composed in regards to, resetting the hardpoint, resetting the tempo, and getting things done. But now, let's see if that's going to be applied here.
Yeah, operator skills, Sacred Scatty and Wolf, everything is going to be default. It's a mirror matchup that we got here, except for Wolf AG, who's got the claw. What are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, once more, I'm a big Gravity Vortex fan, and with that not being shown here, I'm pretty sad, to be honest. But I mean,
oh damn,
looking at the composition for both ends of the spectrum, once more, it's leaning towards playing for the range.
Okay, I have to kind of correct myself there. Everything is correct. It's definitely a mirror matchup. There's no difference in that operator skills. And again, Ascenda Hardpoint, the best map of Sacred Scatty. We know Chirac could shine on this map. He scored 20 plus kills versus WDC Free Slot. It wasn't even close to 50-128. They can really control the map as well as the gunfights.
You know what, Cali? I don't even know. I don't even want to bring up no numbers anymore. Let's just get it on. Wolf and Sacred Scatty about to battle it out now on here on Ascenda. Let's come and find out what's about to happen.
Yeah, P1 gonna start. Sacred's gonna have the initial favorable spawns. Wolf are still thinking that they need to play that hardpoint early, and they get the initial 12 points off this start.
Well, it's all going to come down to how you can zone things up here for open halls, and at the same time, close us as well. And look at the power positions here held down for the side of Wolf. They have 4 players right around the parameters, ensuring that no players from the side of Scatty will hop in. And now they take once more the contestment inside a hill. Sacred Scatty looking quite lost.
Oh my god, Wolf, this is the exact same thing I saw from them, always having a monohill at P1. And you can see that there's still 15 seconds that is ready for grab here. And Wolf is able to really lock in everyone. And Scatty will be able to get that scrap time, but they will start on the back foot. They had the initial spawn, but it has been flipped now by Wolf, who take the bigger picture. Getting that Lambo destroyed, and they're ready to stand their ground and win this next set of gunfights.
This map matters for the side of Sacred Scatty. Once more, statistics leans towards their side, but obviously Wolf wants to deny that whole history line, wants to deny that whole narrative as Rage picks up a triple from the range. And now, one player on the C side will hop along. trying to wrap around, but the spawns get flipped over here. Sacred Scatty now on the driveways.
They're currently at the driveways. Two players are making their way at the manor as well, but they all get deleted. Rage being able to step up greatly has helped this team get that lead over 61-16. Still 30 seconds left. Sacred slowing it down, trying to find a break. Mids gets the first one, will not get the second, but they get to contest the point and flood the hill. But Yazo stands his ground, gets the double, and they will continuously lead get that lead growing.
You know, two factors click down here for the side of Wolf. I mean, coming in from the Hardpoint number 2, early rotations in the gunfights on the middle stage of the game, and still Sacred Scatty so desperate to get some time inside his Hardpoint number 2. But what can you get out of those 60 seconds? 4 points, not gonna matter at all. While in the process, Wolf looking to get more in the long run, getting the early rotation for Petrie as well.
Rage and AGS got that operator ready for activation. Sacred, they're winning their initial gunfights here, able to get that break despite being late on rotation. They're gonna be able to spawn Wolf on the left side of the map through the wells. Fences are being held greatly by Sacred Scatty, trying to make up for that disappointing P1. Chirac lighting up the gas chamber, and we are ready for an all-out showdown.
Oh, now Sacred Scatty, they're on the favorable spawns. They have a War Machine on top of Umbrella. Two players actually hopping down. Snurpy contesting the hardpoint, swings out, sprays down, gets one. AG couldn't get the trade, but now he does. And now they try to hop in, but Mark finds a double on the feed, and they hold on inside a hardpoint.
And should they get this last 20 seconds, we're looking about a 20-point lead that Wolf will have by the time we get that P4. You can see them on rotation already. They got AG manipulating the spawns, getting that statue in their hands. But you can see the route being taken by Scatty. They're moving around that mid-map, and this is a map rotation that Wolf will not expect, and they win the gunfight inside of the hill. 5 seconds before it opens up, and they're the ones inside. Can they stand their ground for the first set of gunfights to hold?
Oh, no pinches whatsoever. Two players goes down in the front. One player on top, though. Player 5, that's going to be Yobab for you. Looking for the perfect time. He gets one, but gets traded off. Mark with a Purifier gets a double overall, but he doesn't get the connection to get the kill. And Wolf, they take the hill right back.
86-71, 40 seconds Steeler. Alive and kicking is going to be Wolf as they get that 20-point lead in their hand once again. Scatty spawning on the boathouse. Not a lot of time that you can do here. You are spawning so far out, and a lot of time being taken by Wolf. You can see number 2 is Sturpy routing around the bitch side, but he will not be able to survive, and Wolf gets to continue to claim up the scrap time.
You know, as I thought that this game is going to be a pull-away run for the set of Wolf, Sacred Scatty is actually putting up a fight. It's only a 30-point discrepancy that they got to face, but obviously, a deficit is a deficit, and it's something that they got to work on as we move over to the second set of hard points. But for now, Wolf playing this hard point down to the T, taking every second as we move over to the second deck.
And this is where we get to see the adjustments come in. Sacred Scatty gave Wolf 40 points at P1, and that led to a snowball effect here at this first set of rotation. Coming in on the second, we see some contests on the point, but Wolf still has the second floor locked down, and they bully out Sacred Scatty, spawning them out and getting more time inside this hill with AG now finally able to step in.
130 and 71 is the name of the game, and so far Sacred Scatty has been pretty stagnant all throughout the last 2 minutes. Can we see more of a fight, or can this be just a snowball run now here for the side of Wolf? And now finally Sacred Scatty, they get the break inside a hill, but no players from the hallway side will not grant them the access to hop inside, and no conversions whatsoever, and it's gonna be a messy run down below, and at the end of it, Wolf just wins more gunfights.
At 70-point lead that Wolf has here up against Sacred Scatty. Tokyo, they are making their way for an early rotation at the Lambos, something that they did not have earlier. Should they get the spawns and survive the first set of gunfights, they're going to be the ones holding this one hill. They're going to be able to cash that money as well, as this is going to be the money hill.
Breaking hard points, something not so strange for the side of the Wolves. And now they hop right in, and Purifier on the front lines. 2-man push from C-side, but Chirac with the Annihilator wants to deny this run. He gets one, gets smoked off though, has to find a way to get a better angle. He gets another one down, and Tokyo on the feed gets his own cell, but in the process, he does get one, and that's going to be enough for them to get the break inside the hill. Sacred Scatty, they hop right in.
They're fighting back. This is what you want for Sacred Scatty, who wants to get themselves this victory. They're slowly inching their way back, but Wolves, Yobabs are just too good. They flooded point once again. A kind of a pinch play gifted for Sacred Scatty at this point, and they are trying to convert that into a break. 20 seconds is a lot of time to give up, and they're contesting this P2 once again, but Yobabs there to get this backup reinforced. But Mids finds that triple, and they're gonna be able to maintain that last 10 seconds. And they also have number 3 and Mark already trying to set up for the next hardpoint rotation. But same thing could be said for Wolf. It's a 50-50 on this one.
This is exactly what I like about Wolf. No, they have players to allocate to secure the scrap time, at the same time secure the rotation for P3 now, but unfortunately they're just a little bit too slow. As Sacred Scatty, they win most of the rotations, but in regards to the gunfights, they do slow down just a little bit. Now it's only going to be Mark inside a hill, looking to be the saving grace. He does get one, checks around, whips up the purifier, sprays down, gets it all done, and now they retain the left side, the right spawns at least, and now they're holding things down. The question is, can they hold on to their grounds?
A great investment being made by Mark. He's got the switchblade to play with. Only got 2 kills on that purifier, but he is able to build up on his core streak, able to take down Yobabs on that fence as Tokyo will get the patio control, but they gotta get someone to step inside the hill and not give Wolf any time as they have reached 200 points already.
You know, Sacred Scatty now is nowhere to be found. But once again, the game is never over, not until it's over. About time for Sacred Scatty to enter the hardpoint mark. But the rotation for hardpoint number 4 is where Wolf is at. And they are so ready to hold their ground to possibly end off this game on this respective hardpoint.
And that's 3 players on the rocks. Make that 4. They have an operator to play with, and that's going to be from AG. Now, the one thing more than likely we're seeing from Scatty, they're trying to break in multi-angles here. They're sending out number 2 and number 1 off the back, but Javen's got that read, but still be able to make himself stay alive. And Tokyo there to get that trades to happen, and they're being able to hold on the point. But Chirac is the only guy alive here trying to play with his life, and he eventually gets dealt with. And it's just Wolf having consistent contest on the point, but finally some lives being shown by Sacred as they're able to claim at least the first 30 seconds.
Can they put off the reverse comeback, or are they just prolonging their demise? Sacred Scatty, 3-man push for the set of Wolf here on front. They're going to be able to take care of them. And they hold their grounds once more for one more wave. And one more to go for them to end off this hardpoint run. 2-man push here. That's going to be Rage for you and AG. They spray down, looking to get the break, but they get denied. And Sacred Scatty, they survive for another hardpoint.
Yeah, fight not yet over. They gotta make up for that P1 slump that they had in the first set of rotation. They gotta get an adjustment made. Not give Wolf an opportunity to take over the second floors, but 2 go down at the manor. Tokyo and Snurfy gonna have to be forced out, but they are making some great time with Mark playing that objective. But he gets dealt with at the top floor. Jabin and his crew are not messing. They want to get this win badly.
This has been the worst hill for the side of Sacred Scatty. Can they turn things around? They have to. They can't afford to let this one through. And so far, they get the first initial take. Take down 1 player from the hallways. Finds a triple overall on the feed. And they get the break inside the hill.
Should they get this last 30 seconds? We're looking at only a 40-point lead that Wolf has on the matchup. And they're also preventing them from getting this victory at the moment. Mark stepping up 150 seconds to his name already. The main objective player for Sacred Scatty at the moment. And this squad has 15 seconds to play with. You can already see Tokyo trying to set up that P2, but he lost the gunfight up against Yano. And it's going to be for spawns flipped now. Wolf will have the rotation on the P2. They also get the scrap time to work with. And that's going to be a step closer to them to ending this game.
They lose more gunfights as well on towards the eastern side of the map. That's going to be giving the rotation here for a set of Wolf. Wolf only needs 14 more points to claim to end off this game and take away this first round here on the series up against Sacred Scatty. And the spawns will be blessed over for Sacred Scatty. They have hope to be holding on for.
Mids, he's got the War Machine. He finds 2 kills off of it. That's going to delay the push. Marks has got the Purifier on the point as well, but he gets beamed out by Agent with the HVK. Hardpoint in the hands of Wolf. They also got an annihilator to play with, and everybody tries to fall, but all go down. Nice bit of contest for Sacred Scatty, and they will try their best, but it's going to be all eliminations as they go down. Wolf continues to claim time and ends this up with the victory.
A very valiant hustle for the side of Sacred Scatty. Won't matter for Wolf. They get it through, and they win this one pretty convincingly, staying in the entirety of the run on the driver's seat. That's exactly how they want to put up this show on Hacienda Hardpoint.
And one thing more than likely that we saw from them at the start, more particularly, was having the fountains. The fountains was essential. Having that one locked in and getting like the initial 40 seconds was a big deal for Wolf because that's the kind of amount of lead that they had until the last end of rotation.
You know, man, there was a lot of times where Sacred Scatty was the very first team to hold on to the hard point, but they just can't win to, manage to win their gunfights. And that's such a huge factor overall. And for the most of the times we get to see in the competitive scene is that when a team like, let's say, the West Point Mamba, LowKings, or even Wolf, or even Smart Omega are solidified inside the hard point, there's very little chances that they lose the gunfights. But for Sacred Scatty here, I think Crossfire was such a big problem for them. I don't think communications was really that present or as much as it should be. And that really was the factor that boiled them down and made them lose this hard point run.
Yeah, Mark obviously had the time of his life in that hard point. He's got a minute and 42 on his hands. Also got a 25 plus points. Well, plus 25 kills to work with here for Sacred Scatty, but again, not enough to get the job done as Wolf are so centric at getting all these victories. All of their players had at least almost a minute on their arsenal before they move in and get those eliminations, right? And this was just kind of a very dominant early set of rotation that we had for Wolf, and it eventually led to spiraling out of control for Sacred Scatty. They had multiple times that they're able to get close, but the close that we're talking about is just narrowing that gap down to only 40 points.
Yeah, I mean, 40 points, such a huge margin, to be honest. And, Sacred Scatty could have done more if they were able to set up their crossfires just a bit better, but it didn't happen, But hey, we still have 2 more games to go. It's only 1 for the side of Wolf, 1 more for them to win off the series, and very doable here for the side of Scatty. I mean, I have more hopes for your hardpoint compared to Control, but at the same time, we're still open for changes now. But for the way of slums, this should be going to their way.
Yeah, but it's still a map pick here for Wolf, right? But they still get to pick the sides. Kuyura squad for Sacred Scatty on the attack side. This is actually a very smart thing for them. We know Wolf to be a team that loves to play for the plant. And having the start on the attack side gets you to prevent that from happening and forcing you to get that initial pressure on the first half of the matchup. Now, we do have Mark in the lineup. We know Mark as the Whoopi Terminator. He's able to counter every sniper that the other team has to provide. And we can see and we can expect him to actually counter Jabin here today.
I was really excited to see Mark here play for the entirety of the series. Because, during Arena Masters 5, if I'm not mistaken, we only really get to see Mark during Search and Destroys. Now he's trained to play Hardpoint and all Control as well. And before we get to see Control, obviously Search and Destroy, it's something that is, has been around his domain. This is truly his forte. Can he remain to be the same Mark that we know? Might be the case.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent, and that's why Sacred Scatty has to keep him around because of how versatile he is. We know him to be an S&D player, but he knows how to get the job done as well as the objective player for the side of Sacred Scatty on that hard point Hacienda. Now we get to go and get this map number 2 sorted. Sacred Scatty is going to start off the party on the attack side. And on the defensive side, interestingly, they will let Wolf take the plant. So the graphics that we had earlier was kind of a hit of a miss. So early plant, 3v5, Wolf has the game in hand.
Such a miss shot there for Snurpy on this wrap around. Rage just turns around, shuts him down. Chirac as well does take down Yobabs. And now he's going to be left alone here in a 1v4. Has the right on hand. Jabin just right around the corner. Chirac gets 1 kill. Chirac swings. Doesn't get the information that Jabin's right there. And Jabin and Wolf, they get the first round.
There we go. That's it. Again, Wolf is renowned to get that bomb plan over and over again. They will not stop until you get it. They get it in your head. And for Sacred Scatty, you gotta keep up that composure. Have to stay alive. Maybe play for a retake. You don't have to go guns blazing, knowing that Wolf is very sound at going in for this close range engagements, right? And here we go. Double for Wolf. They get this first 4 kills.
Make it the 4 kills in total here overall. 1v3 situation now here. Mark left alone with a sniper. Can you make the magic wonder here out this round? Bomb's gonna get planted here on this A bomb site actually. But Jabin spots him down. Doesn't matter for the side of Mark. Jabin twice in a row getting the last kills to secure the rounds. 2 in a row for the side of Wolf.
Interestingly, though, we are seeing Sacred kind of falling off a bit in performance. They only scored 2 kills on the last round. For surprisingly, you need to get something more than that. Wolf able to capitalize all on the aggression, using the tacticals to close that gap down. They're trying to change it up a bit here by putting that bomb down at the A side, at the A side.
Yeah, and they're barging in now. They got 2 players out from the chase. Only 1 goes down for them. But Snurpy finds a double over. Oh, Yato, AG out. Now it's going to be Yobabs, Jabin left alone to support the sniper. And the captain. Captain down. Oh, captain, my captain. Your job is done. Yobabs, 1v3. Definitely has the talent to clutch things up. Misses the shot. Misconnects. Runs away for dear life, but gets cut off by Mark. And finally, Sacred Scatty, they take 1 round back.
Finally, some signs of life. They all have to work through a wondrous attack. They had to survive through a play from Snurpy where he was able to clutch those 2 kills at the A site, holding that staircase down to the T. And Wolf did not see that attack coming. They're going to try to switch it up a bit by putting that bomb towards the mid side and get that B side push, and Yobabs with the collateral.
Oh, wow. Tokyo Snurpy out. Yobabs wants to get some more. Mark across, but mid shuts him down from the back lines. Direct goes down. Mark left alone. 1v4. All eyes on you. 30 seconds left to play with.
Mark. Okay, that's a lot of players to deal with and a lot of corners to check. Eventually, you're going to get caught by one of the 2 players that are just trying to team up, or you might just get caught by Aegis trying to hide in plain sight with the HVK. Wolf ends it 3-1.
I mean, at some point here, I think Sacred Scatty should just allocate themselves, go to 1 bomb site and play retake at A or something, because clearly going for isolations, going for like a 1-3-1 split doesn't really work out for them.
You're going to have to wait it out. Just like this. Play for a retake. Let that bomb get planted. Get this 5v5. Use those abilities later on. You have an opportunity to get them kills. Rage has planted that bomb. We're ready for a 5v5. Snurpy will almost get the first blood, but Rage finds the double.
Round continues. 3v4. AG takes on mids. Mark on the feet. Takes on Rage as well. Now it's going to be Chirac finding 1 as well. It's going to be a 2v2. Yobabs just behind the wall, looking to get an angle. Doesn't really cut the chase. Chirac gets the raid. Doesn't matter for Yobabs. He gets the kill. And Wolf, they remain on the lead. Getting wider and wider.
Sacred Scatty playing like 3 evil dragons at this point. They couldn't get their gunfights going. Even though they tried to take another route by playing it passive. Wolf were ready to take on that challenge. And this is why we would love to not give Wolf that opportunity to plant that bomb, because they can punish you for giving that opportunity. Right now, though, this time Sacred Scatty will be able to get the first blood as Yato will be out. That's 1 key playmaker potentially taken out, but you still have to close this one up.
Ooh, big shots here from mids. Takes down Rage. Now it's bomb gonna get denied. AG looking to get an angle, but the pressure is on for a side of Sacred. Loving what I'm saying here, but AG wants to go for the commitment now. They want to go for the bomb plant. Snurpy well aware of the situation. AG runs away, stays alive for dear life.
You can see Jabin positioning himself on the garage. He's got the scope, but this counter will be the smoke grenade. Now's the time for you to pounce. You can see number 5 in Chirac going around behind enemy lines. The bomb getting diffused here as well. Jabin will not see this attack coming. Chirac with the LCAR-9, but Yobab's there to get the kill, but he has been delayed. Bomb gets defused. Sacred Scatty all around the map. Gets that second round to go as we switch the sides.
And that's exactly the fight that we want to see. Sacred Scatty, do you have what it takes to be on par with Wolf, or do you accept to go down, out away from this event with nothing on hand? Move over now to the 7th round. It's going to be a quick take here on this B bomb side, and it's gonna be a 2-on-2 clash here happening, and it's gonna be Track on the feed finding a double. Yato takes down one before he goes down, and that's gonna be a 4v3 situation as we see.
Mark waiting at the graveyards, trying to take a pick on the guy on the broken wall. He spots a guy on the jeepneys, pull the trigger, and he's gonna be basically hurt by Yobabs here. Yobabs able to take that trade. 33 seconds for Sacred Scatty to work their way and defend this bomb plan, and Snurpy making those double play work and give. Then Chris the chance of Scatty winning this round. Yobabs back against the wall, literally. And Scatty working back-to-back rounds to get this victory.
Now, it's only going to be one round that they got to chase, and it's going to be all evened up. Cali, this is something that we like to see.
This is obviously a round that Wolf has to win, and also something that Scatty needs to win as well, not just so that they have a solid end at the group stage run. Snurpy finds the first blood onto AG. They're trying to put the bomb down at the B site. Wolf using the stun to their advantage. They're ready for the bounce, and Yato there with the help of Yobabs cleans the two players at the dumpsters.
Oh, the coordination. Two players simultaneously go down for the side of Sacred Scatty. Now, the bomb drop on that side. Player 5, Chirac, has to find a way to make a play, but Yobabs watching the right lane, holding down the angle. Chirac, oh no. Oh dear boy. Better watch out. Duck your head. Down the concrete. Mark as well onwards to Rage. It's a battle of snipers here, but Mids might just be able to make the play. He falls away, gets it information, and they still are hesitant to make something work out.
And Scatty's problem here is the bomb is thrown up at the A site. They got to pick that one up. They're searching for a way to flood, but the only way for you to get that bomb is to try to play trades. You're not going to get that if you try to play your one-on-ones, unless a miracle happens. Number 4 in mids could be the first one in line, but Chirac will not go and push and play the trade, so that push eventually not going to work out and will be useless in Jabin. Or he's got Mark's rotation. Don Wright, he's got that read on him. Babs is going to be on the cubby as well. 30 seconds go by. Chirac makes a big play on the broken wall. That diverts the attention, but Mark fails to sustain his life out there. But he picks up the bomb, but Jabin able to pick him on the fountains. Wolf gets their 5th round.
5th round we go. Sacred Scatty losing the grip on that very round. Once more, it's all going to come down to this. Typically in Slum Search and Destroy, you want to barge in into the bomb side or you want to take things slow. And so far, looking at the formation here for the side of Sacred Scatty, they want to barge in once more. That's going to be a 4-man push here on the brick side. Rage finds one. Yato as well. Mids, Tokyo, and Snurpy out from the chase. And now it's going to be Mark and Chirac left alone in a 2v5.
And not something that you would take pride on as you're down in numbers. An opportunity for Wolf to get that match point. Yobabs already here at bottom side of the map. Jabin is eyeing out any entrances that will be made by Sacred Scatty at the bricks. Chirac has to scout every corner here. So unless he gets one, you gotta relocate real quick and not get taken down. But it's a triple hit that Wolf has poured for him there. The best way for them to move on is just to try to pick some guy out at the A side, and that's where Mark actually comes in. He hasn't been spotted yet.
Bang! Wow! What a quick shot! Finds a double overall! AG and Yobab's out! Now it's gonna be a 2v3. Once was round so oblique, now so doable. Oh my days.
Fight not yet over. You see number 5 in Chirac looking to stay alive, but gets turned on by Rage. All down to Mark to clutch this one up. Bomb has to be picked, but Jabin has already made his rotation all the way to the broken wall. Yato will be eliminated, but Jabin gets the flank, gets the match point as well.
3 nifty shots from Mark. If Jabin wasn't on the wrap round, that was such a doable situation. But it is what it is. Now, Wolf on match point. May this be the last and final round, or could this be the start of the Cinderella story of Sacred Scatty?
You gotta play perfect here. You're asking Scatty to get all this round and force overtime. They need to get 3 rounds straight to be able to force Wolf to deal limits.
Bang. Mark takes down Yobabs. Wonderful entry so far for the set of Sacred Scatty. but we have to see a commitment for the rest of the players to come true. Chirac making the play work out as well. Finds his 9th kill overall. Now it's going to be a 5-8-3. They can't afford to drop the ball now. They have the opportunity. They have the power. They have the resources to get another round back.
You're waiting for an opportunity to strike in, but Yato Enraged finds 3! Mark, it's all up to him to try to create a moment. At the enemy lines, he goes at the A site, trying to clear up every corner he sees. Chirac and Mark, both having snipers. Mark finds AG. Yato Enraged. This is definitely not the guys you want ending up at the last moment because they can clutch it up and be the Iceman. Yato, they will open up the enemy lines. And Chirac gets eliminated. Mark has to stay alive and clutches 1v2 to stay alive.
Mark, oh Mark. Wasn't present on the first game. I mean, now he is here on the second. He's going to get this bomb planted. If we can see Yato Enraged, prove yourself, boy. And they're going to push out. They're going to go for the swing. Double pinch comes true. Mark gets one. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Mark well aware of the situation. He slides in, but Rage shuts him down. And he crushes the dream of Sacred Scatty on the Search and Destroy slums.
Yeah, and with this win, they obviously win the series 2-0, but it's not yet over. You gotta win another map, make this 3-0 victory so that you get to solidly state yourself out in the top 3. They will now have 3 wins and 2 losses with this matchup up against Wolf, up against Sacred Scatty.
Wow. So many instances as well that it could have went for the way of Scatty, but props to Wolf for just showing their mastery of slums. This is not the first time that we got to see slums for the side of Wolf. No, I mean, disregarding this event overall, we got to see them play this map against Smart Omega on like Arena Masters 4, if I'm not mistaken, and they were able to change things around big time. And the way that they change up their tempo is so hard to deal with, especially if you're on the side of Sacred Scatty.
Yeah, I mean, I also love what I saw from Rage. This guy was not seen anywhere like for the first 2 days, and here he is claiming all the MVPs. He was the guy that stepped it up for Wolf without the presence of Jabin up against 3 Evil Dragons, and you love to see a guy like him finally get back to his feet right in time for the playoffs to open up.
0-2, as we get to see. But man, oh man, we need to see more from the side of Sacred Scatty. I know for a fact there's more. I know for a fact, Cali, there is more the Sacred Scatty can offer. Coming in from like the revision of the lineup without Cisco, I think Cisco is just not available. But Mark filling into the role of Cisco here, it actually works out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he is one of the more notable players coming in from C8 eSports before, and he is going to be able to play very well if he's given the opportunity to do so. And Mark is able to showcase his talent not just in Hardpoint, but as well as in this S&D, where he's able to make a big plays off on his own.
Now, we take a look at the highlights here. Cali, what was your favorite highlights? For me, it was that Yobab's collateral on that A-bomb site.
For me, it was Mark, man. The 1v2 was just insane. Quick scope onto Yobabs, and the guy at the broken wall, as soon as he picked, he got removed real fast.
That was a really just such a, what do you call this? A testament to what can Mark offer for like the next few runs as well for Sacred Scatty. But obviously, I think this is going to be coming near to the end of Sacred Scatty. I don't think there's going to be any more tournaments that we might be able to see them, not unless they grind. Those community tournaments once more, just put their names out, prove to the whole competitive scene who they actually are.
I mean, we labeled this team to be the next superstar for the Garena MSP region. I mean, they did show up pretty well in Garena Masters 4, claiming at least the top 4 in the Philippine region. And I got nothing but so much promise and potential for this squad. If they play and keep this roster intact for the next season of Garena Master, they may not be able to play at the stage 5 anymore after taking another loss in this competition. But they do have a lot of talent that we know is very much similar to how WPM LowKings started last year.
Just by looking at how they rise, I can absolutely agree with you. I mean, one thing that's different from them, though, I can absolutely say that they are a Frankenstein lineup, but they managed to make it work. But overall now here, Cali, moving over to raid control, it's not looking so pleasant here for the side of Scatty. I mean, 2 to 3 up against Wisdom Community Free Slot, 1 to 3 up against the Brokeways Club, and that's just about it, man.
Yeah, and here we go. We're ready for the control. And we're not going to be still seeing Cisco anymore here. It's all down to mids and their squad to go up and end this matchup with the win.
Can they do it? Cali, props to Scatty for making this far. I wasn't expecting them to even, be the team to advance to stage 4, but they did it. And that's just going to be adding more better story narratives here for Cisco as well, being a content creator. Now a very powerful professional player as well. So props to you, Rice Boy.
I mean, yeah, Rice God. It's not a Rice Boy. It's the Rice God.
Rice
Everybody
God.
salute to Rice God. He may not be here with us, but man, he knows how to get his stuff going, right? And again, for Scatty, facing very much like how WPM LowKings played their first stage 4 last year, they were not able to qualify for the playoffs and they had to go get an early exit. But that fueled WPM LowKings to come back stronger. The next time you're able to play at the Garena MSP, and again, for Sacred Scatty facing the similar setup, let's see though, they're going to be able to get at least a win up against Wolf as they start on the attack side already, have made their way to the pull side, got that one segment locked in already, and they have paused that time as well.
Oh, first segment done on Alpha as early as this is something that I like to see coming in from the side of Sacred Scatty, but AG comes into the scene, Rage and Jabin as well, and they get the clean up here on Alpha. A lot of investments in regards to the life count. Was it worth it? I don't think so now.
Yeah, Scatty, we're going to be forced onto a reset, and you can see number 1 in Jabin is at the driveway, and what does he do out there? He's trying to funnel out the spawns of Sacred Scatty to spawn them at the air cons, and he's been able to do that pretty well. Funneling is something that is simple, but does a lot of impact. You can see Sacred Scatty now being able to get spawn trap here at the moment.
Ooh, and now look at the formation here for Sacred Scatty. Heading towards the Bravo side. They got to deal with Yobab, so with a sniper, and Yobab finds a double on the feed. Rage as well. And now the spree continues here for the side of Wolf. Sacred Scatty. A break on towards Bravo. Not going to happen at all. Chirac looking to be the saving grace, but the time is dwindled down. Wolf gets the proper read, and they're having a hard time just going out of the parameter.
AG again doing the same exact thing Jabin was doing earlier. Funneling them down to a bedside spawn. And they've been able to get caught off guard with that. Still not able to get back on track. They had a great start by getting the first segment into the first 30 seconds. Then Wolf happened, and the manipulation of spawns clearly was the big de facto there. Sacred, they just go down like flies at this point.
3 lives remaining now for Sacred Scatty. Round should be said and dealt with. Done and dealt with. And that's going to be him. Left alone, Mark. Couldn't do anything. Wolf, they win the first round convincingly.
And it's just pretty typical, right? Still on the defensive side, but what's going to be more significant here is if you got the win on the attack side up against Sacred Scatty. Wolf now, this time, are looking to try to spread across all the way towards the mid-map. They get number 5 in Yobab with the scope, takes no strippery on the kitchens, and they will stand 3 players at the B side. 1 playing the perimeter play, and they will be able to get some kills off with that as well. And you can see the clock actually being stopped as the B side is getting captured.
With 27 to 24, Jabin finds a huge 3-piece on the board. Yobab as well onwards Zig, and now that's going to be only a one-directional push happening here for a set of Sacred Scatty. That's going to be 2 on the laundries. They get taken down. Player 2, Yato, just cleaning things up. Player 3, Mark, looking to, beat a cavalry right there, but I don't think it's going to happen at all. And now simultaneously, it's going to be Sacred Scatty falling away, knowing for a fact that Bravo is said and dealt with.
They still have plenty of time. If they can give up that B site, just work and have a solid hold at this A capture that we're about to see from Wolf. They're going to try to route away all towards the laundries. It's all down to Mark to create a setup that can help his team defend their high ground and their position. And he does so, step up, gets that 2 kills initially, and stop that spawn trap from being activated.
Now, we move over. A minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. Wolf has a lot of time, a lot of lives as well. Mark holding down the angle here from laundries. It's going to be one player for them, but it's all going to come down to the kitchen control. AG with a claw does take one down, pushing all over to the window side, but there's going to be one player from the pool taking him down. And now the live slowly but surely getting evened up. And now, 15-14, Wolf still on the lead, but might not hang any longer no more. Snurpy goes down. Mark holds down the angle, sprays down, takes down Jabin. No refrags whatsoever. Mark going for the challenge. 2 players rush right around. He hops right up. He sprays down. Gets another one. Couldn't get the triple though. And now Wolves, they stay still on the lead. 11-8. Scatty. Can they survive one more wave or are they going to fall down? And Snurpy and Tokyo, they pick off a double. Huge piece on the board. Triple for them. 7-7 now. Sacred Scatty. 2 operators invested. 1 predator. Precious information. Don't get the kill. 40 seconds left. Yobab's on this wraparound. Might just be able to crush the dreams here for Scatty. 3, actually. 4 players on this wraps. Make it 5. Sacred Scatty. Do they know what's about to come? 2 players on the board for Scatty. 1 for the side of Wolf. But it's going to be enough for them to even things up now. It's going to be 5-5. Snurpy on the claw. Checking. Clearing the angle. 15 seconds left on the clock. Has to move in quick. Spots down 1. AG gets the trade. Now it's going to be a 2v4 situation here. Ladies and gentlemen. Wolf might just fumble the second round. And Tarak and Mids, they claim the last 2 kills. Sacred Scatty. They put themselves back in the board. 1-1. Wow. Pardon me, by the way. Cali Gaming just a bit out from the scene. Couldn't take the heat. So I'll be taking over for just a little bit. But now, 3rd round. Here we go. Bravo is the name of the game here for Sacred Scatty. Tarak and Tokyo. Snurpy on top. Mids here, watching mid lane. Pops the War Machine. Does take down 1. He checks, he clears. And so far, this progress here on Bravo is not so convincing. But fortunately, as soon as they lose out lives, they get the traits as well. 26, 27. 2 segments done. Make it the 3rd segment as well. And it's going to be the early Bravo capture here for the side of Sacred Scatty. "24 lives, even." I don't exactly know what's happening here. Wanting for sure. It's just going to be a whole scrappy runtime here for both ends of the spectrum. No recovery whatsoever for the set of Wolf, and they're having a hard time. But finally, Scatty, they stay on that lead. They win the 2nd round. Can they retain this one once more, Cali?
Yeah, I mean, nice setup that they have here. Controlling that kitchen is going to be one big thing to open up the floodgates at the A site. AG, it's got 15 kills, holding the back doors, holding the front lines, while his teammates are busy holding back the basketball court to prevent from anything from happening and spiraling out of control. You can see number 4 in mids, trying to funnel them down into a basketball spawn. And I love this take. They still got 1:20 left to work with, 18 lives to 19. Definitely have the live advantage. They can play with it until they're able to crack the code once again.
18-19, Scatty. Really doing such a good job holding their grounds. But as soon as they say that,
Wow.
Rage and AG wants to put up the fight. War Machine for Yobabs. Spots 1 onwards to Gardens. And it's going to be Jabin here spraying down, gets him off from the chase. No more map control anymore here for the set of Sacred Scatty.
There we go, Snurpy. With that elimination confirmed, Sacred Scatty has to work their way up against a reset. They're doing the same exact thing once again, putting themselves on the kitchen. Can we see a deja vu? Or are we going to see things ending up the way they pan it out to be? As Chirac is holding the mountain room, he's got that high ground control, but he picks the wrong corner and Rage able to deal with him. And that's again costing them some lives here. Gotta play with it a little bit better with 25 seconds left on the clock.
15-9. 20 seconds left on the clock. Sacred Scatty has to double things down. They have kitchen control, but they haven't checked bottom bedroom. And that's exactly where Rage is at. He gets 1, gets a triple overall, actually. And now there's going to be 4 lives remaining here for the set of Sacred Scatty. Oh my days. Devastation is the name of this round.
My God.
There's only going to be Mark left alone in the 1v13. Go down, boy. Wolf, match point.
Yeah, again, I love it. I saw from Sacred Scatty. I love how they managed to try to work their way the second time, even though the first set of gunfights that they set up at the kitchens did not work out pretty well that they intended to be. It really was the cause and it was the bane for them as well. I feel like they could have went in at the laundry side, get that attack through, because Mitch was staying there for a lot of time. If they could have fought that, get that activation on the spawn trap, could have been a different entire thing.
Now, look at this. Wolf pushing here on this alpha point. Only will be able to get a bit of progress, but it gets recited down quickly here by the side of mids. And now, Sacred Scatty wanting to push up here on the gym side.
Oh.
All over down to this bottom side of this bedroom as well. And Mark will be able to pick up a double. Yobab gets the call, sprays down with an L-car. Good read for him, and they deny the spawn trap.
And sometimes you gotta have to think Secret Scat is just trying to do the same exact Wolf strategy. You can see number 1 and number 2, Tokyo and Snurpy on the garage. Every time Wolf goes down, you can spawn them at the air cons. You can see Jabin ready for some next of gunfights. With an annihilator, he picks one down, takes down Tokyo, one of the anchors from Sacred on the spawns, getting eliminated, but Jabin on the spree gets his team the 2 live advantage.
Oh, Jabin, annihilator showdown for him. We thought the CBR4 does get taken down by Tokyo. And now they're on this convincing lead right now, and they take care of the second segment for Alpha as well. Making the third. Tokyo pops right down, gets a double overall for the side of Scatty. And they deny the bleeding for a moment or so, but Yobabs is there to save the play for the side of Wolf.
Sturpy has to take him out, not give Wolf this opportunity to get another minute left. But Yobabs has been locking it in. Mark is going to be on with the Purifier, but the timely shot there from Wolf. Jabin gets that Purifier wasted to win 1 at the overall series. One more round to be won by Wolf, and it's going to be a 3-0, and they earn their spot at the top 3. They earn a spot as the best team, second best team for the side of the Group A.
Well, looking to be the end. Not unless mids can get the connection here with the War Machine, but Yobab's on the feed, wants to lower the numbers down. AG as well. 5 lives remain for the side of Sacred Scatty. It's only going to be Tokyo with a Sparrow that's longing to change the tides of the game. Finds a double now on the feed, but there's still 9 more lives to play with here for the side of Wolves.
They've been there trying to smell blood out here. Mids is playing a tight corner. He's one of the last 3 alive players for Scatty. He picks 2 players, kind of efficient. They gotta take away 3 more players to give this one a tie matchup. Snurpy's got a claw to work with. Can they clutch this one up? Smoke is there to cover the tracks of Wolf as they enter the B side as well, but Snurpy able to pick them down with the claw. It has to be a 1v1 gunfight. Snurpy dancing his way around. The south side is on. And 2v2 situation. But Yano creates that big play. AG stops the push from Mark. And Wolf dominates. Gets the 3-0 on the overall series. A donut serve for the 4th time of the day.
GG's. What a match. Honestly, yeah. Sacred Scatty went out of this event, but they put up a fight. 3-1. Name it whatever you want. But you saw the efforts. You saw that they were playing by the passion, by their hearts, and they wanted to put up a fight. And that's exactly the factor that made them win my hearts here. But overall, the spotlight owned by Wolf.
And with this victory, that gives them 3 wins and 2 losses on the overall series. And they're currently at the number 2 in the current standings of Group A. Only second to WPM LowKings, who's got a 5 wins and 0 loss, an undefeated performance at the group stage. And this post-game breakdown just gives us a general narrative on what just happened at this matchup. Yobabs was able to lock it down, gets the MVP, something that we haven't seen for a very long time.
You know, I met Yobabs in real life. Really silent guy, really low-key, but does the job well done. And props for him for getting this MVP, 28 and 13, plus 1 assists, averaging 3,148 scoreline here on this control run. Overall, congratulations here for Wolf for solidifying themselves and putting themselves into the mix for the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, I feel like Sacred Scatty could have put on a bit more fight if Cisco was around. I mean, that guy can really be one hell of a player when it comes to playing the S&D as well as the Hardpoint. You need a guy that can be vocal at times. He can get the play calls as well. But with him around, Mark kind of did pretty decent to help his team get some bit more contest compared to the usual things that we saw from Three Evil Dragons earlier. Was able to get at least a minute and 50 seconds on the clock on the Hardpoint. And this is 25 kills, and he got 9 kills on the S&D. Definitely a guy that has raw potential, but definitely can turn into something great if he puts in the time and work.
Time and work has been the way for the Westman Mamba LowKings, and I kind of hate myself for using Westman Mamba LowKings as an example, but they are the best example of time and work and dedication to just passion.
I mean, for Scatty, I mean, they have put in the work. They have managed to put, so much time that they are the fourth best team in Green MSP by the time Green Masters 4 ended, right? And the only thing that I ask for this team is to keep that gameplay intact. I need to see this team work their way around next time. Have a coach that can really do the system for them so that they can unlock their truest potential.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I don't want to discredit Snurpy and Tractor, all respected veterans, but I want to see Chroma, I want to see Freezy as well in an event like Stage 4 that could have made a difference. But for now, that only goes to the storyline of what if. What if they were here? But for now, we just gotta accept the reality. It's gonna be Wolf pulling away with the victor's crown and the spotlight for this second to the last series for tonight.
Yeah, I expected more of that hard S&D slumps to be a little bit more tight and compact. I expected that game to at least end up into a 7-5. Not expecting it to go and be a one-sided match for Wolf to dominate. Again, they were the ones who started on the attack side. Scatty kind of fell through the first half, scoring only 4 wins. I was only scoring 2 rounds out of the 6 that were available that half. And who was the guy who was able to create that play? It was AG. 1.6 KD rating and 3 MVP counts in total. Totally one of the more consistent players that Wolf has right now in the current roster outside of Jabin.
I bet little brother Jivy is happy about this. Big bro AG is now the MVP of the series. Congratulations for AG for averaging 1.6 KDR. In regards to the kills, 23. That's 14.33. An average scoreline of 3,100, 35.33, and an MVP count of 3.
And I'm gonna have to ask you this. Who do you think is the best player right now for Blacklist? I mean, Wolf.
Dude, honestly, it's pretty okay. I know for a fact they've just won the series here, but they've been pretty inconsistent for me to gauge who's the best.
Oh damn!
But I still have to hand it down to Rage at some point because he still remains at like the top 3 for most of the games here. But I think it could be a different testament as well for this very runs for tonight because we get to see that each and every player from the side of Wolves here is just doing their job so correctly.
I mean, my hot take, best player in Wolf, it has to be AG. That's what I mean. Very consistent player, and he has helped this team get a top 3 spot at least for now at the group stage and advancing to the playoffs. Up next is going to be WDC and Broke Boys Club. It's a do or die. If WDC wins that, they get the top 2 spot. But if Broke Boys Club gets that victory, it's a tiebreaker. And the only way to find out what's going to happen is to tune in right after this break.
Okay, calibrate. Freshen up lang ako.
Sige.
It's the final match here for Bracket A of the group stages now, and it's what more can you put it? As it's going to be the Broke Boys Club up against the Wisdom Community Free Slot to battle it out. It's a do or die situation here, Cali.
Yeah, WDC Free Slot gets this win up against Broke Boys Club. They get to secure their top 2 spot, only ahead of Wolf. But if Broke Boys Club gets to win this one, it's a win over the other, which means it's going to be Broke Boys Club claiming a top 3 spot. A lot on the line here for the Thailand region, and as well as the dark horse of Group A in Broke Boys Club, who saw themselves losing the first 2 maps at day 1 of Group A, but eventually picked up on it and having a great late game. Can they continue that momentum, and can we see them upset the WDC Free Slot, the gods of Thailand?
I mean, I'm not so exactly so certain, no, but I do want you all to correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is going to matter quite a lot here for Broke Boys Club, because this is going to be the furthest stage of the World Championship that they have reached so far, all throughout their competitive senior. Unlike Wisdom Community Free Slot, where I think they've been able to put up, a bit of a convincing run coming in from their previous year, alongside with last year's as well. So I'm really happy for Broke Boys Club here to being able to put enough pressure to be at this stage of the game.
I mean, for WDC Free Slot, they've been here since 2020. They were the finalists, only second to NRX Jeremiah 2911, who were the first Garena MSP Kings. And Astro Isaac, now formerly known as WDC Free Slot, has kind of fell a dip in their performance ever since the start of 2021. And we did see some spark of life, almost taking down Smart Omega at 2022 at the lower bracket, but ending up and choking it and losing to a game number 5 clearly costed them that game. And what did they do? They knew that their S&D were lacking at that point in time. And that's why they're able to go and upgrade their performance. Having Kato in the lineup gets this team an opportunity to be one hell of a team to play at the Search and Destroy.
And once more, this series here is only going to be a best of 3 here. Cali, once more, I need you to remind everyone. I need you to remind me, what are the conditions for the Broke Boys Club to secure once more that second place spot for this bracket?
Yeah, I mean, Broke Boys Club only has to win this one to a 2-1. It doesn't have to be a 3-0. They just have to win the series and get that win over the other.
Well, can they do it? Much more probable that they could. I mean, after all, the talents from the side of the Broke Boys Clubs is really convincing here, and I just can't wait to see how they can be on par with the Wisdom Community Free Slot. And overall, Cali, what a run here for Bracket A. We've seen so much ups and downs. We've seen so much surprises, and there's still plenty of more to come here as we get to see the talents of Static, Josh, Jello, Young Jay, Z-Man, and E-Box.
And Z-Man took the MVP earlier up against 3 Evil Dragons, but one player that we did not see on the roster was Static, the guy that scored 50 kills the last time he was able to play. And you need that sort of performance coming in from one of your main slayers, knowing that WDC Free Slot has their own setup system that can help you get taken down.
And now we
Well,
get
there
to
we
see
go.
the man, the myth, the legend, Static can absolutely put his team to a not so static run, but obviously boost the team's morale. And at the same time, the opposing end, this guy can zone things out in hardpoint, control lanes all throughout, and be such a nuisance in regards to cutting down rotations.
And they're going to be taking out Epox and let Static in the main roster. And this could be an important one, knowing that Epox struggled up against 3 Evil Dragons, couldn't even get himself past 20 kills on that hard point. But here we go. The second team at the moment out for Group A, WDC Free Slot, Chick, Ano, and C1, Kato, Sugus, and yeah. They may not have the best hardpoint performance, but their S&D and Control help them pave the way to get some wins, be at the top at the moment.
Wisdom Community, once again, they've been around in the competitive scene for such a long time. They've done a lot of lineup changes now. And actually, in regards to lineup changes here, Cali, how do you feel about Guitar not even part of Free Slot anymore?
I mean, Guitar had to retire, right? And again, Kato being part of the main roster and Sugus being picked up from Lynx TH are happen to be like the best players, right? And Kato, I like his acquisition. It made their S&D a bigger threat to what it formerly were supposed to be. He can rack in at least 8 kills per game, and he can guarantee you that with solid consistency.
And now let's see if it's going to be enough for them to, put up the fight here up against the Broke Boys Club. And last but not the least, man, how do you feel about Dolphin X actually playing for Xenon now instead of Freeslot?
Yeah, I think there has to be some sort of tier level, right? I mean, for Dolphin to be down there with Xenon, it has to be the time that he has managed to put in. The guy was gone for several months and only ended up getting back into it the moment that they had an opportunity to combine and play at the stage 3 of Thailand. But here are your head-to-head. Z-Man being the primary fragger and Anowin, the mainstay of WDC Freestyle. These are your key players that you have to watch out for creating the plays off the start.
And talk about slaying, you know, Z-Man is not just a slayer in respawns, no, coming in from Hardpoint and Control. This guy can slay things out as well for Search and Destroy. Man was able to drop the second highest kills, if I'm not mistaken here, 20 kills in Search and Destroy. And it was played on the run. I do believe it was Loves up against Scatty, 75, they went.
Yeah, and now it's all down to this map picks. Broke Boys Club, if they can get that Hacienda Hardpoint locked in and not being banned, they got a great opportunity to go up and take at least one map already. Now they just have to worry about is the S&D and Control, which we know WDC has been undefeated except for the game that they faced WP and LowKings.
And you know, it's crazy to say that Wisdom Community, the only hardpoint that they won was on Summit, and it was a disqualification up against 3 Evil Dragons. But as I can hear your reactions, Cali, I want you to run this one down.
Okay, so WDC Freestyle is able to ban Hacienda and Apocalypse, the 2 best maps of Broke Boys Club at Hardpoint, and then we see Broke Boys Club ban Summit and Takeoff, which happened to be the more favorable game and map for WDC Freestyle. And what we are left with is an Arsenal Hardpoint. We're talking about taking this game to the next level and having this Arsenal map open up creates an even battlefield here for Broke Boys Club and WDC.
And moving over to Search and Destroy as well, I don't exactly know how to feel about this choice of map for the side of Wisdom Community, because like, if you look at it right now, the only time that they were able to win Slump Search and Destroy was against 3 Evil Dragons, which is obviously not so much of a fair calibration to what the other competition could offer, because the Broke Boys Clubs, once again, they played on this map, they won up against Scatty, which is a pretty promising team for Search and Destroy. So that's something that we can see and talk about later on. But now here is the operator skills for Respawns.
Okay, this is interesting. It's going to be a mirror matchup. We're not going to see any equalizer. So more often than not, this could be the Claw as well as the War Machine that will provide the initial attack over enemy when we move in towards the P3 and P4 of this arsenal.
Now in regards to like, you know, zoning things up, I think we can really rely on those claws as well. I mean, we've seen a lot of claw gameplays coming in from, you know, the players early on, but now it's all going to come down to you guys. Actually, first of all, before we head on to the battlefield, we have a gift for you guys, for you all being loyal to the broadcast, coming in, watching until the end of this broadcast. We have a redeem code for you all. This will grant you Silver Crate coupons. It has 3 when you redeem it once.
Yeah, thanks so much for staying here at the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Group A Regional Qualifiers, day number 3. This is the last day, and we want to bring you guys the best viewing experience as much as you can. And of course, for you guys to be rewarded with this Silver Crate coupon, it means you guys have stayed longer and you helped us reach our milestone. Make sure you guys follow us once again in our Facebook, Twitter, as well as our Twitch, so that you guys can get timely updates whenever we go live and whenever we post some updates.
Now, Cali, aren't you gonna claim that code? No.
No. I don't have my phone with me right now, but I want to see this game started though.
Yeah, same though. So, Cali, do or die situation. I want to hear your thoughts.
It's always going to end up with a 2-1 here. Broke Boys Club has the best chance of winning Hardpoint. WDC have shown signs of struggle consistently all throughout the group stage of Group A. But if they can pull off one of the more amazing assault and take away one of the best moments of Broke Boys Club, that means something.
It could be mean something now. Here we go. Hardpoint number 1 for Arsenal will be opening up, and it's all going to come down to how you can zone out this hardpoint right now. And it's so far, Wisdom Community, they take down 2 players in the process, but they don't really get the pinch to come true right now. Broke Boys Clubs winning most of the gunfights internally inside a hill. And now Jello will pick up the beautiful kill, and so far the reset will come true. Broke Boys Clubs getting the first handful contestant.
I mean, Jello, it's already got 6 kills. Score streaks are already opened up. And this is why you don't want to mess with Broke Boys Club at this hard point. You gotta have a great solid start. But you haven't had any of your players from WDC from getting this contest at the moment, as Broke Boys Club has managed to get the first 30 seconds. WDC, though, trying to make up for it, trying to get as much time as they can before moving to P2.
And then once again, a slow start here for Wisdom Community Free Slot. It just correlates to the numbers that they were able to put up on their last 4 runs of Hardpoint. I mean, coming in, they practically have a 0% win rate on Hardpoint, aside from that win that they got from 3AD through disqualification. But now, we move over to Hardpoint number 2. Might just change things around. They do have slopes for their side, and they have this out-seeking view right now to take care of the players inside of the hard point. But right now, the pinch not actually happening as of the moment.
But here we go. C1's going to be up front. He's waiting for his teammate to get back at the back. But it's going to be Youngjae winning them kills with the help of Z-Man. They could be able to stand their ground off the start. But C1 finally able to get his team some time onto B2. But Broke Boys Club are ready for the plot.
Ooh, Jello, big kill for him on top. Does have to deal with an Owen here on the right side, but Static shuts him down instead. And now, despite the fact that the power position here on the slope side will be on for the side of Wisdom Community Free Slot, it doesn't matter for the side of the Broke Boys Clubs. Look at how they're formating this hold-out defense. 56-21 we go. Scrap time might just go for their way, and in the process, it's going to be player 3 and player 5 for the side of the Broke Boys Clubs heading on the rotation for new.
Yeah, Broke Jello is going to try to find some exit kills there, but we'll get dealt with. WDC will get the scrap time while also setting up for next. I love what we are seeing from Kato right now, trying to set his team up for success, but that's going to be 3 plays from Broke Boys Club that will met him. He has to back away and play this one smartly. Wait for his teammate to get that attack. Number 1 in blue, that's going to be Anowin. Finds the 2 initial kills, and they get to open up that P3 right in time for them to get inside the hill.
64-31, Hardpoint, pretty stagnant now, but Wisdom Community Free Slot, they find themselves right into it, but player 5, Youngjae, anchoring from the backside. Pretty dangerous situation right now for Wisdom Community Free Slot, but Kato deals with them now, and now solidified. Defined spawns here will happen for a moment or so, but look at the 3 players from the side of Broke Boys Club wrapping around. They want to go for the spawns. It's very continuous right now. Wisdom Community Free Slot, they're actually letting the bleed come true here up against the Broke Boys Club. But Broke Boys Clubs, they want to hop right back in. And Alwin and Kato, though, on the front lines, gets the break. 3-man push here, make it a 4-man push overall for WDC.
Ooh.
And now only 1 more point to go for them to take the lead out away from the Broke Boys Club.
I mean, what a massive heap of performance and rotation from Free Slot. After giving away so much time at P1, they had worked their way around, getting so much time at P3, and they're already working their way towards a P4 rotation with C1, trying to create that pinch play. Jello's down to low HP. He is there to get this shot come true. Static is going to be able to play that shots as well. And Broke Boys Club gets to get the refrag, as well as the opportunity to contest this P4.
Oh, yeah. With the War Machine. Does take down 2, but Youngjae gets the trade from the back lines. HVK on hand, takes him out from the chase. Now it's going to be the staircase spawn here for the side of the Wisdom Community. 2 players pushing in. They get traded off. They get overwhelmed, and they get put to the ground here by the Broke Boys Club.
A nice adjustment being made by Youngjae, as well as Josh being the only 2 players alive on the point. And Youngjae investing the annihilator, pops 3 players down. Helps Broke Boys Club, stops the push coming from Free Slot coming in at the batteries.
Oh, Broke Boys Clubs burning it down to the ground. Wisdom Community Free Slot so desperate to put themselves into the mixer on this hard point. But unfortunately, the best thing to do now is settle for next instead, as they get the remaining scrap time. But they lose the rotation for the next hill. Sugas with a Fennec on top, cutting off. Z-Man backstabs, and now the Broke Boys Clubs, they have the defense, they have the spawns for new.
Another early rotation being made by Broke Boys as well, but they don't have any operators to brought here just to stop the push coming in for Free Slot. Kato has to bring out that annihilator, looking to try to create a moment where they will be able to break the point. That's gonna be a one-sided attack coming from Kato to get this shot, as well as this hard point open for Free Slot, but we see a pinch play gifted by Broke Boys Club, and they're on their way to create the flood.
Oh, I'm loving this fight now. Wisdom Community Free Slot. Crossfire is on, but it doesn't matter for the Broke Boys Club. They have broken the hill once more, and there's 30 seconds left to play with. Need more fight here to be shown for the side of the Wisdom Community Free Slot. Kato here, looking to get the kill. The slide right, gets 1. Looking to get some more. Double tug comes true, and the Broke Boys Clubs, they hold on for their life.
Yeah, 16 seconds is a lot of time to keep off. Free Slot has to make sure the contest is going to be constant here. C1 spray transfer, Sugus there to back him up, and that's going to be 3 players taken down for the side of Broke Boys Club. WDC, though, has to make up for a disappointing P1 that they had in the first set of rotation. They got to stack their resources inside up the B1. Mid is where they go. They take the couple of players down. They force Broke Boys Club to force themselves to spawn at the vents.
And look at the rotations now. Look at the formation here for Wisdom Community Free Slot. They have 2 players for each side, 1 player watching Windows side as well. And this is exactly what you'd love to see if you want to hold on to this hardpoint number 1. Kato does take them 1. Static gets the trade. Zeman finds a double overall for the side of the Brook Boys clubs. And Zeman finds a triple, make it a 4. They get the break inside a hill. Josh as well puts himself into the mix. And the Brook Boys club, they've done the impossible, breaking hardpoint number 1.
Yeah, this is something that this team has managed to do with this personality of being scrappy. It's just been the name of Broke Boys Club. They've been the underdogs for so long, but they want to get us up and get that spot at the top 3 by taking down WDC Free Slot.
So impressive. Coordination. Annihilation denomination now. Broke Boys Clubs. They get the rotation once more as well here. Not for P2, but for this hardpoint number 1. But now, they get the scrap time. They extend the lead further more. 3-man push here on the slope side. And so far, they got to deal with a pinch here coming in from the left side as well. And looking like they are going to go down for this very first wave.
Yeah, now he has to make this play here. He has to stop the push from the cranes. And he's going to be able to get those 2 initial players, forcing Broke Boys Club to spawn at the ramps at the moment. That's going to be more time for them at the moment to get and reduce the lead that Broke Boys Club has built up on that P5 and that P1 reset. Still plenty of time out this P2. You can still see it's a back and forth scrappy. Operators are not going to be invested at the moment. They're just winning with the raw vanilla guns.
177 to 134. Broke Boys Club still on the hill. Wisdom Community Free Slot has had a bad run here on this hardpoint number 2, and so far remaining to be the same. As we get to see the Broke Boys Club forcing them to spawn down the robot side. And they're just so desperate to hop inside a hill, but they absolutely do. No power positions, doesn't matter for them.
Wow.
Static goes down, Jello as well, and Wisdom Community Free Slot. They show some sense of life here on the scrap time.
Yeah, they need this 7 seconds. This still plays a big factor. Now you're going to have to trust Kato and Yaya to try to win the gunfights off of the rotation. And Yaya's been able to deal with 1. He has to check the corners, and he beams down Jello just like that. An opportunity for them to get this P3 is within their reach. As the hardpoint opens up, though, it's going to be Broke Boys Club inside.
195, 194, 150 now. Wisdom Community Free Slot doesn't have the spawns. They have to find a way to win this gunfight. Player 2, Sugas goes down. And now the spawns all flipped out here for the side of both ends of the spectrum. But where more could it lean to? It's going to be forward the side of the Broke Boys Club. But the hardpoint right now is owned by Wisdom Community Free Slot.
And I just love what I'm seeing right now for C1. With that Sparrow, he spots 2 there. And that stops the push from Broke Boys Club. Force them to play on a reset and scatter them around the map. They're at the mid-map. They're going to have to trust their individual gunfights. Meanwhile, WDC are teaming up to get so much time inside of the hill.
Ooh, Kato wins gunfights here from the back end of the hardpoint. And all over the place, it's going to be forcing the Broke Boys Clubs to settle for the next hardpoint instead. Quit it now. Don't play for scraps. Play for the long-term run. But Jello still wants to be a nuisance here on this hardpoint, but he doesn't make the difference at all, aside from getting those eliminations. And now, it's only going to be a 4-point discrepancy that Free Slot has to face.
On 195 to 199, P4 batteries is where going to be down. And Broke Boys Club needs to maintain this monumental hardpoint to keep themselves at the base with the lead. And Josh, finding the double with the War Machine, stops the initial gunfights from being won by WDC Free Slot, but they're going to be flooding in only one angle. But Jello finds them 1 by 1, and Broke Boys Club teams up to get this elimination and keep that lead intact. Another double-digit lead provided by Broke Boys Club.
Oh, but a momentarily break will come in here for Wisdom Community Free Slot. They want to put themselves into the mix as well, and they want to put up the fight. 3-man hold here inside a hill. 2-man push here for Broke Boys Clubs on the Windows side. Yeah, can't do anything no more. He goes down. The cavalry arrives, but it doesn't matter anymore here for Broke Boys Clubs. 221 to 208. The lead extends furthermore. While in the process, scrap time and the rotations getting done and dealt with here by the Broke Boys Club.
I love what I'm seeing right now for Broke Boys as they're trying to inch their way closer to winning this match. Just 15 more points to get this win. Free Slot has to do more than that to get an opportunity to get this victory and force this a 3-0 victory. And right now you can see that it's going to be Broke Boys Club on the early rotation. WDC are going to be quite close by. But if this is going to be turning out to be a win in this early rotation by Broke Boys, and it's going to be over 5 more points for them to win this matchup. Last heap of contest being made by Free Slot, but they are successful. They break it momentarily.
Oh, but a 3-man push here from Longside might just be the key factor for them to end off this game. One more break is all they gotta do to end off this run for Arsenal. And it's gonna be a 4-man pusher coordinatively pushing here from the backside. C1 with a Sparrow looking to make the cut. Doesn't matter for them. The Broke Boys Club deals with it. They win Arsenal Hardpoint.
And there's a 24-point lead that they're able to build up there. You know, for sure, that P1 first rotation made the biggest of difference for them to maintain that momentum over and over again.
Such an exhausting game for both ends, man. Such a hustle for Wisdom Community. And at the same time, you know, I mean, this is not the first time that we got to see Wisdom Community put up a fight on Arsenal. It's just a mishap for them that they're not able to close things up.
The biggest problem here for WDC was that they really had a lacklusting P1. Yeah, having 21 and 40 deaths. That's unacceptable playing respawns at the moment. WardeN, and you can see that WDC Freestyle were trying their best, even having an opportunity to take that lead. But it's always that reset of that hard point that always gets them.
You know, this is what makes teams like Westman Mamba LowKings such a precious team on hard points, because they know exactly how to make scrappy hills convincing hills. And those minor moments where we get to see teams like contesting the scrap time, this is the moment right here where, you know, showed that it matters.
Yeah, and obviously for WDC, this is a valid effort for them, but Broke Boys Club, Static being part of the main roster once again, is able to line up 47 kills with a Purifier, a minute and 53 seconds for him as well. And this is the kind of plays that will lead you to places. Hardpoint going to be the best thing that Broke Boys Club has to offer on their main course at the moment. But the game mode coming right up next is something where WDC Free Slot is very sound and formidable.
And, you know, the operator investment here for both of these teams was so good, to be honest. You know, Kato had his own run with Annihilator. Same goes for a set of Young J. Z-Man with his own taste as well. And it was just a hard game to define, but obviously for the most of it, it was the Broke Boys Club on the driver's seat. Yeah,
again, that P1 was very important for them to get that elimination. And the adjustments was the rotation. We saw several times the WDC Freestyle were just trying to catch up to it, but eventually falling to their demise as the gunfights were just too much. The pacing for Broke Boys Club, especially when they're inside of the point, kind of resembles so much of the WPM LowKings stacking style. And that will wrap up our map number 1. We're heading on to S&D slums up next. Snipers are going to be the main course of this S&D map.
My gut feeling is telling me that this search and destroy is going to be played so slow, and it's going to be relying towards the snipers, as you would say, no. And if that hardpoint game would go back and forth, I do believe we might just be granted an opportunity to get like an overtime on the search and destroy.
And this is going to be a sniper battle between Young J and Kato. These are the two best snipers that this team has to offer, and they have been pretty consistent with the way they've been playing. But you get to get your own RUS 79 new stenciled strike. That's going to be a limited time event. You got to make sure you redeem it right now before this live stream ends.
Yep, it's a stenciled strike, RUS 79. Were you around, Cali, when the RUS was meta?
Yeah, I was around when the MSMC was still part of the meta. I'm so old. Damn, I just realized I'm old, man.
Mr. Cali Gaming, Mr. Competitive Cali Gaming back then. Hey, MSMC meta, miss it a lot as well. And guys, I don't know. I'm not making any wishes here, but if you guys would love an MSMC skin, you better stay tuned to the Garena broadcast. Maybe someday they'll drop a skin as well for the MSMC. But for now, let's give it up now to the RUS 79U. Arguably the most flexible SMG back in the days.
Yeah, it's still pretty much usable here. I used it at hardpoints at times, especially when I have the RUS 79U Dust Kicker, the legendary skin, man. Although it overhits my phone, it pretty much does the job for me.
It's a hot skin, dude. That's why it overheats your phone. It's a clean skin overall. And you know what? It has been such a long time since I've seen an RUS actually found in ranked games overall. I want to try it later on. Maybe I could test and then post a video about it, and maybe till then, the next time that we see a broadcast from Garena, all of the pro players will be using it.
And that's like that. WDC. Who took the first blood? Oh, it's a team ace. Everyone took a kill.
Teamwork
WDC.
makes the dream work.
Definitely.
Well, second round, here we go. Brookways Club. What can they respond back with? Is it going to be brute force, or are they going to take this one slowly? And looking like it's going to be them taking things slow, but Kato leeches off that factor, and he gets Youngjae out from the distance.
And this is where Kato shines the most. A map like Slums, where it's going to be a sniper-oriented at the start. If he gets that activation early on, it's the job for you. Right now, it's going to be holding that A side, while his teammates are trying to lock down at the fountains. You can see number 1, Anowin, as well as Sugus, is trying to lock down across and a play for bait and switch at the graveyards.
Kato checking. One player across, misses the shot. And looking at the formation here for Wisdom Community Free Slot, it's like passive-aggressive. They have 2 players on the B side, 2 players watching that push on the graveyards, and only 1 player here, Kato, on that A side. And it's going to be an exchange for snipers here. Could be the case. Josh could lean towards peeking through the doorway. But overall, the Brookways Clubs, they have to find a way to move in quick because time's ticking down.
It's just a big waste for Youngjae to be eliminated early game. But finally, Josh able to step it up with the scope. Been able to read off the guy that has been able to get the first blood in that last round. That makes it a 4v4 situation. 37 seconds left still. A lot of time to play, but this is the time for you to try to make a push and get these eliminations done when dealt with. To be able to delete players one at a time. It's all down to C1, and this 1v3 bomb is supposed to be down at the B side at this point. They're going to be ready for their gunfights.
Well, 1v3. C1 has a CBR4. Bomb going to get planted now. Now we move in quick. First player has to deal with. It's going to be Static there. Gets spotted down. Information relayed. Moving rotation here down his mid lane, but Static enough to just shut him down. Not even waiting for his teammates. And the Brookways Club, they take 1 round back.
Yeah, Youngjae was the first blooded player. And Kato was carrying so much chaos at that mid game. Then Josh decides to pick up that sniper, takes him out. And that opens the floodgates for Brookways Club to flood the fountains. Then they just immediately cleaned everyone that was at the corners and the perimeter of the area.
Ooh, beautiful God nade for the side of Static. Youngjae as well. Quite a fast take here for the side of the Brookways Clubs. And now that's going to be forcing Wisdom Community Free Slot to pull away, go back to the dumpsters just a little bit, all down to the alley as well. And then with those kills being put up here for Brookways Clubs, it's going to be enough for them to get this bomb planted here on this B bomb site.
Kato is still alive, but still holding an angle that doesn't really have a lot of activity compared to the fountains, where obviously number 3 and C1 is currently holding at the moment. 40 seconds for them to try to make a move. Z-Man. Can he be Z-Man to take these eliminations up against WDC Free? So just trying to inch their way with Zugas being the front man, taking down Youngjae on the brick side with Z-Man there to forward the punish, and Jello gets the clean up. Brookways Club gets to take the lead.
Ooh, back-to-back rounds here. Changing the tempos up. Played it second round a bit slow this time around, a bit fast. Now, this is where the mind game begins. Are they going to do exactly the same case on the second round, or are they want to fall back and take things slow? And look at the formation that they're doing here. Might just be a heavy A hit per se that they're going to do.
Oh my god, this is something that we did not see coming from them in the first 3 rounds. But again, having an opportunity to try to switch it up gets you to be unpredictable. But Kato will miss that shot, and he gets punished for it. Youngjae with the HPK, but Kato from deep, he even takes 2 guys with him before he gets shot down. And this could be a 3v2. Nice play set up for his teammates now. They just have to convert and tie this one up.
Cool, 2v2. Static isolates 1. Suga's out. That's going to be Yaya left alone here all the way down to P2 Market. And he gets spotted down. Information relayed. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't have a lot of time to play with.
Gone comfort. Yeah, is trying to put the players to move around the map. 11 seconds left. It takes down Static. You have to turn on the right. Not much time to play with. 7 seconds left. And there we go. Youngjae able to buy the time. Get that skill as well. And Free Slot cannot afford to go down like this. It's currently them down by 2 rounds.
Well, it's just going to be, going to the spotlight here for Brookways Club. I mean, I want to see them make it past this group stage, so I'm really smiling for them big time. But at the same time, Wisdom Community Free Slot, their Search and Destroy has been something that they've been working on for such a long time. With them going down convincingly like this, it's not looking too pleasant at all.
Again, if they ever lose this map, they lose the top 3 spot as well. Wolf has 10 points in current map wins. WP LowKings has 15. Broke Boys Club has already won 1, which means it's currently tied in terms of the map wins with 7. And if you lose the series here, you're in big trouble.
1 to 4, man. And only 2 more to go for match point. This is just crazy, to be honest, for the Broke Boys Clubs to be able to do. I mean, I thought that they were going to win the Search and Destroy, but not this convincingly, Cali.
Obviously, Josh and Broke Boys Club, they're prepared for moments like this. They know that they're the underdog coming into this matchup, and they're not afraid to make mistakes. They got nothing to lose, so why not try to go and drag one team down? We're playing at the playoffs.
4, 5v5. Jello gets an opening frag, finds a double. Young J out. Yeah, swings. Does only get 1. Jello gets a trade once more. Now it's going to be Kato and Nano in here. Left alone to clutch things up. Now they force down to 2v2. And it's going to be a battle of the statues here on this mid lane.
Oh,
That's now going to be a
Lord.
battle of Static and Jello owning things down here up against the Wisdom Community free slot.
This is not looking good. You expect WDC free slot to get these kills and get these eliminations and be the one at the lead. But that luck-lasting defensive performance has costed them very valuable rounds. Could have gone for a 4-2 split before we switch the sides. But you're going to have to ask to be playing perfect to avoid Broke Boys Club from getting that match point.
Oh, C1
Whoa!
finds a triple. Wow, sprays down. Broke Boys Club, nowhere to be found. Josh, only the player alive remaining here for the Broke Boys Club. Wisdom Community free slot alive out of nowhere.
Strike it back. 42 seconds for Josh. This is looking impossible. Unless he pulls up a miracle, but he then gets spotted by C1, who gets its ace. If I'm not mistaken.
He did get an ace. Oh, wow.
It's the first ace in the entire event of the Garena Stage 4. If it was an ace.
What a spray down from C1. LK20 forward to the face of the Broke Boys Clubs. That was probably enough to stun things down. But hey, the pacing doesn't slow down at all. Jello pushes down here on this graveyard. C1 punishes him down. Youngjae takes him now. And that's going to be a 3v3.
Number 4 in Jello has got that graveyard. It's locked in. He can go and rotate at the garage anytime he wants. But WDC is currently caught into a bit of a mix-up as the players are just all around the corner. Play for trades are inevitable. And this is going to be a 2v2 with 26 seconds left. Yeah, now. Has to be the guy on the bomb side. Has to time this one properly. The pinch play from Youngjae will not work as Yaya stands his ground. And C1 gets the bait and switch. Free slot going back to back.
This is the recovery that I've been awaiting to see. Wisdom Community free slot now. Winning 2 rounds in a row. Back to back. Can we see some more? Don't change the pace. They can absolutely convert. And now, the Broke Boys Clubs, they want to take this one slowly while in the process. Wisdom Community free slot. They have an open bomb site for them.
They got an open site. Bomb, nades, tacticals can be thrown out for Intermission. Youngjae gets a kill on the K though, so the sniper are not going to be a main thing here at this point. Z-Man, now time for you to go for the prowl. He takes down 2 players, make that 3 with the help of Jello. C1, last guy alive, will get dealt with in a fast, quick delete. Broke Boys Club to get this match point and finally win the series.
Match point advantage. Story won't get built up. Wisdom Community free slot. About to lose this round now. Gotta play flawlessly for the next 3 rounds if they want to force an overtime. But the way that the pacing has been playing around here for the Broke Boys Clubs, it has been so hard to read here, Cali.
And WDC is hanging at edge with their performance. They gotta be perfect at this point in time. Yeah. Sugas combined for 4 and a quick delete as well on the attack side.
4-6. Head-to-head, Wisdom Community free slot on the B-bomb site. Pretty dominant. But they can't do exactly the same thing over and over again. Gotta improvise. And this time, I think it's going to be a mid-split here offered by the side of the Wisdom Community free slot. They have 2 players here going down the graveyards. 3 players from the side of the Broke Boys Clubs will hop in as well. But an now and Stugas, and now an overall finds a double piece. Josh now and Youngjae will be left alone, and this might just be another round for the set of free slots.
And not yet over though, Josh and Youngjae. 2 key playmakers still alive for Broke Boys Club. They can clutch it up anytime they want. C1 gets eliminated, and this LCAR9 stops 1v3 to happen. Kato with the sniper will get dealt with, and Broke Boys Club finishes the series. They have 3 wins and 2 losses at this point, but it is not yet over. They gotta win 3-0. Make sure they're the ones at the top 3.
Wow. Static, Smiling, Jello, Josh, Z-Man, Youngjae. They know what's up. They know what they just did. That is impressive. Whew.
Broke Boys Club doing the impossible again. They were just top 7 in total for the Philippine region, and then they just managed to shock the best team in Thailand, and to do it in a way where, one, it was a close game. Second, it was them having calculative aggression. It was all part of the mix. They just get it through 3-2.
Oh, you win 2 rounds in a row? You expect us to slow down? No. That is exactly the game that Broke Boys Club played. It was just such a clean slate in regards to how they were able to play around with their tempos. Obviously, it was still a close game, but overall, Broke Boys Club, just how they went down on Hardpoint is that even if it's a close game, it doesn't matter. As long as we're on front, we don't care.
Jello having 13 kills, also having 3 plants, being that OBG player, and also paying attention to the players nearby his location. But one thing more than likely that we saw were the impact kills coming from Z-Man and Josh, particularly Josh at the last round. If not for the 1v2 play that he did on the bounce side, it could have been a round win for WDC, and the momentum could have been lost, and it could have been a different route here.
Could have is the word. You know, we always live our lives with what ifs, but hey, you know, you mitigate what ifs with let's just do it next time around, especially if you learn out from your mistakes. But for now, you know, we're approaching the last and final game for this very bracket, and we need to see, obviously, 2 different things here from 2 of these teams. Come again, we need to see a banger for the last and final game for this bracket.
Yeah, so here is the catch. WDC Freestyle and Broke Boys Club currently has 3 wins and 2 losses at the moment. Both having 7 maps. Both having 7 maps each to their bag. They have managed to win. And if WDC Freestyle loses this control, it's going to be Broke Boys Club having the upper edge in claiming the top 3. So right now for WDC, you're hoping for that tiebreaker to work on your favor.
You know, I'm just looking at the numbers here. Very tough to say. Very, very tough to say. Both teams was able to put up a run with what they went through as well from the rest of the opposition for this very bracket. So all you got to do now, just make the best out of this last and final game mode here of Raid Control. And looking at Raid Control now, Broke Boys Club hasn't been the best in this scene. I mean, Wolf, they took them down 2-3. West Point Mamba, LowKings 1-3. Looking at the run here for Wisdom Community Free Slot, they also lost. They won Raid 3-2 up in Scatty and 0-3 for West Point Mamba, LowKings.
And just a correction on what I said earlier. WDC has 7 points in maps. Broke Boys Club has 8 points right now. So WDC really needs this map win at this control that we're going to have right after this one. And they have to make sure they get the win so that the tiebreaker is going to be enforced.
Cali, win or lose, what message do you have to say for Broke Boys Club?
Broke Boys Club, man, this team came out of nowhere. Very much like WPM, LowKings, Garena Masters 4. Who would have thought that they can come out swinging, right? And then here they are, trying to make one of the best underdog story at Group A, where you think the Kings of Thailand and WDC are going to reign over them. It's the other way around.
May it happen now as we get to see the first round opening up. It's going to be Wisdom Community Free Slot winning most of the gunfights, but as soon as they say that, Josh wants to put himself into the mix as well. And they want to try to lane things down here on the speed control point, take over the outer circle, and only one more player to worry about, and they can start to capture now here on Bravo.
Yeah, Broke Boys Club still getting this numbers done at the B side. Z-Man and Josh just beaming them with the ground. This is just disgusting, if in my opinion. The defensive side looking like it's not going to be the favorable spawn with the way Broke Boys Club has been acing the attack at the B side. WDC Freestyle are going to try to let that one go and just work their way into holding 1 point on the map, which is going to be the A side.
You know, honestly, I walk inside this match of raid control with all bets high for the side of the Broke Boys Club, because I've seen their control game, I've seen how they change things up, and I've seen how strong they can actually be on this game mode. Up against Wisdom Community Free Slot, I mean, yes, for sure, on paper, on this stage 4, they have it better, but Broke Boys Club, they have the composure to put things down. Let's see if they can continue the spree here on this alpha point now.
Youngjae is pushing up the kitchen with the help of his teammates. They're trying to clear it up. It's gonna be free. They spot the guy on the money room. Money win. We'll get him that. We'll get that kill. Z-Man though on the barrels gets that kill again. It's gonna be Broke Boys Club having the superior rotation.
Ooh, 2 pieces here for C1 will hop in, but finally Z-Man gets a trade. And now in longing to do exactly the same thing as well, but Z-Man pulls away. Good recovery. Josh gets taken down. Z-Man gets the trade. And still, with the trades happening here at the Broke Boys Club, they still remain on that lead.
14-16. WDC Free Slot. They definitely have one player holding that bedroom down, but they're giving away the kitchen kind of carelessly. And this could potentially bite them off the back, knowing that this guarantees a money room control, which we know has the high ground, and they can potentially go for a spawn trap. So every time Free Slot goes down, they're going to be met by the weapons and bullets of Broke Boys Club.
30 seconds left on the clock. Wisdom Community Free Slot has a better look at the current situation right now. And if they can get the skills here on top, and now when playing with the timing, will hop in. But unfortunately, the opportunities will not be given to them. C1 on the field will take down 2. Kato as well. Spawns gets reset here for the side of the Broke Boys Clubs, and Wisdom Community Free Slot on the urge of winning this round.
And 7 seconds to go. You got to get in. Broke Boys Club. It's going to be an all-out hill. C1 is ready for them. With the Sparrow, he brings it out early. And he's going to find good value off of it. And C1 will get dealt with. It's a 5-on-5, but they're on the point. They have to stay alive. Youngjae brings out the Annihilator, finds one, but now in there for the backup. Josh has to manage to keep himself intact inside the point before his teammates get the reinforcement done. 1 segment done already. Number 1 in Anowin on the mid-map takes an elimination. And there we go. The round just continues to get interesting. Z-Man and crew has only 2 players left, and they all get dealt with as the clock expires. Static will not make it in time on the point, and WDC survives the round number 1.
You know, for a moment there, they were playing chase. Wisdom Community Free Slot was just running around while Broke Boys Club was starting to look to get the kills necessary to start the spawn trap. And Wisdom Community Free Slot, they ran away enough to the point that they stalled out the time, and that's exactly how they win that first round. Now, second round we go. Free Slot on the offense. 2-man push here on the kitchen will not matter. Player from the staircase will shut him down, but yeah, inside the point will be on that war machine, zoning things up here on the laundries.
Again, we need to see WDC end up with the win here, just to tie up the map win column between Broke Boys Club and WDC. Right now, Broke Boys has 8, WDC has 7. They need to win the map to make it a tiebreaker. And this we go. At the B side, it's kind of very one-sided. WDC has got the numbers. 3 segments already done there by yeah. They're really coming out here more aggressive, different from what we saw from them at the map 1 and 2.
Jello pushing out. Doesn't spot the player down below the central square. And there's going to be 2 players overall that they got to worry about. 1 player here from the back line. Suga shuts him down. Kato as well, longing to get the trade, but he just gets fed up there by Jello. Whip out the claw, wrong timing, and Alwyn gets the trade. Finds a double overall.
It's not looking good, man. It's just WDC going up. Guns blazing. They're looking to try to get this map win. Broke Boys Club still down to their 17 lives. Still doable for them to turn it around. They got the mid-map control. You got Josh trying to initiate a spawn trap here. Just a little bit, but only to be taken away by C1. But there's definitely some time being done by free slot here at the A site. That's gonna be just one man. That's gonna be Sugus.
1914. First segment done. Broke Boys Club, we need to see something come out from you guys. Yeah. On the feed with a Predator. Finds a double. Sugus as well. Josh getting the refrag. But it's not going to be enough to even things up. They can't afford to let the map control slide down for Wisdom getting the free slot. They don't have the lives to back it up.
WDC, they just really want to go there. Just finish this one up with a 3-0 victory. They need much dominance here. A segment is just being captured one by one. Flag for Mano went out the basketball court. He broke some ankles. Young Jay gets eliminated. And here we got C1 with the help of Anawin. They're going to be able to stand on the point with Broke Boys Club down to their last 3 players. This is looking like a WDC attack side victory. Pretty much an essential round for them to win. But Broke Boys Club doesn't want to go down without swinging. They got Young Jay as well as Static here, holding off the point, preventing this one from happening. But Kato and the crew looking to finally team up and finish round number 2. This could be 2-0 now.
Each and every round ends off really closely, but it all has been siding for the side of the Wisdom Community Free Slot. The Broke Boys Club was able to run things down on Hardpoint and search and destroy. Despite that, for a moment, they were down as well. May it happen here where they can change things up and put up a refresher, or will they go down in a 3-0 manner? Heavy hit on Bravo will happen, and it's going to be a huge investment for them that won't go anywhere.
And here we have WDC going all out with their operators. They bring out the Purifier and the Sparrow just to try to spawn trap the players coming in from the bedside. They got that information, and the Claw is there for it to work. Find out that there's going to be players there, and they take down 10 players right away.
26-20, Broke Boys Club looking to take an L in a 3-0 manner here for this control run, unless they can put up a recovery. But look at the spawn trap here, set it up now by Wisdom Community Free Slot. They have Gym Side locked down, but they actually get the kills to come true. So they go away from the perimeter with no casualties now, but they got to deal with the time. They got to deal with how little lives they have as well.
Man, Broke Boys, somehow the drastic change in performance is just so significant right now. 250, 226 at that hard point. And we got like 7-3 on that S&D slums. Broke Boys Club this time about to go down 3-0.
18-12, 6 lives differential. Wisdom Community Free Slot barging in desperately. They want to get this one set and true. C1, yeah. And Anawin goes down. Kato on the feed, and now they get the break here on Bravo now. No options no more for Broke Boys Club. They gotta hope that they get the break inside this Bravo point.
Yeah, 16 seconds left here. Not much time to work with. WDC Free Slot, they want to finish this one up already. Hey, on the point, playing the objective, stopping that push from happening for Broke Boys Club. They're down to their final 3 players. And 1 and 2 gets deleted here just like that. Sugus with the nade drop Static. And Broke Boys Club down to their last 2 players. And oh boy, we got a tiebreaker right after this match ends and the clock expires. WDC Free Slot gets their victory finally on this best of 3.
3-0 in control. Man, I did say on the first round that I was expecting the Broke Boys Club to be winning the control run. But obviously, since they did win the first 2 games, they do win the series overall.
And I'm interested, who's going to be able to win this one now? If Broke Boys Club has managed to force a tiebreaker, this means we're going to take a look at the overall head-to-head matchup. And we just saw it right now. Broke Boys Club won 2-1, taking away Hardpoint and S&D. WDC only taking that control. And if that were the basis of the tournament format, means it's Broke Boys Club that will get that victory. But we're going to have to find out on the standings who's going to be the top 3 of the Group A. Right now, at the post-game breakdown, WDC Free Slot, yeah. Coming in with 29 kills and 14 deaths. So much different to what he had at Hardpoint earlier. He had 26 and 40 deaths there.
A lot of kills, man. Yeah. Really enjoyed the show right there on control. I mean, same goes for Anawin. And talk about Kato here, only having 11 kills, but he was able to get those kills from the range, and that mattered quite a lot, especially with them, longing to get the game set and easy with. Let the dirty work be done by Yaya and Anawin. Just sit back from the range, support your team. That's exactly how Kato played. Sugas, on the contrary, did struggle a bit in regards to the trades, but hey, they got away with the win for Control, so that's something to smile about.
Yeah, and here we go. This is gonna be quite a interesting way to end our Stage 4 Group A group stage. With WDC Freestyle Broke Boys Club aiming to try to make their way to top 3 and be part of the top 6 contenders to fight for the top 5 spot. For the top 2 spot for Stage 5. This is such a climactic ending to have for them. Even the comment section is fried at this point.
Dude, my mind's fried, bro. There's what do you call this? If Broke Boys Club just got like a 3-0, it would have settled the whole theory and all, no more debunking. But now, Wisdom Community Freestyle was like, nah. I want you all to think a bit more. Take time.
They have somehow the way that this ended is that it's obviously tied in terms of the series and the match win. With Broke Boys Club able to win 3-0 up against 3 Evil Dragons, that gave them a 6-6 scoreboard on the map wins that they have won. And then we take a look at this match between these two squads. Literally a do or die moment. Broke Boys Club is able to take 2 wins on this best of 3. That gives them 8 map wins and 6 map loss. Then we take a look at WDC Freestyle, who started this day off having 7 maps and 5 wins. They definitely only have 1 map won here at this best of 3. That means it has to go down to either a head-to-head. Man, we have to wait for the standing. If this goes to a head-to-head, then automatically
Honestly,
Broke Boys Club will play at the playoffs.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's the Broke Boys Club.
Yeah. Because if we're going to match dominant score, I don't think WDC will have the upper hand, knowing that Broke Boys Club have kept every game at this group stage close.
And it's a bit hard. It's a bit damaging. I don't exactly know how they can consider as well in regards to the disqualification, because we did see a disqualification for free slot against 3AD, while on the flip side, Broke Boys Club, they don't really have any disqualifications for their side. And if you want to talk about head-to-head, obviously, look at Hardpoint. Arsenal versus Wolf for free slot, it was 200 to 250, while the Broke Boys Club had 244 to 250.
This is the most math that I have taken for the past 3 years.
Cali?
Yeah?
2 plus 2 is 4, minus 1 is 3. Quick maths.
I can't quick maths.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to wait until the standings pop out. But one thing more than likely, this Broke Boys Club, their MVP is gonna be Jello, and he's gonna take only 2 MVP counts to end the group stage. But he got a 1.56 KD rating on this matchup, which is key for them to finally eliminate WDC Freestyle on this best of 3.
Look at Jello, okay? He's telling you, calm down.
You,
all right?
Be a good boy. Wait for our announcement, because we want you guys to wait and have a heart-shattering moment.
You watch us play the grand finals and make it to stage 5. Ooh.
Oh, you just watched us be the underdog of Group A. You guys have to give us a like and follow on our page.
Cali, you know what? If it's not going to be West Point Mambo, LowKings, and Kagendra, it's going to be West Point Mambo, LowKings, and the Broke Boys Club.
I don't think Broke Boys Club have... For me, honestly, this is a hot take. Broke Boys Club doesn't have a lot to map depth. And if Kagendra does face Broke Boys Club, which I think will be the outcome at the first day of the playoffs, it's a best of 5. That means more maps will be played and there's going to be less maps that will be banned. And Broke Boys Club doesn't have a lot of depth on their map pool. They're going to have to trust and rely on their Hacienda and their Apocalypse Hardpoint, as well as their S&D slumps.
I'm just enjoying looking at Jello right now. It's like, you. Hey, you. Hey, are you sure about that?
Me? Obsessed with you? Hell no.
Well, hey,
I want to see a 5v5 kill house for the tiebreaker. Can we see that happen, Prod? I'm just kidding. I'm gonna get fired.
can
because
you
of
take?
this.
Okay, imagine the pressure. Imagine the pressure. I represent the Broke Boys Club. You represent the WDC, and we have a 1v1. Can you take on that pressure?
Bro, they're taking so long. I think.
Hey,
What
hey,
the-
if ever, okay, you know what? If ever they do qualify for stage 5, they're gonna be renaming their team as RBC,
Yeah.
the Rich Boys Club.
The moment that you enter the world champs, you already got like a solid hold of grabbing money. But our matches today have all been concluded. Thank you guys for watching. That will be all. I'm just kidding. This is interesting knowing that every match we have played have been all 3-0 except for that last round where Broke Boys Club only managed to get 2 wins out of 3 matches against WDC Free Slot. And it's so weird that it had to go down to this matchup because they had to really force the tiebreaker. Why not? Who the top 3 really is.
Oh, no, I mean, I was happy that it was a 3-0, but hey, 2-1 is the actual scoreline. I was just happy because I have OCD. You know, I love the whole 3-0s, but it didn't
Yeah.
happen now, Cali. What's next after this scene? I do believe is gonna be
The standings.
standings.
And press 1 right now if you think BBC will win this game. Press 2 if you think it's WDC that will end up in the top 3. But I do think it's the first one. Or
I think it's the first one. I'm gonna go for the Broke Boys Club. I love yeah. I love Wisdom community overall, but I don't
Oh
know.
my
I think
God.
the math. I think the math is just mathing.
yeah. And obviously you guys have to wait it out as we try to calculate everything down to the T so that we get to give you guys the more accurate score and the accurate leaderboard because of what just happened between WDC and Broke Boys Club. If this were a map where Broke Boys Club were able to go for a 3-0, it could have ended with them already getting this top 3, but they had to make it complicated, right? Because WDC showed a lot of grit and grind on that map number 3, especially with yeah being that MVP.
I'm scared. I am scared. I mean, it's gonna be based off dominance, Cali. And I'm just looking at the statistics right now. Does this one have better runs than this and that and that? Did you play better in this map compared to him? We don't know.
Can okay, before we guys give you the standings, we're gonna be giving you guys the final redeem code of the day. And thank you all for watching until the very end. We give you guys a backpack in wild style for you guys to learn how to carry.
I mean, talk about if you want to know how to carry, you gotta talk to tricksters, bro.
Trickster's 36 kills. I kind of feel bad with ABC. They have to fight for their life. Same thing with BBC tomorrow. Broke Boys
Yeah,
Club.
definitely. Yeah, Broke Boys Club. It's just having their fingers crossed right now, hoping that they have the more dominant scoreline here. Same goes for the set of Wisdom Community Free Slot. I mean, after all, it was too close, man. I mean, fortunately, they did win control because if they didn't, we wouldn't be in the situation right now.
Yeah. And I love how everything is just going down to the wire. Everything is being calculated right now. This way, we will not be going into the head-to-head matchup between WDC Free Slot and Broke Boys Club. We're going to be talking about the dominant score being used here as the way to find out who really is our top 3 team, our 3rd team at the Group A to advance to the playoffs. And so, this means we're going to take a lot of time. And we will make sure you guys are in tune for more updates.
Cali, I am just like, I want to, I got low key. Why not just both, man? You know? No, I'm kidding. And then imagine the production just says, "Hey, the dominant score is tied up. The series score is tied up. The game is tied up. Reset the series." Bam.
Bam. No, we just have to play Kill House. I want to Kill House 5v5.
Shipment as well, you know, fast, close quarter.
No, shipment, but score streaks are allowed, and you're not allowed to ban persistence.
So you're gonna be seeing VTOL basically.
Yeah.
Dude, I dropped 150 kills with a VTOL on shipment.
What?
Yeah.
You do
Yeah.
that? You're that kind of guy?
Yeah, man. That's why I have a 3 KDR inside the game. People think I'm good. How did you know?
No, bro. What? I used to
Dude,
score 100 points in shipment, just to give you a fact.
No persistent. Use a VTOL, napalm, cluster strike. GG's.
But it's not. Do you think you can streak up in a high level competition in shipment? You think they'd be able to streak up into like high score streaks?
Could be, yeah. I mean, you just gotta go streak up, flow, have the flow and stuff. I mean, you gotta get the kill, build up the operator skills, and then get the multiplier to go on.
Oh my god, man. This has been an interesting journey. And before we give you guys the standings, make sure you follow, like, and share the official Garena Call of Duty mobile Facebook page as well as our YouTube so that you get more updates every time we go live and we post DD contents and in-game updates.
Shout out to one of my players as well from Odin here, who's disturbing me across my room, doing some workouts in front of me. Congratulations to you, man. Good luck on the finals on the 27th. And
Okay. Yeah. And big shout out to Bobby Plays, by the way, at the comment section. He's currently helping us try to gather the rationality, the logical way of solving this phenomenon.
Papa Bobby, help us, please. we are so confused and so aloof. We've been looking all around. No one is here.
Okay, one of the comments says Cali for Broke Boys Club versus WardeN for WDC. We have to play a 1v1. What do you think we'll win?
I'd win 20-5.
20? Oh man, you haven't seen me played yet.
What do you mean I haven't seen you played yet? I have a clip of me doing a 360 on you, bro.
Bro, I can reverse nuke, man. I can get a 0 and 20, man.
Actually, since Bobby is here, why not have a Garena caster versus World caster 5v5? We meet in the middle.
No. Let's not try that. Let's try not to go to that point, right? And yeah, this is very interesting, knowing that we did not get to head to head, right? And we're still calculating all of the points in this victory. And again, the dominant score will be calculated by the team's performance in a match. The score in a game mode is divided by the combined score from both sides multiplied by 100%. The dominant score, for example, WDC won a game in mode Hardpoint against Team B with a result of 250 to 160. In the case, Team A received a dominant score of 60.97. And that's equal to 250 divided by 250 plus 160 times 100%. So, if you guys get the maths, I envy you guys.
Cali,
Yeah?
I failed Gen Math.
Oh. Okay, let's just do calculus, okay? Okay, here is how you try to explain the dominant score through calculus. I'm just kidding, WardeN. I'm not gonna try to fry your brain. My brain is already fried. And as well, our OBS, because everything is supposed to end up smoothly.
They just fumbled, man. I mean, free slot and they did this to us. Okay, they did this to us.
If you try to get a look at the past score, right? We just try to give the score of WDC free slot up against Broke Boys Club. Again, the Hardpoint Arsenal was 250 to 22, 226. And it's gonna be Broke Boys Club with the win, and they win Thomas Bowl with 7-4. But WDC ended up with a 3-0 victory, and the standing will be revealed.
Oh!
Broke Boys Club inches their way into the Group A top 3 as the number 3 team.
Wow, congratulations to the Broke Boys Club for securing the 3rd spot for the playoffs.
And for WDC free slot, this has to hurt because they were able to get a big win up against Wolf last Tuesday. For it to be taken away by Broke Boys Club after an underwhelming performance at the end of the day.
And now, huge thank you to, once again, Free Slot, Scatty, and 3ED for making it this far for the World Championship of
3D?
Call of Duty.
Yeah, definitely. And with the Group A officially done and dealt with, we got tomorrow Group B waiting for some action. Again, Kagendra is sitting at the top with ABC Esports and the powerhouse, but we still got an underdog in Smart Omega Esports looking for the best day number 3 for them to qualify the top 3.
Man, look at the overall score here for both of these teams. We had 979 for Wisdom Community free slot and 1,110 for the Broke Boys Club. That's how close the game was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man, WDC again, let me just repeat it. 979 dominant score for WDC. Broke Boys Club had 1,110. That's just 200 point that separated WDC from getting the top 3 spot up against the underdogs in Broke Boys Club.
Wow. Oh, wow. And I don't know if this matters, no, but like looking at the disqualification here for 3D might have played a big factor, but I don't know. But hey, what is done has been done. We can't do anything about it no more. Talk about the West Point Mamba, LowKings, Scally, ending off their group stage once more. Flawless, 15-0.
And expect this squad to be the team that everyone will be eyeing out for as soon as the playoff starts. They're most likely going to end up finishing at least at the finals with the way they have been performing. They made Wolf and everybody at Group A look like they haven't touched the game for years with the way they managed to dominate.
Well, that's going to be it. I mean, looking at the standings here for Group B, Kagendra, very stable, 11 games won, only 1 loss. Alibaba Clan or ABC Esports, they have 7 wins and 5 losses. Powerhouse has 7 and 2 as well, but they didn't really win the series right there. But now, the West Point Mamba LowKings is going to be the first team to advance to the playoffs.
Tano, Oleya, Yopi, Luffy, Kalo, and PJ. As we said, 5 wins, 0 loss, 15 wins, and the maps undefeated. They're going to be the team to beat on the playoffs. And we also got our second place there in Group A. That's going to be Wolf with AG, Yato, Yobabs, Jabin, Badman, and Rage.
Well, congratulations to Wolf. Had been going through a lot of things, had a lot of inconsistencies as well. But, props to them for making it this far, and they advance to the next stage once more. And now on the next one, it's going to be the Broke Boys Club. It's going to be Z-Man, Epox, Jello, Young J, Josh, and Static for you guys, clutching things up at the last final moment.
And they had to do it in a way where it had to be climactic. They had to wait for us to have an opportunity to get these matches. But our matches tomorrow will be very important for Group B as well. Smart Omega, who is currently number 4 in placement, has to win up against Forces Esports and WDC Sanon. We could say it's easy, but do they have the mental fortitude to be part of the top 3? Tomorrow as well, we're going to see Powerhouse taking on ABC Esports and Kagendra taking WDC Sanon. You cannot stay tuned here. You have to really watch until the very end, because our top 3 for Group B will be determined at the end of the day tomorrow, where we're a step closer getting ourselves to the playoffs.
Well, Cali, just like every storyline, fortunately, group stage ends here for Bracket A. Tomorrow will be Bracket B. Cali, it has been such an honor casting with you. I want to throw this one to you, man. Any last words?
I mean, I got completely fried at the end of the day. I did not expect to do matches like that. But again, it's a pleasure to be with you here, WardeN. A big shout out to the community for staying until the very end. We thank you, the prod, as well, for making this possible as we close Saturday. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It's going to be Neptune and Wasabi bringing the action for you guys. Peace out.